beautiful meal for breakfast. You can come up to the tent and see Narelle or one of the other ladies and, of course, get coffees or egg and bacon sandwiches or rolls. And they do a fantastic job, and they'll be doing that all weekend. So don't forget the Rainbow Risers Event Association. And we'll get a little bit of office work out of the way. We've got Ultimate Helicopters up here as well this weekend. And, of course, they're giving rides. And I've got a price list here. A short ride's about $80, and they're up here next to the food tent. So if you want to sign up for a short or a long helicopter ride, or even if you want to go and follow one of your cars, so you give the pilot your car number and he'll go out and find it for you and take you on a long ride around the circuit. So that's certainly exciting. We've also got our class sponsors, which we'd like to thank. We've got the ultimate class is Racer Imports. Class 1 is Nutrien AG Rainbow and Nutrien AG Nil are Class 2. Class 4 is Warrigal Machining and Mechanical, which is Peter Sibson. We know Peter. He's a competitor here this weekend. In Class 6, we've got promotional products and uniforms. Class 66 is Vora, which is our event host, Victorian Off-Road Racing Association. So they're sponsoring Class 66. Then Class 7 is the Mallee Earth Moving. And then we've got Class 10 is Glendarren Auto Panels, and Class 11 is Brown's Gibson. So last night we had a great night in town, wasn't it, Glenn, in the town in the main street there with all the sausage sizzles and scrutineering, and of course we would have picked the best presented car, which was judged by the scrutineers, which will let everybody know tomorrow at the presentation after the race who won the best presented car. So there's a bit going on in town here this weekend.
Yeah, and we've got Sandy Bowman here, of course, and he did a great job with the live feed last night in town, Sandy, and it's good to have you here, mate.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning to everybody out there listening today. It's going to be a cracker event. We've got cars lining up on the start line. There's a few Class 7s off to start with, and some of the smaller Can-Ams, Yamahas, UTVs out there for their first run for the day. So welcome everybody to the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship Round 1 out here at Rainbow at the ARB Big Desert 480. We're excited to be here. As Darren said, last night in town, the phenomenal amount of energy and effort put into those cars. They're all got a little bit of their first layer of dust on them this morning from their pre-run of the Prologue track. But when they came out last night, they were looking fantastic. Some of the cars, I have never seen such a high-end calibre of cars at a race in a while.
So best presented car. What do you reckon? Who was it, Sandy? Last night. I'm going to put you on the spot, mate.
Burrows. I still like Matty Hansen's car. Always comes out professional. The whole team is spot on all the time. I don't know.
Of course, the Burrows team this weekend.
Brand new car.
Oh, and the whole Burrows family's racing this weekend.
Yep. For the first time.
Mark and his two boys.
And he's got his brand new car out. He's been putting together for a little while. The old car, his son's in the old car, and they've taken the turbos off and dropped him back a class. I think that's to keep him away from the old man.
Yeah, that's a good move. I'd do that too. And of course, and the other reason why Mark's done that is because you can't have your son beating you.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, there's no chance that's going to happen. Mark won't let that happen.
We do have a couple of father-son teams out here this weekend. We've got Danny Brown and his father, Andy Brown.
Certainly. And we've got a lot... It's all about family, isn't it?
There's a massive family attendance here. I can't believe some... we saw it at Pines last year, the last round of the last season. I saw their Sibos had 4 generations out there. It was fantastic to see. I know yourself have a couple of generations out here. We've
And
got our first...
the Chapman, Clayton Chapman and Stuart Chapman from up in Queensland.
Yep, both running Pro Class cars. So we've just missed the first car off the line
Steve Chilby,
in a Can-Am,
X3 Rotax, 900cc.
and although they're only little, with little engines, they have got some punch, and believe me, they keep up with some of the bigger cars quite easily.
Well, the motor in those particular Can-Ams, they're a snowmobile engine. That's where they originated from, Sandy, and they're a really good engine and fast and four-wheel drive too.
And I've got to tell you, there is zero snow out here this weekend. The temperature's meant to be mid to high 20s today. The dust so far on the first car off, I think they're running them, they said about a minute and a half, but that's the only car in that class, so they'll run off some Class 7s next.
Looks like there's 3 Class 7s there, Sandy, and it looks like it's a minute and a half gap, which is excellent with the 60 cars we've got here this weekend, 60 class cars, that's for sure. And it looks like we've got 3 Class 7s, which we call basic standard four-wheel drives, don't we?
Yeah, Class 7's like a performance-style four-wheel drive. So over on our right, anybody that's here, we do have our screenshot big screen over on the right. You can see all the action. We've got a few cameras out and around today. We'll have a few out in amongst the actual race throughout the day as well. So hopefully we can give you enough information for those watching at home and listening at home. And for those that are here, you can peer over to your right and be able to see pretty much everything that's going on. There'll be some spots we can miss, we may miss, but there's already a line of dust out there. We've got out there already. We've got
729 Connor Cooper and Daniel Oldacre from South
Oldacre.
Australia in the Nissan GQ Patrol, Sandy. And now we've got car 798, Norman Hank Parker and Mark Robinson, all the way from Queensland. So we've got a good array of competitors from all over Australia here this weekend. And the first car was New South, the second car was South Australia. Now
the Tilson brothers are about to leave the line. I saw they towed Connor Cooper's that GQ Patrol in from the pre-run of the Prologue track. I'm not too sure what went wrong there, but they're back out there circulating, which is always good to see. A couple of young Bogan boys, they call themselves, from Mount Gambier area. As you see, the 76 wagon leave the line for his first lap. Turbo diesel, 4.5 litre 76 series Toyota.
Now we've got 701, the class champion from last year, obviously Brett Tilson and Chris Tilson, Victoria, in the Nissan Patrol, Sandy.
These boys are from over Geelong way. They've got, and amongst their little group this weekend, I think they've got 4 cars you'll see lined up back there. The three back down the back there from the Forsmans that have all got Ryco down the side. These guys have been just recently converted this car from a carby to a fuel-injected TB42. So basically standard patrols, pretty much everything. This is sort of what myself started off in, the GQ patrols. Still got a couple at home, but they're a good fun car, good entry-level car to go out and get started in.
Well, they're basically standard bar suspension and a few tweaks to the engine and basically roll cage, of course, and full harness and seats, and that's about all, isn't it, Sandy? There's not too many other things you can do to these things.
Well, there's safety equipment. You're still allowed to... You've got to retain one shock in the original position, but you can add a second shock absorber. You can add a hydraulic bump stop. There he goes, leaving the line. You're allowed to do some other bits and pieces like change gear ratios, etc., etc.
Still be a long day in the office, Sandy, around a place like this, wouldn't it? One of those. Look at that one over there. It's pig rooting through the centre field.
Yeah, Connor, they'll be a rough ride, especially when they get out the back tomorrow in those when they hit the edge of the desert. Those whoops out there, they're they're not spaced far enough that you can hit them with any speed in one of those cars, and they're quite deep, you know. So
Sounds like you're talking from experience there, mate.
I've had a fair bit of experience with getting thrown around a Class 7 or Class 8.
Got our first buggy on the line now, car 133, which is Kurt Stephen and Mark Gray from South Australia. In the Tegel Excavations Martin Racing Truggy, and it's powered by a 3.5 litre Nissan VQ35. Very popular engine, the Nissan VQ35, 3.5 litre, normally aspirated. They're very popular, very powerful, and they certainly fit into the off-road scene very well, Darren.
Mate,
Kurt Stevens, Tegel Excavation, they're a good sponsor to have behind you.
the guys that put it all on for us at the Pines at the end of the year. Let us use that, the quarry and the Pines event out there. They put a lot into the sport of themselves.
Yeah, it's a great event. It's a great final event, and it's a good presentation night, isn't it? Because they present the trophies for the day or for the weekend, and they also do the championship 4-round as the first car comes through now. Car 614. He's completed his 8 kilometres of his qualifying prologue section.
And as they go across the line, we'll be giving you some times as they come up to the commentary.
All right, we'll have a little break between classes, which they do just so that the track can be clear for the next class to come through. The Tilson boys are fairly over on our right there. They're having a fair ride through the whoops, and I did the pre-run. I don't know if you fellas did the pre-run yesterday, but in a standard car, we went round our 200 series, and it was rough. It was, especially in the stadium here. This event is known to have a little bit of water on the track in previous years, and this year it's quite dry and quite hard. So I don't think you're going to see any of the track chopping out directly in front of us here, maybe out in the desert where the sand is, but in here it can be quite rough. And when you're in one of those smaller cars, like these Class 7s, you can really cop a fair crack. I see Heath Whedon's lined up there on the start line. We've raced directly side by side with Heath in the past.
Here is 6684 Matt Lavis and Andrew Dans from New South Wales in the Yamaha YXZ 1000R. Side by side, there's the start line. So they mixed them up a little bit there. The next car, like you said, Sandy, is Heath Whedon and Michelle Whedon, which is strange. They normally run them all together.
They do normally run in class order, so whether they've run off previous finish and start times, they're sometimes graded in vehicle speed times rather than classes. But
just watching the buggy go through the infield, the first buggy of car 133, Kurt Stephen. It's a lot different to watching the standard four-wheel drives travel through there, where it really shows how rough it is. But the buggies make it look a lot smoother, and the trucks will make it look even more smoother, Sandy.
I can tell you, the trucks are going to love it out here this weekend, these big guys. We've got Heath's down on the start line there. He's running a TB48 engine, a standard GU Patrol. Not much done to this car. I know he had a few engine issues last year, which we did mention last night, and he reckons he's got it sorted now. So we're hoping for him he can have a clean run this year. And as a Class 7 that I raced against, we tackled the championship a couple of years back in a Class 7, and side by side we were pretty much equal. So I know how fast this car is. Still running a manual 5-speed in it.
So we've got the first time in from Steve Chilby, and he's done a 6-minute. I just saw it flash up on the screen. 6 minute 35. So that's a good time. 6 minute 35 for an 8 kilometre course. So it must be quite fast out there. So as the times come up to the box, we'll let you know. So 6 minute 35 for car number 614, which was the first vehicle off.
Who we got lined up out there?
Looks like we've got 2:10 on the start line now, guys. Brad Gerrity and Rod Berry. And Brad's from Northern Territory. That's interesting. And Rod's from New South Wales. I wonder how that all works. But in a Chambers, sponsored by Chambers Engineering and Thinkwater Alice Springs. And it's a tiny built GSX R4, and it's got a Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc engine in it.
Which sound amazing when they're on song out there. They're a fantastic sounding vehicle or engine. So it'll be good to see how that goes. Some of those smaller engine cars. And he's off the line. He's not real fast moving off the line, but
Gee, they rev, don't they, those
Yeah,
little
that-
Suzukis? Look at that thing
fantastic.
revving. It's got a bit of momentum
Now
now into
it's
the first
moving.
corner.
yeah, now that it's moving, it's well on its way. Here comes Connor Cooper's car. The Bogan boys in their GQ over the finish line for the finish of their first prologue. They'll be happy with that just to get to the finish so they can reassess how they're going to tackle the rest of the 400 and something kilometres. I tell you what, have a look at this blooming 76 wagon coming over the line.
He's
No
got some
cares.
momentum. He's made up some time. There was
He
a minute
has.
and a half gap, and I reckon there's only 10 seconds now,
Yeah.
Sandy. So he's picked up probably
A good minute.
a good minute plus. GST, I reckon.
Hang
But
on.
hold on,
Hang
the
on.
fire might have gone out. We
I
might
reckon you're right.
might be the commentator's curse here. Oh, he's lost some gears, but it looks like he's going again now.
We're currently watching the Tilson boys on the camera there heading out. They're probably on their way back around the back. Over to the left of us, the cars do a couple of switchbacks on hard ground over near the airport there before they curl back around across in front of us into the finish line. We've got 3 Ryco cars, the Forsmans, first of them off the line, car 274, and we've got the 10 class car and their class 4 car lined up behind that.
Yeah, Forsman, I see that. This is car 274, Brendan Forsman, navigated by Marcus Winton, in the Tickner Motorsport Rat Bag, powered by a 1600cc Toyota.
They've got Ryco, Repco, NGK, Raptor, Karcher, Geelong Full Drive and Camping. They've got a lot of sponsors on board for this whole crew just to get here as their other car, their other Class 7 comes across the line now.
Well, we've just looked at the times now, and the first 3 are in, and we've got Steve Chilby done a 6:35. We've got Brett Tilson with an 8:25, and Norman Parker from Queensland an 8:33. Connor Cooper and a 9:46. So the 3 Class 7 vehicles, the winner of that class is Brett Tilson at the moment.
And it did look like that Hank Parker was absolutely flying when he came into the finish line, but there you go.
Yeah, a few seconds off it, only 8 seconds behind him, but of course great effort, and Connor Cooper from South Australia 9:46, but Kurt Steffen from South Australia, the Teagles excavation sponsored vehicle, is a 7:29.
Yeah, and that 8-second gap you were talking about, there can be a lot of cars that will fit in between that over after the prologue. So although you finish close to the cars in your class, by the end of prologue, you'll probably find that you've got 4 or 5 different classes in between you and your next competitor, which can help you or hinder you out there.
Well, it just goes to show you that Steve Chilby in the Can-Am, very fast time.
Super fast, mate.
Yeah, 6:35. Gee, some of the buggies be hard tossed to beat that time.
We'll see. I'm sure we're going to see some, I was going to say in the 5-minute bracket, and I reckon we will for some of these big guys, but we've got the first of one of the Class 4s lined up at the start. That's another Forsman car.
Chevrolet Silverado, LS2 V8 6-litre powered.
Super popular engine in these cars, 6-litre LSs. Don't get many many other flavours. Gartner's always run a Ford, so the odd Toyota and stuff out there, but it'll be interesting to see what engines, what survives and what doesn't. Hopefully the dust doesn't impact these cars this weekend as far as engines go. I know in the past sometimes we've had things like, you know, a real wet event where the mud will get into seals and kill CVs and CV seals and engine seals, etc. But sometimes the dust can get in past air cleaners and destroy them as well. Here we go with 6864 over the finish line. Little double bounce there as he comes in. You can see that.
Matt Labus and Andrew Dance from New South Wales in 6684, Sandy.
Oh, it's 6684.
It was a double six going by my paperwork.
And
Of course, 6684 just did a 7:45.
neat.
7:45, great time.
Happy with that.
Third fastest at the moment.
Got our first 10 car on the start line now, boys. 1071, Thomas Forsman for Victoria on his own by the look of it, in the multi-sponsored Nissan SR20 buggy.
He's actually already left the line. He's out the back there.
Sorry.
Yeah. We've got a tree. For those that aren't seeing what we're seeing, we've actually got a tree, right between us and where the cars are lining up on the start line.
You're right.
I tell you what, that tree mightn't be there tomorrow.
I think maybe something might hit it. But
It's in a good spot, isn't it, that tree?
Yeah, we're looking for someone from the hardware to bring down a chainsaw.
Yeah, but you're right. It's we've got 1082 to second of our Rod Steber and Jason Lavis from Queensland, Stiber, in the Southern Cross Mark V, powered by a 2.4 litre Honda. It's got some stick too. Look at that go.
On grade grader hider, SWC Automotive and JL Industries, their sponsors, running a K24, which is seeing them popping up between a few different cars now.
Yeah, really popular in the 10 class cars, Sandy.
They can just bolt them in and put a computer and a few goodies on them, and they can get good power and bloody good reliability.
Well, it's a new Class 2 class, really. All the guys that used to run Class 2 have moved up now to Class 10 purely because of the engines are more available. You can go and buy a 2.4 Honda for $600, put it in the back of your car, come out and have a great weekend. That's what it's all about.
So those cars, those 10 class cars used to be currently up to 2.5 litre.
Yep.
And the Class 2 cars were a 1650.
That's right, but 1650 engines are not readily available now,
yeah.
Sandy. So, but the 2.4 Honda motors, there's plenty of them in the wrecking yard. So, and they're a good little goer. So, Class 10, there's a lot here this weekend. There's about 10 cars.
Yeah.
There's a 210 car comes through the finish line.
Very popular class. 210, it'll be interesting to see his time. The first are starting to get a few buggies rolling through.
We've got 1007, Sean Ratcliffe from Victoria in another Honda 2.4 litre Potter.
He was away
buggy.
like a jet. And I had a look at that car last night, scrutineering. Pretty well presented.
Certainly was. Yeah, it's only a new car. It's his first race.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Their
there you
first
go.
race, yeah. So, no, it's the first race for that
Shawnee
vehicle.
Ratcliffe looked good, yeah, it was a nice car. Yeah, I'd had a look at it myself and well presented.
It looked short to me, so it'd be interesting to see what it,
It
does
was,
out
yeah,
the
it
back.
was shorter in the wheelbase, no doubt.
Yeah, about a 107-inch wheelbase,
There you
which
go.
is unusual to a bigger ultimate class buggy, which is about 120 in the wheelbase.
There you go.
The car number 210 is second now on time with a 720. That's Steve Chelby. Gee whiz, 635.
He's holding on to it, mate.
Absolutely.
Maybe because he got some fresh air.
Maybe,
because-
but then again, it's pretty good with a minute and a half gap, unless you're real fast and they're out of sequence a little bit and you catch somebody, which is always annoying in a prologue, isn't it?
I've always said that those Can-Am turbos, four-wheel drive, hard to toss
Yeah.
on a short
Yeah.
track like we've got here today, 8 kilometres.
They do handle that a little bit rougher.
But the big boys haven't come out yet, Sandy.
No.
Wait for the big boys, mate.
We've got the 14th car on the start line now, 10:38. Dave Groton and Jess Farrow from Victoria in another 2.4 litre Honda powered buggy.
So the dusters seem to have been kept away a little bit.
Well, the wind's come up a bit, Sandy, and
Yeah.
it's blowing the right way. It's
So-
blowing away from the pit/spectator area, which is what we want all weekend. We want a bit of breeze, make it safer for the competitors, much better viewing for the spectators, and if it blows away from us, it'll be perfect.
Over on our right, we've just had, it looks like, I can't see who it is,
It is as someone tipped up.
522. Oh, 10 class car. We have a 10 class car on its lid over on the right there.
I can see it turtled over there, and recovery are right onto it. They're heading over there, and
We'll make sure the driver and navigator are safe first and foremost.
yeah, not ideal. Looks, that's that sharp right-hander, and he's come around there and just looks like he's just lost it and roofed it.
Well, there's
Happens.
a big berm there, Glenn, and if they hit the edge of the berm the wrong way around and it's just tipped it over on its roof, it's only a slow roll over. They'll just
There'll be no
tip him
damage.
back on the wheels, he'll hit the key and he'll go off again. He'll have another crack at the title. So
It's embarrassing, isn't it, right there in front of the spectators, and it's a bugger when you run out of talent, isn't it, Sam?
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, well, I've done it at Pines. One of my first, I think my first Pines actually. My first Pines I rolled directly in front of the whole crowd. So,
I think I remember that. I
Back
think I was
about
commentating that that day, and yeah, you certainly put it on. It was a decent rollover too.
we've been over a few times. One of the Forsman cars just over the finish line. No, they'll probably just hold the cars up at the start line for a minute until they clear.
Certainly can't run it.
So,
We've got car 455, is it? On
well, the 274
456.
Brendan Forsman has just done an 835. So he's about 8th outright at the moment. We've still got the number 1 spot, car number 614, Steve Chilby. Thomas Forsman in the 1071 at a 752.
And he just came over the line about.
Yeah, absolutely, got some great
Oh,
sponsors.
hang on, look at this over the line.
Wow,
Whoa.
First of the
big
class
jump,
fours.
474.
That was phenomenal.
Jason Forsman in the Chevy Silverado, the big LS in it. It's a nice looking truck on the start line now. Obviously he'll be waiting for a little while because we've still got this buggy turtled up over in the infield.
Is that 456 Ian Terry? Yeah, it is.
4-5 Ian Terry and Joel Kershaw. It looks pretty plain. Obviously they're looking for sponsors. It's a Ford F50 trophy truck.
That
Well,
thing
that,
came out at Pines. It was orange last year. So they've changed it to a plain Jane white. Maybe he's trying to go undercover or something, but it looks pretty bare, like it needs some sponsors going on.
We've just had Jason Forsman in the 474 truck
Mate,
up
look
to
at that
second
time.
outright at the moment with a 711. Still Steve Chilby's time. Gee whiz, that's
He's nearly a
35
minute.
seconds faster than
Well, we've
everybody
had 15 vehicles leave the start line, and our first vehicle in the side by side, he's still the fastest.
They're just that car's back on its wheels over on the right there, so they'll clear the track, and then Ian Terry's probably going to get a good run here because he'll have no one in front of him. He'll have no dust. The dust has disappeared out there. He's sitting there patiently, all suited up, gears on, gloves on, balaclava on, boots on.
It's not ideal though, is it? Like, it's ideal as far as the conditions, but you're sitting there in a Prologue situation where there's a bit of pressure on you, and you don't want to be sitting there too long, do you, Sandy?
No, the heat can be pretty immense. 1082 car across the line.
Rod
Racing.
Steiber.
Steiber. Sorry for the
Fifth fastest time, car number 1082, a 734.
These guys are down from Queensland. There's a lot. I'm looking at the start line there. We've got cars from all around the country, which is fantastic to see. Got guys. I know Molesey came in at midnight last night into Horsham, down from Alice Springs.
Yeah, good on him. Yeah, apparently he attempted to go across to Charters Towers, but got turned around because of the wet weather and put an entry in here and come down from Alice Springs to here. It's a great effort.
And decided to come to the better event, Glenn.
You're right.
Yeah, we got it right
Whoa.
eventually.
Certainly have. He'll only be going home with a bit of dust on the car. No mud at this one, mate.
And I think these conditions will be very similar to Alice Springs conditions at any time than the pouring rain at Charters Towers. Of course, we've got to thank the Rainbow Risers Events Association, all the locals. Remember the committee up here was all the girls running the fabulous tent with all the coffee, cold drinks, rolls, hot food. It's going to be here all weekend. And of course, championship sponsors, ARB, of course, great championship sponsors. Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels Australia, and of course we've got to thank all the landowners. Without landowners, we don't have any events, boys.
And we've got Grain Corp Association to thank, as well as the Hindmarsh Shire Council and the Wimmera Mallee Waste, which take all the waste away from this event free of charge. They're great sponsors to have. So, no, you can't run an event like this without sponsors. And it's great to see the amount of people that put their hands in their pocket to bring this event to Rainbow. And it's certainly, over the past few years that Glenn and I have come to this event, it's been fantastic.
We've got, I just see there's another car coming under tow.
That's interesting too, as our trophy truck pulls away from the start line. Maybe he mightn't had enough fuel or something, who knows, but there's got to be a reason why he's pulled away. Hopefully he hasn't cooked it on the start line, Sandy.
That can happen. You need a lot of airflow, and even our own cars sometimes struggle especially when you get into the tighter. This track here is quite open, so I don't think you'll have any heating issues out here. But even when you get into those pine plantations, etc., sometimes, or at the pines or other events, your cars can suffer a bit of dead air. But I don't see it being an issue out here. That other car's back on its wheels, also coming back under tow. So I reckon they're only a minute or so off getting away under the line again.
It's interesting they've come back to the start line too, because maybe, I don't know why they tow him back there, Sandy. Maybe he'll get a second run.
May have stopped for the incident, if there is any incidents out there, the first two competitors have to stop if there's an accident.
As the boys in 4, 5, 6, Ian Terry and Joel Kershaw get out of their truck, so not a good sign.
No.
Well, we've got a little bit of time. I'd like to say that Ultimate Helicopters are up here next to the food tent. If you want to do a helicopter ride, they've got short rides and long rides. If you want to follow one of your favourite cars and ask the driver, he'll take you around and find that car on the circuit at the time. So don't forget, Ultimate Helicopter Rides. And of course, we'd like to thank Screenshot Big Screens for that beautiful big screen that Sandy's on this weekend.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, they've gives everybody a chance to see what goes on out in the field as well as what's just right in front of you.
Going live to Facebook this weekend, I believe, are we, Sandy?
About 14
As a Ratcliffe car comes in, boys, on a tow road, which is sad, we give him a real big rap and how good that car looked, and commentator's curse worked again.
Well, I reckon what may have happened here is you're out in a fresh car. It does take a bit of, especially if you haven't driven a buggy or something before, it can take a bit of skill to get used to, but I'm sure these guys have tested and done everything right, and coming out here, new car, new track, just hook up in the wrong corner. It all happens pretty quick and pretty easy.
Well, I believe that Shawnee Radcliffe that owns the car took it to Mark Burrows' the other weekend, and it broke down getting off the trailer. So he didn't have much luck with it there. And then he took it home to fix it, and we've come in on a rope this morning. So
Did he roll? Was it him that rolled, or was it the 1038 car? The Ratcliffe car, was it?
I'm pretty sure it was a Ratcliffe car.
Okay.
I'll be corrected. That's no drama. But
Because the car on the start line now got towed into that position, so a little bit lost there about what's going on here at the moment. But obviously the race
might
has
have
been
been
held
the
back.
Radcliffe car, I think, that rolled. And
We could only see the bottom of that buggy from here.
If we get a screenshot of the floor pan, we'll know what it was here.
It's got the shiniest floor pan ever seen, and it's got 4 black tyres. That's all we could see because it was turtled up over on that left-hander up down the bottom there.
Always happens to new cars too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you got a new car, something always happens.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the racing.
It's not ideal. First race of the year, and as you said, Sandy, earlier last night, those cars look fabulous. They're well polished up. They've had, 6 months to get their sponsors and get the cars right and get them all spanking brand new, and they always look terrific. Well, generally, all the series races, but first up, they look really good because they've had fresh paint jobs and, it was great wandering around looking at them last night. Like you said, it's as good as I've seen over the years.
Well, I'll just read off the first 10 or 11 cars in the Prologue so far. Well, we've got a little bit of stoppage there. And, of course, first is car number 614, Steve Chilby, with a 635. Second car is truck number 474, Jason Forsman, in a 711 time. Third is car number 210, Brad Gerrity, with a 720. Car number 133, Kirk Steffen, with a 729. We've got fifth is Rod Steiber with a 734. So all these times are very close. We got 7 from second onwards. They're all about the 7-minute mark. But gee whiz, that Steve Chilby with a 635. He's going to take some beating.
Yeah, I think that was on an 8K track. That's a super fast time and a big gap. But,
certainly is. They might have had some boost wound into that Can-Am out there this morning.
I think the big cars will be tapping at that time, no worries. So there we go. We've got another 10 class car. It's his second go out here. Maybe he had to pull up for the incident out there, and they've given him another bit of a fresh run. So
yeah, that's what happens when a car falls over in front of you, Sandy. Obviously, it's not advisable to go around them, so you get flagged down. So yeah, they've brought him back for a rerun, which is within the rules.
Yeah. So normally, if there's an incident, the first 2 cars have to stop, offer assistance. If they're okay, they can continue on, and they'll be rewarded with the time back in lieu.
Yeah, well, that's in the race proper, which is a great initiative.
Yep.
In Prologue, obviously, a little bit different as far as any cars out there that get blocked or whatever. They bring them back and send them away again. So
there's a Can-Am out next. Is that the 10 or is it the 11 car? Brock Pendlebury's behind him. Pete Makem, 1122 car. I think I had a quick chat with him last night, and he's changed the front diff and a couple of bits, which has put him out of his regular class and put him into class 11.
That's interesting. Class 11, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Can-Am Maverick X3 with a 900cc turbo Rotax. But a simple change like that against the rules and puts him into a different class.
Yeah, and it's basically an open class.
And it'd be I can see another one there. There looks like there's 2 of those.
So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure that it's going to put him right up the very pointy end, but I think more what it's going to do for him is make his car reliable and not blow front diffs out of it. He's done a couple of other little bits that'll put him out of his regular class as well. So.
Well, of course, the rules for Class 11 I've just been reading is 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive vehicles with 1 or 2 crew members, and the engine capacity is not exceeding 7,000 cc.
So there's these new rules coming out with a bit of a tester class, I suppose you'd call it. The 6-litre engine's getting hard to get now. A lot of guys are grabbing onto the 6.2s, etc., which puts them over their class limit. So he's in basically the big boys class.
Well, he certainly is, but there's only 2 in that class at this event. So, but I'm sure at the next couple of events we're going to see a few more guys. I know Craig Martin's moving up to Class 11. He's putting up a big 7-litre motor in the back of the Alpha. So
And there's a few being built from what I've been told.
absolutely.
So I think in the next 12 or 18 months you'll see a fair few cars as they pop their 6 litres, they'll go upper level. Which
Yeah, it
means
caught me unannounced with the 11 cars. I was lucky enough to go to the Don River Dash last year and watch that, which was a terrific event in September up in Bowen, the Whitsundays, down this riverbed, and there was 2 or 3 Class 11s running, and interesting. They had, 7 litre engines in them.
Yeah, and with that comes everything else that needs to be bulletproof. Axles, transmissions. Oh, we've got Steve-O's rolling up to the line there. 248, little 1650 powered car. He's
Had it
been
for a
in-
lot of years. It was
Yeah.
immaculate. I had a look at it last night, and it's a immaculate car. He always does very good maintenance on it. And I'll have a chat, Steve. He's been around for a long
Yeah, I
time.
was about to say he doesn't mind having a chat. He's a good character, is Steve.
Down from Portland in sunny Victoria, which is not a long way from me, I wouldn't think.
No, it'd only be a few hour drive. But he always seems to do reasonably well as well. He's got a consistent finish rate.
Been around for a long time, exceptional sand driver, so there's a lot of sand out here, so underpowered, but
Should be
I'm
good
sure
out in
it
the
should be
desert.
good. Yep.
Yeah, old Steve-O, have a chat. I was talking to him last night, Glenn. He said he wasn't really happy with the big sandy sections out the back. It knocks him around for an old bloke. But pretty rough in that old Rivmaster, the old Hunter Rivmaster.
Very capable, but obviously only a Class 2 car, so up to 1650cc, so it's a hard day in the office out of a place like this. But if anyone could steer it around safely around this place, it'd be Pete Stevenson, that's for sure.
Now, we had, Darren, just word on what happened out there before, what cars went over and what cars...
So the car that went over was Sean Radcliffe in the 1007. So that was the single-seater that we're looking at. No damage to Sean's car. And, of course, in the rules, as Glenn said earlier, the next car along had to stop and stop at the scene of the accident, so he got a rerun in the Prologue.
Yeah, that's sort of what we thought was going on, but we didn't know who was upside down.
Yep, no, it certainly was Sean Radcliffe. So he's had his first rollover, his first event. He made the third corner
And
and
hopefully he
stuck
got
it
out
on
of
his
the way.
roof.
Hopefully he got it out of the way.
That's it. But the trouble is, things come in threes.
Oh. The worst part about it is no numbers on the floor pan either, guys, so it's hard to pick when they're turtled, but that's the way it happens, and we've all been there.
Several times. We should have 671 Scott Coulston up on the start line. In another
Sean McQueen
Can-Am
from Victoria.
He's away. Gee, they get.
Is
they
the way
hook
they
up and
get, don't they
quite
get
well.
going quickly, Sandy? They're just traction, 4-wheel drive, turbocharged, 900cc, and they're pushing really not much. The heaviest
No.
part of those cars is the two blokes
I was
in it.
going to say the two occupants.
And of course, they're getting bigger and bigger, those cars too, and more power out of them. And it won't be long before we actually see a Can-Am or a Polaris win one of these events outright. We only need to get a little bit of mud out there, and with the 4-wheel drive, they're very nimble and agile, and they'll win. They'll take out first place in one of these events.
Especially if it's tighter, Darren, if it's a bit tighter, because I only got a top speed of around, correct me if I'm wrong, around 130k, but they're just so quick through the corners and nimble, and you get a tight track and you just won't beat one of these.
Yeah, we can see the track on the screen, which has our layout. Bit interesting.
And of course, we've got a couple of cameras out on the circuit on the Prologue
Yeah, I
track
think
this
we've got
morning.
about 4 in total cameras. We've
Beautiful.
got a stoppage out
Looks
there.
like there's a stoppage too. Oh, he's going again. The fire went out for a minute, but there's someone, looks like it's side by side. It's stopped out there on the screen, but he's just got going again. As now we've got some great footage of a car coming towards us as 411 leaves the start line.
Fosters, great crew, great team, family-orientated team. Everything they have is purple, kind of like everything I have. It seems to be orange. They've been at a few of the ARB championship rounds in the past, and I think they're here to stay.
Well, Mark Foster was, I think he got awarded the most travelled off-roader last year.
There you go.
He went to, I think, every off-road race that was around Australia last year. So he competed in every one. He's a die-hard competitor. He loves off-road racing. And that truck's certainly done a lot of work.
That's been around a while. That's old Bernie's old car.
Well, there wouldn't be much left of it. He's rebuilt the thing.
You're right.
Yeah, certainly great. And,
Talking about a competitor that's been around a long time, 1058, Class 10 car on the start line now. Kenny Holt and Jeremy Holt from Bendigo in the Raptor.
Gee, Glenn, when
Kenny
I
Holt.
started racing back in 1978, I think Ken started racing. I'll have to get a sheet up on him, but I believe Ken started racing in about 75, and he's been around a long time.
So he'd have to be well into his 60s, surely. But
Builds all his own cars. That car's got a 2.5 litre V6. I think it's a Mazda engine in the back with a Weddell 6-speed gearbox. So
it's a 2.5 litre Lexus, it says here on the sheet,
Lexus,
Darren. Yeah.
a Toyota Lexus. I was looking at it last night. I was trying to work out whether it was a Mazda or a Toyota, but I know it's got a 6-speed Weddell transmission. It's sequential, so and he does a great job with that vehicle. But Ken's been around a long time. He's certainly driven a lot of off-road miles.
We've got another Class 10 coming up last time. James Putt Tyrrell on his own from Victoria in the SR 22.2 litre Jimco.
Single-seat ex-Brad Chasemore car.
That's it.
Yep.
Ex-Brad Chasemore, and prior to that it goes right back to one of the Simpsons, Dion or
Paul Simpson's car it was. So it was Paul Simpson's car. Came in from America in 1998, and it had a Toyota V6 engine in it back in the day with a Fortin transmission, 5-speed.
Big jump by 201 through the finish line.
Now, Brock Pendlebury
Brock
just came
Pendlebury.
out of the finish line. He told me that car's 35 years old now. Old bean car.
Beam car, and he comes over to jump like that. He didn't lift.
And he's punched it up to third outright at the moment. So Brock Pendlebury did a beautiful time of 7:14.
That's phenomenal.
And away goes Pup, as we all know him, James Tyrrell. Beautifully prepared vehicle. James has just rebuilt that car from the ground up and done a fantastic job. Changed the colour of it from white to grey. And he spent so much time in the shed rebuilding it. On the way up, the wheel fell off his tow trailer. So that's what we do in off-road racing.
It's always the way, isn't it? We spend all that time on money and the race vehicles and the tow trailers and all just don't get any attention.
Nothing at all. It's like when you go out with your boat. You know, you go out with a boat, you work on your boat, and then the wheel falls off the trail of the boat.
There's Holt coming across in front of us. He's fair moving.
He's going well, and Pup is into it too, down that chute, down that tree line down near Lake Wells down there. He had a lot of momentum going.
Certainly great. Look at that view from up in the commentary box over that lake. Isn't it glistening, the water down there this morning?
Phenomenal. I nearly went for a skinny dip down there this morning, mate.
Did you bring your Speedos with you, mate?
Not a good idea, I don't think, Sandy, because apparently it's loaded with all this brown stuff.
Gee, Steve Shelby's time in that Can-Am is still 6:35. No one's near it. Here goes old Haverchat, Steve.
Oh, Haverchat will give it a bit.
And he's car number 248, Peter Stevenson, a 7:29. 5th overall.
It's 408, Dean Miller and Joe Cassius from New South Wales in the Ursic Chevy LS2 6-litre trophy truck leaves the start line.
So we've had Brock Pendlebury. He's on top of the Class 2 at the moment. He's 3rd overall with a 7:14. And then we've got Peter Stevenson. He's 5th with a 7:29.
So there's three, the 3rd, 4th and 5th outright, all Class 2 cars. That's interesting. They're not the biggest powered cars out there, but they're up the pointy end. So it'll be interesting to see what. Now the track's smaller in here, but it'll be interesting to see what happens out there tomorrow when they've actually really got to get out on those long roads on the way out to the desert, because there's some fair. I'm tipping the cars will be hitting well over 200k an hour on the way out to the desert tomorrow and on the way back in.
Yeah, normally here we've got the local policeman, Tony. He goes out there and he gets his radar gun and he radios back to us. So more than likely, if he's not too busy, that might happen this weekend. And it's great getting the speeds that they're going down there. So we've got Trevor Chandler and Jake Williams on the start line in car 37, our first ultimate vehicle. He was entered for not St George. He's into it too. That's a Jaguar powered buggy. He was heading off to Queensland for the first round of the ARC, but again, the weather scared him off, so he's entered here.
One, two, three, up to the dummy grid. It seems like a Burrows car. That's young Burrows. We've got the Carter car lining up at the start line, who did well last year as well. So we've seen a lot of familiar faces back, a couple of noobs out there, a couple of new cars, but also, yeah, a few people that have been here and been coming to the championship, ARB championship since its inception.
Gee, Sandy, don't these Burrows cars look nice?
Fantastic.
Oh, big jump by 411.
Foster.
Gee, that lands well.
Yeah, no rebound or anything there.
They've got it well sorted.
So we got the start line there.
So
Number 18,
Mark
Dean Carter and Brad Jacob from South Australia in the Razorback 6-litre Chevy powered buggy.
Ooh, Mark Foster back. He's up to second outright. Mark Foster must have been flying out there. He's done a 7:06.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, good time.
5 seconds puts him in second place.
We've still only got one car in the 6 minutes, 6 minute 35. That's going to be a hard one to toss.
Oh, big slide by Chandler. He's into it in the infield. Through the right-hander and over these series of jumps in the infield. And the King Chrome buggy.
We have got, don't forget folks, we're live on about 14 channels. Tell your friends. Because there's a few different pages that are putting this out live. Hopefully we can get all the information out to everybody you need to and want to. Anybody that's interested and involved in the off-road racing here in Australia. And I believe we've got a few Americans listening in and a few from other parts of the world as well. Can you hold a little bit of a double bounce in the front end as he came over there?
Had some momentum.
Gee, I think Ken still had the foot hard into it when he went over.
He
I think he thought it was 2 laps.
Yeah, once you go over that jump and the finish line, that's it. That's a timing marker. So, yeah, that's where you need to get to. Is we've got a gaggle. We've got the second of our Class 11 car now, fellas, leaving the start line. 11:10, Darren Frankling and Rob Hackney from Victoria in the Can-Am Maverick.
Another turbo 900cc car.
So they've obviously done some modification to that to make it go in as a Class 11 car.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure what it is.
They might be up to turbo boost or something like that. But
just seeing their recent performances, mate, ARB top 10, and they just had to state that they finished in front of Andy Brown, who is the grand poobah of ARB, as we know.
Not a good career move. Looks like we've got car 2, first, the 27th car off the start line, Glenn Pike and Adam Caganolo from Victoria in the Can-Am Maverick. As who went through the finish line there? Was that Pup Tyrrell?
Yep. Over. We'll get his time pop up here any second now, I reckon. I think he'll be up the point end.
Yeah, he was quick.
He doesn't like losing. He doesn't like coming through. He doesn't like coming through.
And I'll tell you what, he's got Trevor behind him that looked like he had the foot into it too. So.
Oh,
James Terrell up to second outright.
Still can't get that.
Yeah, let's look at that. He's gone into the sixes, a 6:51.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah,
He'll be
beautiful
wrapped.
time.
He'll be absolutely wrapped with that.
Yep, so
There.
Pup,
Mum
old
listening
James
at
Terrell.
home, your boy's done it.
Yep, he's done very well. And of course, we know his mum and dad are sitting at home this weekend. They can't make it. Unfortunately, but I'm sure
They'll be
you're
proud,
watching.
mate.
They'll be watching there on Facebook, and of course,
Just looking in the list too, there's still another 3. There's the Bowie car, there's the Visser car, and there's a Standen car. So there's another 10 cars that he's got to contend against.
And Bowie being pretty hard to top off as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's no slouch. I think it's 690. Simon Gubbins and Ben Lugg from Victoria in the Can-Am Maverick.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's the top of the page too. 28th car off the start line.
Yeah. Damien Nickel lined up behind him. Car 408 over the finish line. Nice and smooth. Seem to have their suspension well sorted too. You see rolling across the front of the crowd here is our current second place car with a 651. James the Pup Tyrrell. Hey, guess what just came in third? Dean Miller in that 408 Class 4 car. He just popped it. So we're seeing a few of these cars now getting popped down the list as a couple of the faster cars start coming through. Dean Miller in with a 705. So he's still 14 seconds behind James. The dust doesn't look like it's too much of a problem out there, boys. It is dusty, but it's not thick. We've seen them at events in the past where you literally can't see 40 feet in front of you.
I think a minute and a half is a good gap too. I don't know, what are they leaving at this afternoon, Sandy, in the heat?
I did hear a minute and a half.
Minute and a half
May be
individually?
correct- may be corrected,
Well, it's
but-
good because the wind, it's funny, some flags are kind of up there and others are just limp. So
Yeah.
it's not a lot of wind around, but
Trevor Chandler's car just across the line. It looked a little bit slow coming up that last straight there, like it was a bit flat.
Mate, look at your screen and tell me
Yeah,
if it's slow.
but not slow. Second outright, but still we've got 614 on top of the heap with a 635. We've got Trevor Chandler with a 647.
There you go.
Yeah, certainly. Well, it wasn't slow.
3 cars in the 6 is correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And we've got James Terrell, who's third outright at the moment. So, of course, they're all going for the Raceline Wheels Australia Prologue Trophy today. And, of course, straight after the Prologue, there'll be a presentation down there where the ARB flags are flying for first in the Prologue this morning.
Damien Nickel and Cameron Percy, car 430 in the Nickel Off-Road Trophy truck with a 6-litre Chevy.
I've raced against these guys side by side with these guys in the past too, and they don't mind a battle either. It's pretty quick. They've done a lot of that work on that car themselves.
You don't give in too easy, though, do you, Sandy?
I don't
No.
give in myself.
Look at that. Beautiful jump. Who's going to win the longest jump of the weekend, we reckon?
Oh, we all know Greg's got it.
Yeah,
Greg Gartner. in
Greg
his
likes to have a crack, doesn't he?
Class 4.
Yeah,
I tell you who else doesn't mind a big jump is Mick Mayer in the 482 car, was it 4?
Yeah, Mick likes to have a big jump.
Yeah.
What we should do
So-
is step out and put a witch's hat there for today or tomorrow, so
Give
we
him a little bit
know.
of a teaser.
Yep, and we'll give a bottle of champagne to the longest jump of the weekend.
It's all about
What do you reckon?
momentum, isn't it? It's all about speed leading up to it, and Greggy Gartner is probably as quick as we get. But a couple of those big boys might give it a bit of a shake.
And don't forget, we've got new cars out here. Max Burrow's new car. We haven't even seen that jump yet, have we?
No, you're right there. But
So, you never know.
we've got some nice awards for the weekend. Who we got off the line here, Glenn?
1092, Dale Standen and Craig Ball from New South Wales in the PPR Nissan SR20 powered buggy.
Another Class 10. Gee, that class is definitely growing. Year by year, it's getting bigger and bigger since it was brought in just a few years ago. The Nickel boys out in front of us.
Yeah, he's into it too. Yeah, the 10 class, that was the best initiative that they made for a long time, because as Darren said earlier, the 2 cars now with up to 1600, the motors are just so hard to get. And
a lot of those drive lines will handle a 2.5 litre.
Oh,
so they
correct.
can just pull one motor out and upgrade without having the issue of blowing gearboxes and snapping CVs, etc. So
Exactly
it's kind of
right.
an easy upgrade class as such.
Well, I'd like to thank Screenshot Big Screens for all the people who are sitting at home and watching this on Facebook and getting a live coverage coming from 4 cameras. And of course, we're going to have Sandy out a bit later on today, and Sandy's going to be roving around with the camera, interviewing a few drivers. Is that right, Sandy?
Yeah, as they come in, we'll be out. We'll try and get down in the pits and show you how it all works down there. We've got a beautiful new big pit area, well laid out. We'll follow everybody and anybody we can.
Might do a big long screen shot from the commentary here.
Big jump.
We're looking over the pits here. It's about 5 acres. The pit's all gravelled. It's just a sight to be seen, isn't it?
As a Middlemiss car, Dave and Alice Middlemiss, 117, he's no slouch too in the Cougar 3.5 litre VQ35 powered buggy.
I believe it'd be one of the fastest beam cars in Australia at the moment, Glenn.
He'll have to be. He'll be. You watch him. He'll be into it. Your wife on board as a navigator, and he always goes very hard, David.
Yeah, bottom half of the throttle everywhere. A great competitor. Tries family man, brings the family off. All his family put a tent up on the hill here, and they have a great weekend racing.
Yeah, that is right, mate. The Middlemiss crew have been in the game for a fairly long time now too, haven't they?
Oh, certainly have been from Ballarat.
We've got, you see Sibbo coming out to the start line here.
Of course, Glenn Pike just went through in the Can-Am. He 5th outright with a 6:56. Another great time, Sandy.
Yeah, they're definitely getting well under the 7-minute bracket.
So we've got a few under 6 minutes at the moment. So we've got 6:35, 6:39, 6:47, 6:51 and 6:56.
The Transvent 433 car leading the line. These boys know about off-road. They've been doing all types of off-road for a very long time.
Certainly have. The Simpson car driving around in front of us at the moment. The green weapon there, the truck. And of course, Peter only knows one speed, and that's flat out. So he's going to put on a good show for us here, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you just come to the circuit, you're watching the Prologue. This is our qualifying to see who's going to start this afternoon.
In what order?
Yeah, in what order? So at the moment, we've got car number 614, Steve Chilby. He's the fastest. Dean Carter, car number 18. He's second. Trevor Chandler, third. And James Tyrrell, fourth. And fifth is Glenn Pike. So that's where we are at the moment. But the big boys yet to come. And when I say the big boys, these are the ones with the big high-powered engines in. And they love getting into it, Sandy.
I'll tell you what, I just saw Hayden Bentley roll across the front of us. Class 8 car, full drive, turboed Cadillac.
No, it's got a Nissan GTR Skyline engine.
Oh, no,
in
that's
it.
right, yes, we did have this
Twin
discussion last
turbo,
night.
runs about, I believe, about 30 PSI a boost in that thing, about 900.
1 million horsepower.
Yeah, 900 horsepower, 4-wheel drive. That'll put on a show.
And big travel, so it's perfectly suited to pretty much any condition out here. I think these four-wheel drive trucks and buggies that are starting to circulate in Australia are going to dominate out here. They'll be suited to all types of conditions over.
Who's your pick? Who's your pick for today, mate? Come on. I'm going to put you on the spot. Tell us who's going to win this Prologue.
Prologue, it's either got to be Danny Brown or Greg Gartner.
Ooh, what about Havey? He's hard to toss.
I just...
Gee
I don't know.
whiz.
I know, I've seen Greg here a few times, But in saying that, you know, we've got such a big field of big end cars.
Oh, absolutely.
Matty Hansen.
Matty
I haven't seen
Hansen,
Matty
we've got
Hansen yet.
Aaron James. All forgetting Aaron James.
8-time Australian champion, Mark Burrows, sitting there.
We've got cars like Molesey even, you know, and Brent Martin, our last year's champion.
And his brother Dale in
Yep.
the twin turbo this year.
They
So
are both fast.
they're all fast.
They're all
And
fast
look
cars.
out. Watch this space.
There is no picking any winner at the moment. You know, normally you go to an event and you could pick the top 3 or top 5, but this weekend you're trying to pick the top 10 or 15, aren't you?
Oh, I love putting you on the spot, Sandy.
Jamie Knight and Lachlan Bosman from Queensland, 439 in the big Silverado 6-litre Chev. Ex-Luke Hall, nice looking car.
And look at this. Look who's gone to the top of the heap. Damien Nichols. Damien Nichols snuck in here on us at a 6:33 in the truck.
Here he is coming down in front of the spectator area
Now,
in the night.
there's our
Night
first-
engineering.
He's on top of the heap, ladies and gentlemen. That truck must have been absolutely on the money out there.
He'll be ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic.
Certainly will be. So, Damien Nichols with a 6:33.
Kniflex Engineering, which I believe he does nearly everything on that car himself.
I venture to say that whoever wins the prologue will be under 6s.
Yeah,
Late
I reckon you're
fives.
right. I reckon we've still got
In
a
8
few-
kilometres, that's fair howling.
Yeah, when you've seen the cars that are out there, and we know there's some of the big cars to come out.
Who's going to take home the Raceline Wheels trophy for the prologue, the fastest in the prologue this morning?
Good to see Chris Hummer and Raceline Wheels on board for this championship.
Of course, we've got 3 major sponsors for this event, and it's ARB Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres Australia, and on board now for the whole series is Raceline Wheels Australia. And that'll be down there at where the ARB flags are flying down there. Be a presentation straight after the prologue for the winner. Will it be Damien Nichols? He's on top of the pile at the moment.
We've got to thank McLean Sonic for all this gear that we're using here today, Darren, too. You know,
All the audio,
all
the
the
new
audio,
audio
it's-
gear we've got.
Oh,
Gee
it's
whiz.
fabulous with all these extra speakers, and we've got everything on board here, and it's just fabulous to work with these people.
I tell you what, I came in here earlier and said it looked like a nightclub setup.
It's certainly great.
I thought I would have to go to school for 12 months to operate some of this stuff, but it's pretty basic, but as long as I don't touch anything, I think it'll all work well. And the air conditioner's working well too.
Yeah, and I believe that the audio setup took 2 weeks to erect here, and down in the pits we are, and all the way along the viewing area. It's working very well.
As Dave and Alice Middlemiss come through the finish line, and I think they've lost... They kept the boot in right down to the first corner.
Ooh, there
again.
they are,
Hey,
4th
hey.
overall with a 6:47.
Yeah, they'd be fast.
Yep, so Dave and Alice Middlemiss, car number 117 with a 6:47. 4th overall at the moment.
With a little... A 3-litre in that Jag, Trevor Chandler's car, and a little Rotax 900 turbo.
For a 1057, Rod
No.
Visser and Cody Visser in the Lumacraft, powered by the, again, the 2.4 litre Honda.
I noticed Dale Stanton driving by there, car number 1092, and he did a 7:17, and he's 14th overall at the moment. Meanwhile, we've got Andy Brown driving car number 45 past, warming up the brakes, warming up the engine. Before it lines up. Of course,
64-year-old, is he? 64.
and we won't
still
say how old Andy is, but
about 64 and fast.
certainly a fierce competitor, loves off-road racing, is so passionate about the sport. Of course, the company sponsors Andy's a director or CEO of ARB, and of course they put all their money up to off-road racing and put this series on in conjunction with Mickey Thompson Tyres, and this year Raceline Wheels has come on board. So great to have 3 good sponsors like that. And, of course, we've got the new blow-up erection there at the start line, Glenn. Doesn't that look a treat?
That looks fabulous. Yeah, that's terrific. And
That'll be going to every event this year.
yes. As long as they keep fueling the generator, it'll still keep looking good. As car 19 leaves the start line, which is Jake Freckleton and Daniel Gibson.
Apparently they're keeping that thing erected from all the hot air that's coming out of the commentary booth.
Says you
Oh, well,
guys.
it'll stay erected if that's the case.
There's I just see Class 4, the Denham's car, 433 came over in 4th place, mate. 643. So we're starting to get a fair few more cars down the 6-minute bracket.
Certainly are. That's a great effort. Of course, Michael Denham's been around a long time. Beautifully prepared truck. Looking
Just
at
watching
it
it
last
going
night
down the front
main
of us
street.
now. It's, how good's that look?
Look at
That's
that.
giant
What a
trans fan.
picture. Yep.
That's
Beautiful.
a good looking truck.
And he's competed all around the globe.
Gets
in
around a
off-road.
bit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
As we've got Mark Burrows on the start line and Tom Burrows, all the Burrows clan out here this weekend for the first time in the brand new Monkfab MF101, which is the first one built. Buggy, powered by a 3.5 litre.
Of course, Mark's our 8-time Australian champion. And in with him, his very, very first race is Mark's youngest son, Tommy. And Tom's about 17, I believe. And he's having his first navigator's job in with Dad, so he's going to enjoy the ride.
He was telling me last night he just wants to navigate once before he takes over the right-hand side.
Oh, is that
Good luck with that. But how good's this car look? Oh, look at that. Plenty of grunt. Brand new car, first out, 8 times Australian champion.
And it definitely hooked up off the line nicely. Wasn't messy, looked very smooth, and smooth as fast out here.
Brand new car. They always look nice when they're new.
Hopefully he has a good run.
Good paint job on that car.
Yeah, who did that? Glendarren
Who
Auto
did that?
Panels.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Was that a freebie, was it?
It's just going down. You see him on the screen there going, he's flying.
He's
He is
going.
on
He's got
the
some
gas, eh?
momentum. Well,
Wow.
Here's your pick coming up. Look at this, Sandy.
I love this car. I'll tell you what. I loved it.
Greggy Gartner.
yeah. I'd never seen it go that slow. There's a big jump by 439, which is Jamie Knight.
All the way down from Queensland, Jamie. Knight.
Yep,
Yeah.
and the ex-Luke Hall, Yokohama-sponsored car. It's good to see. Got the Yokies on board.
And I believe Jamie Knight is the president of the Gundawindi Off-Road Car Club.
Yeah.
The Off-Road Racing Car
Indeed.
Club.
Now we've got Andrew Moles and Tegan Moles all the way from Alice Springs in the Northern Territory on the start line now. Now they were going to the other event, which was being run in Queensland.
Listen to this.
They got turned around and they've come, I think they've done about 4,000 Ks to get here. This thing is fast, loud, and he's strong.
Sounds phenomenal.
It's powered by a BMW S65 3.5 litre, but this bloke, he gives it heaps.
Everything. Now, while we were looking at that vehicle, Jamie Knight went across the line with a car number 439, and he's presently 8th overall with a 654. Good time.
Still 20 seconds off the lead, though, mate.
Absolutely. Nobody's got up near Damien Nicol. Of course, we've pushed Steve Chilby back to second, which isn't a bad effort.
Still.
And here
full
comes
of-
43 over the finish line. He's got plenty of momentum too. Is it 43 or 23?
I see 42 rolling across. Son of Andy.
Yeah. Young DB, Danny Brown and George Apted.
Been together in the car for a fair while.
How good's
Back
that look,
from,
Sandy? That is a nice look.
Yeah.
That is.
Runs a
Mate.
V6
If you
twin
can get
turbo GDR Skyline engine in that.
Built in America in San Diego, the same as his dad's car, and that is what we call a hamburger with a lot.
Yeah. Well presented.
Beautiful car. Puts
Those-
out about 900 horsepower at the tread, so he's got plenty under his foot.
He's come a long way from when he started back in Little Rodeo.
Certainly did.
I remember him in go-karts. But last year here, down that home straight, 237 kilometres an hour, and it ripped the tread off, Sandy.
Yeah, wow.
Matthew Burrows just left the line. Of course, Matthew, son of Mark
Mark
Burrows.
and Sharon. Yep.
And driving the Jimco. And he's had one season last year, done a very, very good job.
It's got Jay Mitchell in with him, and it's got the 3.5 litre Holden powered engine in the back of it.
Tell you who's doing a good job, Molesy.
Oh,
Gee,
yeah.
that thing's fast over on the left there.
Oh, that's Visser. He looked strong too. Interesting whether we can knock over Pup Terrell in the Class 10.
Well, Rod Vizza moved up to third overall with a 6:39. So that's car 10:57. He's third overall
So
in the
put Pup
confab.
at first 10 car, is it? Just put Pup back to
Yes.
second in class. has he?
Push Pup back a little bit, but James Terrell's down to 9th overall at the moment. But still, that's a great effort.
Phenomenal. See 9:32 car on the camera there. You're up there fluffing around the back of the car.
We've got 41 on the start line now. Is it 40? No, it's 95, sorry. It's Brett Rogers and Brett Richardson from South Australia in the 6 litre powered buggy. It's got a bit of stick too, Sandy.
It seems to get going all right as well, hey?
Pick the front wheels up.
Burrows car. Keep your eye on that Burrows car straight out in front of us, folks. It's fresh
And fast.
and fast.
And I'll tell you what, his dad was going pretty well too when he went through the infield. As we've got the Freckleton car coming through the finish line now, he's got some pace going. Big jump.
Wow.
Oh, and he's
There's a
lost
wheel.
the front left-hand wheel.
And not only that, that wheel,
Wow,
we'll be
how
able to
lucky.
stop that wheel before the road, to be honest. I can see it. I'm gonna
Man,
go-
that wheel is
is-
that front
I think
left-hand
that
wheel is I reckon he's lost the stub, Darren, and
That wheel is heading down pit lane into the old pits. Hopefully, I'm just watching it go behind the silage pile, and it's probably going to end up just on the road.
I tell you what, Sandy, you done well to save it because that could have got real ugly.
Yep, I've seen that happen before, and it can certainly be dangerous when you see one of those things coming in.
Well, they're
Seems to have
certainly too
stopped.
expensive to lose. You don't want to lose a wheel like that because, you know, it's probably about $1,000 worth of wheel and tyre.
Yep, definitely. It's
More than likely, there's a stub axle that's gone with it, I'd say, and I doubt whether the wheel would have come. Well, the wheel is certainly come off the car, but whether it's got a stub axle attached to it or not, I don't know.
I don't know. We'll send a recovery crew or something down there to pick up that wheel. Hey, have a look at the finish line. Here it is. First finish.
Nice jump for Mark Burrows.
jump.
We'll see where he moves up. We'll have the time very shortly.
Car 21. Fresh car.
Brand new car, just finished the pro. Oh, on top. Right up on top. Mark
There you go.
Burrows with a 619, ladies and gentlemen.
619.
Car number 21. He's
Smooth
on
and
top
fast.
of the heap.
First out for smooth and fast.
14 seconds ahead of anybody. So we're getting closer to the 5-minute bracket, but he's one of the top chargers out here this weekend. So you'll probably, I reckon we'll struggle to see much better than that.
Of course, that is a brand new car, Sandy. It's its first outing. Hadn't turned a wheel, and it's gone out there, and he's put it on top of the heap. 619. Great time.
68 on the start line now is Craig Barnett and Megan Barnett and Gary Hardy from New South Wales in the Southern Cross Mark 6, powered by a 6-litre Chevy.
I'll tell you what, young Tommy Burrows sitting up there in that left-hand seat, I said it'll be all about Tom. He would have been the navigator of the day.
I wonder how much he said. I wonder how much he said in that 6 minutes and 19 seconds. I don't think he would have said, "Slow down, Dad. This is a bit quick."
Young Tommy be goose-stepping around the pits there, telling everybody how good he is. So,
We've got Bentley's lining up there.
Yeah, he's one
Sivo.
back.
So
We've got
a couple
68.
of fast cars sitting in the lineup before
certainly have.
ready to head out.
We're getting close to the big boys, and we've had a few out already. Well, we just had the biggest boy, car 21 out, who's cleaned up.
Yeah, I see Matty Hansen's wandering out, but Molesy's heading for the finish line here. And,
This will be interesting. Backed off a little bit. You haven't been there before. though, is he?
The sound of that car just gets me.
I heard that he revs it to about 11,000.
It sounds like 20,000, but yeah.
Craig Harrison built that engine, that BMW engine, and it just... where did we see it? It was at Millicent last year,
Millicent
Darren.
last year,
and
so
it
the
just,
first night.
it was top 5, and it just screamed all day.
All weekend.
Will
yeah.
Molesy be able to beat Mark Burrows? We'll soon see.
Barnett's off the line.
68 Barnett, and that was struggling for traction, so that's got plenty of Mumba.
They did a reasonable run last year too. I think they came in reasonably well. Look over on the left, boys. There's Matty Hansen's car.
Andrew Moles, car number 135, 5th outright with a 638.
Yeah, that's not bad. He's up there, 638 in the sixes, safely in the sixes. So
Will
yeah,
anybody get the high fives?
Let's
as
see
Sandy
what-
said, they might struggle, but I nominated that earlier. I reckon
You always get one, don't you?
This bloke in
going to
front of us
nominate
might do it.
whoever wins the prologue will get a 559.
You reckon?
This bloke in front might do it.
I tell you, Bentley's off the line. He's got good traction being a four-wheel drive.
Yep.
Well, he's about to get off the line, should I say. He's got a four-wheel drive and plenty of power. And
Twin
big
turbo,
travel. So
twin
it's
turbo.
a bloody phenomenal combination.
Yep,
Matty
and he's a
Burrow.
great drive, been around for 100 years, won 2 Fink Desert races, so he's no slouch, and the whole family's been involved for years, and all the boys have been great drivers, and Hayden's a, you know.
Oh, Matt Burrows, look at that. Second to that. Car number
to see.
123, Matt Burrows, second outright with a 632.
13
Watch out for this
6:51
car on the start
off
line now that just left 818 in the Racer Trophy truck powered by a twin turbo Nissan 3.5 litre engine. No slouch.
This will be good to watch. Like I said, it's got pretty much everything you need in an off-road car, doesn't it? It's got traction, it's got wheel travel, and it's got massive amount of horsepower.
And it's well built by racer Dale Dondell in America, and no doubt it'll be well driven too, Sandy.
Yeah, we've got...
Isn't that great to see both the Burrows cars, first and second at the moment?
Not bad for the
Mark
family. The
Burrows.
first time out as all the boys. Matt driving 1, 2, 3, and of course Mark and his son Tom in car 21, which is the fastest so far. Take some
However,
beat.
They have got room to stick a few in between there at times. Yeah, there's definitely room to squeeze a couple of other cars in amongst them, which I'm sure they'll be hoping there isn't. We've got Sibo out there. See, there's a couple of big trucks coming out now. We're starting to see those times definitely all coming out. We're getting a lot of times down the 6-minute bracket now.
We've got 23 there, which is Craig Krog and Tony Faloba. Talking to Tony before, yeah, he's navigating for the first time. He said it's a bit easy, his car's not quite ready, and they're from Queensland in the Razorback 6 litre Chevy. So, you know, there's a bit of talent in that car.
Certainly is. While we've got a little bit of a break, don't forget to come up to the tent up here and see the Rainbow Riders Event Association. All the ladies in the tent putting on a great meal. You get egg and bacon and hamburgers and coffees. So just come up and see them while you're sitting on the hill. If you want something to eat, pop into the tent and grab it. See Narelle there and all the other ladies. They do a fantastic job.
I just see car 95, Brett Rogers has slipped in between the Burrows family. Yeah, he's wedged himself in there. So
Spoiled
he's
the
come
party,
across
has
the
he?
line second. That's pretty blooming good. And just looking out a bit further, see Hayden Bentley's car disappearing down the bottom on the left.
Plenty of momentum too,
that
Sandy.
was a move.
Plenty of momentum.
Well, here's Andy Brown right in front of us there, and of course he won the Prologue at the very last event last year over at the Pines.
He did.
And he's pretty hard to beat in a Prologue.
He told me last night that they ran out of time to get him a crank for his engine, so he actually put a cracked crank back in that car. And I'm not kidding you. That's what he told me. He goes, I haven't got many years of racing left.
Yep.
And you telling me it's a few months away from getting a crank, put my old one back in, I'm having a go.
So the engine builder said, are you feeling lucky?
Sibbo, he's a sicko and he's off the line.
He's been around forever too. Sibbo from Warragul in Victoria. course, got D, his wife, in with him in the Richard Bennett trophy truck, and it's got another LS2 6-litre Chevy powered motor up the front.
They've been out here, out and about for years now, hey, in that car. Sibbo was last in that little Baja bug.
That's right. Raced it for years. He's been racing as long as I can remember, and sort of Peter started racing, I think, in about 1978, 79. So he's been
was
off-road
still in
racing a
nappies,
long
mate.
time. Were you? Oh, I can just remember. I was just out of nappies.
I'm surprised you were born.
But no, Pete's been around a long time. By gee, doesn't he love off-road racing? And he met Dee, married Dee. She loves off-road racing. She navigates for him. They have ripper time together.
I saw last year at the Pines, they had 4 generations there, which was fantastic to see.
Yeah.
People coming on here now, 1 or 2 and even 3 generations out here. The Browns have got 3 generations out here this weekend as well.
As we've got 482 on the start line, immaculate prepared car. It's Mick Maher and Ray Farrell from Victoria in the TSCO Aussie Spec twin turbo
Tesco.
TT Dugan's Chevy. It's got a Dugan 6-litre Chevy in it. Man, that's shifting a bit of dirt too.
He certainly loves it. He bought that car in a few years ago from America, and it was built by a company over there called Tesco. They build a great trophy truck, and certainly Mick knows how to punt it around, and it was shifting a heap of dirt there off the start line. And of course, we've got Peter Simpson going through the infield. Oh, it's riding well too.
It just shows you how rough it is for that infield. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
That's got good suspension travel, and that is dancing around all over. Oh, massive bump by 68. Craig Barnett, Megan Barnett from New South Wales and the Southern Cross Mark 6. They had plenty of momentum. Be interesting to see how they go.
Oh, they're 10th overall. Craig Barnett with a 640.
That's not a bad finish. That's not a bad finish at all.
Oh, anything in the 6s is good, Sandy. Anything in the 6s is very good. Look at this bloke
We've got
out
a lot
in
of
front.
big boys playing out the front in front of us now.
Oh,
Got
I reckon
Havey.
Haby's going to be hard to toss.
Browns,
Yeah,
I can
the
see the
Brown
Browns.
boys.
Yeah. I can see Hanson was out there.
I see our current number 1 champion from last year.
Yeah, look out for those Martin boys.
Brent
Dale and
Martin.
Brent.
Yeah.
Look out.
Dale's also out there lining up. So we've got a fair few of these guys that we were talking about that could quite easily take it out overall.
Look at the pace of
Look
this
at this.
trophy truck.
Man.
Gee
Look
whiz.
at Mick Mayer. He's not here to catch spiders.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he wants second place trophy looking
Nah,
at that.
Not at all.
Gee whiz. Whoa, stutter on its nose. Fantastic. Look at that way that truck's handling.
I don't think he's
Sounds
lifted.
amazing.
Look at it. I don't think he's lifted.
In off-road language, that thing is dancing.
That is phenomenal. Good to listen to, good to watch.
I tell you what, good to watch. I'm glad I'm not in it.
I've got to say, it's more comfortable in
Like-
that thing than a Class 7 or 8.
Is it
So I'd
really?
be rather gladly be in that than my cars.
Tell you what, it all looks easy for me, doesn't it, Sandy? But it
Sit
ain't.
back up here.
It ain't easy.
Got a little room in front of you.
I tell you what, you know.
These cars, it's good to see the cars come back nice and clean, though.
When it's raining out here,
Oh.
you get cars and they all look brown. You
Brown,
can't see
yeah.
a blooming thing.
They all start looking the same. But today, we've got perfect off-road conditions. How good's that? We've got a little bit of breeze. It's stopped at the moment, but, you know, the dust
Moving
is
the
dropping.
dust away.
Yeah. And certainly the cars are coming back as clean as they went out.
And creating a safer race condition so you're not, when you do catch somebody,
This is one way to bring a broken car back. This is the car, the Freckleton car that lost the wheel. He's hooked up to an excavator. Not an excavator, it's a
Front-end
telehandler, a front-end loader.
so I've actually had the toe of shame very similar to that myself.
Now let's look to see whether the stub is missing, which it looks like from
like it
here.
is.
Yeah, I reckon it's lost the whole stub assembly, come wheel. And who knows, I think that might be in the IGA in centre of town as we speak, the wheel, because that was fair travelling.
Yeah, definitely left the stadium, and
I tell you what, it would have been frightening too, Sandy, because he didn't lift. It come down nice.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, front left-hand wheel parts, and he was only a passenger. There's a lot of trees there. Like if he got out of whack,
shape quick.
oh,
As he
scary.
does. You see Mick Maher on the screen there, still holding it flat.
But that car will be easy to fix. If you've got the parts in the pits, he'll be there.
Well, you're going to need a brake line, you need a stub. He's
You
obviously.
need to find your wheel.
Oh well, he's got one.
Right, yeah,
he's
once
got
you
one
find the
strapped
wheel.
on the back. That's a good start. But I certainly wouldn't look in the general area. I'd be starting to look a couple of K away. It's gone. It took off.
His
See,
old Mick.
Sibbo's over on our left doing his U-turn, so about to head back around. Yeah, the stubs looks like the welds failed and snapped through there. I can see Sibbo coming up to the finish line. D and Pete been in the game a long time.
Wide open, big jump.
It's good just to stop for a second and listen to those engines, isn't it?
Don't you love the sound of a Chev?
We don't
There's a
don't
few
get-
out
Chev
there.
don't rev.
we don't get quite the sound up here in the box as you guys do at the front of the finish line. I'll see some of that soon. As soon as the Prologue finished, I'll be out and about. Go and have a chat to some drivers and some teams down in the pits.
Of course, second overall, we've had Craig
Krog.
Grog. Yeah. Car number 23.
That's not a bad effort, is it?
Oh, I told you it's a good combination because Tony Flaver's in with him. He navigated. He's got some history as a driver.
So Craig Grog, gee whiz, all the way from Queensland. He's come down to play with the big boys, and
He is.
he's showing us what he come down for.
He's got the Mickey Thompsons on board, and he's looks like he's from Budrum, which is around the Sunshine Coast somewhere. But the Razorback 6-litre powered Chev.
What about Peter Simpson's time and D. Simpson?
Third outright.
Gee whiz, third overall.
We do have Michael Marsden on the start line.
Yeah,
So
Michael
probably gonna
Marson
see
and
a
Chris
couple get hopped
Colburn, all the way down from Ayr, near Townsville in North Queensland.
look at this.
Great film. Oh, big
jump.
jump. Oh, man, that was the biggest I've seen so far.
Hey,
Mick
guess
May.
what, mate? Top of the list.
He's just blowing everyone
Mick Mayo
away.
has popped at 482 car across the line with a 619.595. Popped Mark Burrows.
By
at
what?
619.836. So they are literally
Two
200
2/10 of the team.
Mate, that's how. And not only that, these guys might finish this 480k race and still only be that far apart. I've seen it and done it myself before. You know, you do a 300 or 400ks.
That shows you how good our timing is here, ladies and gentlemen.
2/10.
Julie Rogers and Murray Rogers down there in the timing trailer run a
tight
system that measures us down to 2,000ths of a second, which has put Mick Mayer on top of the list. Mark Burrows second.
It
There's
didn't look
nothing
like
in
Mick
it.
Mayo was going out to come third though.
Oh, no. He definitely showed it the bottom of the throttle everywhere around there. Gee whiz, when he went past the front of us here, in front of the com box, that thing was dancing all the way through there.
Phenomenal. We've got an incident over the back by the looks, folks. I see a couple of cars heading out there and we haven't seen much dust for a little bit, so they might just be holding up the start. Mick Marsden hasn't left the line yet, but
Michael Marson, he's just come back from the States. Him and Talbot Cox ran a trophy truck over there. He loves it over there. And
were they over at King of Hammers?
yes,
Yeah,
yep,
yeah.
King of Hammers. And
So
he loves his off-road racing, and they do a great job too, Sandy. I went to the Don River Dash up at Bowen last year, and I'm going back this year. And they compete, but they've got a lot of they're in the organising committee, and they do a great job up there. And I think he's president of the North Queensland Off-Road Association or thereabouts. Him and Talbot, but they certainly run a good ship up there.
yeah,
Michael
good to see him
Marson,
here.
He'd be one of the most travelled off-roaders that we've got, coming
Yep.
all the way from the top end of Queensland, all the way down here.
Oh,
for
yeah,
this, and then he
Townsville,
goes-
North
and then he
Queensland.
goes to Alice Springs, and
Yeah,
we see him at
everywhere.
a lot of races.
see see you just saw Sibbo there before going across the screen. He's still sitting in fourth, so that's pretty good effort for Sibbo's truck. It's not
Great effort.
It's not really what we would say is the pinnacle of trucks out here, but it's definitely sticking to its own.
Geez, he drives it hard though. He drives it really hard.
We're just now currently right across in front of your screen there, the current leader with a 619 595 TSCO truck, phenomenal looking bit of gear, coming back into the pits.
We've got Chris Hummer up in the box. Let's have a word with him. How are you,
From
Chris?
Raceline Wheels.
Oh, absolutely, Chris. And you're one of our new sponsors, mate. What do you think about this event?
Oh, it's going great so far. Really pleased to be involved. I mean, it's a great series. Been running for a couple of years now, and look, we're rapt to be on board, along with Mickey Thompson and ARB.
You're getting a lot of interest in your wheels and Raceline wheels?
Yeah, look, Raceline's been, in the off-road racing scene for probably 26 years now, but not that popular here in Australia. And they're really big in the US, and with the Score racing over there, and obviously Ultra 4 as well. So, look, I'm sure.
At the end of this year, though, you want to see 48
They're
out
gonna
of
be
60
popular by the end of
cars
this year.
on Raceline wheels. Is that right?
Wow, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Just
And I want to thank you very much for bringing the trophy up this weekend to present it to the winner of the Prologue.
Yeah, well, I think Mark Burrows is leading it at the moment.
No.
Is that right? No?
Mick Mayer
been
just rolled
knocked
past.
off by 2/1000ths of a second.
Well, I was going to say, Mark probably doesn't need any more trophies in the cabinet.
Oh,
but,
no, he can't fit them in down now. I've been to his house.
Yeah.
Mick would be looking for one, though, I reckon. Might be his first Prologue trophy.
Well, it'd be nice to see a Raceline trophy on his cabinet, I reckon.
Yeah, that's right, mate. No, you have a great weekend. And look, thanks very much for coming up. And thanks also for being a series sponsor, mate.
Thank you. Glad to be on board.
Well, there you go. We've just heard from Raceline Wheels, and that was Chris Hummer
One of
doing
our
a great
newest
job.
Big sponsors to the championship.
Oh, yeah, it certainly is. And we've only got three. We've got ARB Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres, and Raceline Wheels this weekend. And also, don't forget the Ultimate Helicopters out the back here, near the food tent. They're giving rides. I haven't seen the helicopter kicking around here today, but they came in, the pilot came in before and said, we can do anything for you. We can service any type of ride. We can give you just a quick ride around, or we can chase the car around that you're up here supporting. So jump on a helicopter ride this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
We think maybe Hayden Bentley's had a little mishap out the back there, so
Yeah, we've got a bit of stoppage, so we're only guessing who it is, because if someone loses a wheel or has a flat tyre or you've got to pull over at any incident the next car along. So we'll have two cars stopped out on the circuit
possibly
at the moment.
three, because it's the first two cars have to pull over.
That's correct, yes.
So
So that's why we're looking at a bit of a stoppage now. But of course, if you just walked into the track, come in, and what you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, is the qualifying. We call it the Prologue. So we put 60 cars out on an 8-kilometre circuit, and then the fastest car starts first this afternoon. We have 2 laps this afternoon, 70k and 70k. And so whoever wins this wins the Raceline Wheels trophy for the fastest in the Prologue, and they get to start first. So if you can start first out there this afternoon, it is a big, what would I say, bonus, because
you're
you
not
get
sucking
no
dust.
Yeah.
No dust.
And Sandy will tell you, he's been driving a Class 8 car all his life, and he knows what it's like to suck dust.
Yeah, because we're never really up the front in a Class 8. Bentley seems like he's tried to jump down the very back there, Daniel's hole, and didn't work. So it seems like it might be a fairly big hit out the back there. I know I went through that yesterday on the pre-run, and it's a fair dip out there, and it's just over to our left. There's a couple of spots out in this track so it'll catch you out.
Yeah, my young bloke went in that hole last year, Sandy, and Daniel Wells went in it last year, and he cracked 3 vertebrae in his back. So he didn't come out of that nicely. So
Been there.
hence that's why he's not racing here today. But I can assure you that Daniel's on the mend. He's back at work and he's all healed up again. And on doctor's orders, he's got to have about between 12 and 18 months off, and then he'll be back in the saddle again, back racing.
I'll try not to get lost.
There you go. We're just having a quick chat to Lammy, who has a lot to do with the Pines event and the championship overall. This is actually the 10th year the ARB championship has been motoring along, and with a lot of momentum now. We're seeing a lot of the high-end cars coming over, competing, and not only that, we're seeing a lot of newbies coming into this sport as well, which is bloody awesome to see. You can get into one of these cars, one of these, I would call them a stepper car. You're stepping up from an entry-level car as such, and you can get into something pretty cheaply, like 15.
You can go and buy a Can-Am or a Polaris.
Or even one of the little Class 2 or something.
Yeah, that's right, Class 2 car. There's a lot of cars hidden away in people's garages. Buy them cheap. Get the whole family
10, 15 grand.
Yep.
Get your safety gear. Don't by any means think it's a cheap sport, but it'll get you into it. Yeah, so we're Mick Marston might be just rolling back. I don't know why they might be waiting for him to pull out. You can see Hayden's jumped the hole over the back there. The car seemed to make it through okay, but maybe he's got another issue there.
So did my car, Sandy. My car went through okay. It was just the occupants.
Yes. I'll tell you what, over the years I've had a couple of big accidents myself and broken necks and cracked skulls and vertebrae and all sorts of stuff over the years, so definitely know about how much pain it can put through your body. Probably why I'm standing in the box today instead of out there. I got our car didn't make it here this weekend. I got Benny and Billy running our car, but we had a couple of mechanical issues on Sunday, fixed the car, had a similar issue on Tuesday, and just didn't get time to get it here ourselves, so it's a bit disappointing. Our team's deflated, so I know the feeling of not making it to an event or getting knocked out early. I have done the odd prologue. I remember doing a pre-run of prologue and not even making it around the pre-run, so all that energy and effort which these guys, and if you're in a team or part of a team, you know how much energy and effort goes into getting to these races, and to get there and not finish or not even start can be pretty deflating. But
Well, I've just noticed that at the starting line there, they've allowed the cars just to drive off, move around, get a bit of air through the cab, and that's the problem sitting in these hot race suits. And these guys don't run any water, any cool suits or anything like that. So, we know it's hot up here in the hill. Sitting in that race car would be extremely hot. I noticed Michael Marson in front of us here, car number 32, smart guy. He's parked under the shade of a tree, and so is car number 110, and of course 1065 has too. So sitting out in the hot sun's not good. So we're waiting for them to repair and clear the track over the back, which isn't far from the finishing line here, I might say, that particular hole. And
I just saw the incident. He's gone through a big hole. It's gone through all right, but he's pulled over, so I don't know whether it's... But Hayden looks all right, so, I don't know what's happened there, but time will tell, but it's nothing serious.
so we will, although the action's slowed down there, we might just try and go down and catch up with a couple of teams in the crowd here and have a yap and see how they're feeling about the weekend, how they're feeling about their cars. I know these boys have swung around into some shade, because when you're wrapped up in a triple layer suit with your gear on,
so we've got Sandy Bowman's going to go down with a roving bike, and he's going to go down there amongst some of the competitors and have a word with them. And of course we're going to interview a couple of the driver got Michael Marson down there, so Sandy will whip down there and have a word with them, see if they can beat Mick Mayer's fantastic time, which is a 6:19, I believe. Gee whiz. And of course, Mark Burrows did a 6:19 as well. There's only 2 1,000ths of a second between first and second overall. And then we've got Craig Grog from Queensland with Tony Fellhaber in with him, car number 23. They're on a 6:25. And then, look at this effort. Car number 412, Peter Simpson and Dee Simpson in the truck. And they're all the way from Druin. Done a great job. And that truck was a picture when it went past here before. Just looked fantastic. Who else have we got after that? Brett Rogers. And then Matt Burrows. Then Damien Nicol. And then Steve Chilby, who was on top of the list early for quite a while this morning with his 6:30 overall. And then Jake Freckleton is 9th. And then Andrew Miles all the way from Alice Springs in the Razorback with the big BMW in the back. He's 10th overall. So we've still got some of the big boys to come yet. We've probably got 10 of the best in Australia to come. So it's going to be quite interesting. I might have a drink to sit back, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll take it all in very shortly.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Well, folks, while we take a break, we're just going to do a little wander waiting for a camera to get out here, which won't be long, but we just see down the front here, we've got the wheel, the roaming wheel that left the chat earlier, just getting wheeled back to the pits. Looks like a cracked weld on it. They're wheeling that and the hub back. We've got some of the guys sitting in the shade up here just to take a break before they get sent out for their prologue round. It's a different view from down here, quite a good crowd today. Tell you what, it gets hot sitting out there, but these boys are all suited up, geared up, and they've turned their cars off to save a bit of fuel. A lot of the guys will run just a small amount of fuel, just enough to get through their prologues. They'll change tyres for the prologue. They'll run a different tyre. They'll flick a switch on some of the big cars. They'll run higher boost for the prologue to get better time, so they can start up the pointy end. And then they'll try and conserve the car a bit more when they're out in the big track. So you see on your screen some of the cars that are rotating around from last year. I'm not too sure how far our microphone goes from the start line, but I'll have a wander. I'll catch some of these drivers out here, and then we'll try and get back and have a quick chat with some of the teams, some of the guys that are finished. I'm going to go out here and get the feel for what some of these guys are looking ahead at, whether it be even just getting out and about in the cars for the first time this season. Just passing Andy Brown here, the main man. Been pulled in just to get out of the car and get some fresh air and cool off already. You've only been in there 2 minutes, haven't even had a run yet.
I feel like I've had a run. It's freaking hot in there.
Mate, there's some fast cars out here. We saw one of the very first cars to pop the 6-minute bracket was a little Polaris Can-Am. I think it was a Can-Am. Got down to a 6:35, and then the two Burrows car, Mark's, the new car, came out with like a 6:19. So he doesn't have a cracked crank either.
No, he probably doesn't. Knowing Mark, he definitely doesn't. He's done well around there with that new car. That's fantastic.
Yeah, new car, fresh out the box. So it'll be interesting to see what these guys can do. Good luck, mate.
Thanks, Andy.
We've got the Martin's car, another fresh car, first down here on your right, car 5. It's their first run this year. AJ sitting in the passenger seat, these guys are hydrating. I tell you what, when you sit out here in the AAA suits, you can sweat like crazy and get dehydrated pretty quick. Most of these guys have got camel packs in here, so they can have a sip. How's the car feel, AJ?
Yeah, no, it feels strong. We don't really know yet. We'll get out there and do a few laps and learn what it's like.
How have you had a run in the car? Had it out the farm? Had any sort of run in it yet?
No, unfortunately not. We tried to have a run at the end of last year, but it was too wet. We tried to go to Moyston and a few other places, but we got washed out. And we've had a little run in the paddock, but it doesn't really show you too much in the paddock. It's not really indicative of what's out here. So
No, definitely not. So it looks a bit rough out in this first prologue section, but anyway, good luck, mate. Seems like there's a fair bit of competition this year. There's about the top 10 or 15 cars. Anyone could take this.
there's there's some amazing cars here. It's a great turnout. It's going to be very interesting. Hopefully they can get the Hayden fixed up and back going again, and we could sort of get out there and have a go.
All right, mate, enjoy. That's AJ navigating in with Dale Martin in their current car that they have only just got going for this championship. So Chappie's car 15, this is the 2JZ powered car. I don't know where they've disappeared to, but all these folks have just jumped out. They've jumped out just to get a bit of shade and cool off a bit. So I don't think it'll be too much longer before we start lining back up again. Just come in for a quick. They're all pretty relaxed out here at the moment. I've got to tell you, in about 5 or 10 minutes when we're back out there, the adrenaline will be pumping. So these guys haven't run yet. These are all the cars that are yet to go. We can see over on my left, there's last year's championship winner of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, Brent Martin, Andre De Simone. Fantastic team, well presented. Papa Martin has been in the game for a long time. Sons are here. Andre loves to chat, so how are you feeling about this year, mate?
Pretty excited, actually. We had such a good ending to last year and came away with one position and Australian champions, so we're pretty happy about it. Car's been really good. We took it all apart and put it back together, and we're happy to have a new motor, but short of parts and stuff like that. So.
Seemed like you didn't even need a new motor last year. Dan, tell me what, from the navigator's seat, because a lot of people don't know what navigators are they're a bit of overlooked in the off-road racing game. It's all about the driver and the car, isn't it? But I've got to tell you, without a navigator, it can be hard work. Tell us what really goes on in here. Apart from just yelling and screaming different directions, you've got screens, you've got buttons, you've got all that sort of stuff to contend with. You're probably looking at oil temps, water temps, what's going on with the car on the computer.
Yep. Yeah, constantly look behind. I'm always looking at my GPS, trying to look ahead of what's coming. Obviously, rally safe. We pass a lot of cars broken down. You just make sure they're okay. But generally, just watching the track and seeing if anything's changed. Normally, by the sort of last 2 laps, Brent's really got the track already dialed in, but I just reassure him with the calls. And
Yeah, that's a big thing. Hey, I mean, as I've been a driver for a long time, but when you're out there, and even if you see, even if as a driver, if you see something, it's always good to know that your navigator's just, seen it and just confirming what you've seen. It makes a big difference in the car.
Definitely. I think even sometimes when you see him slowing down, you go, it's a hard left coming up, and then he just goes through it.
Yeah, it gives him more confidence. Yeah.
You know, but like I said, by the last 2 laps, he knows it almost better than me. You know, so hang on and tell him he's doing a great job.
All right, well, good luck to you. Good luck, Brent. Brent's hiding over on the left here, out of camera. Bit camera shy, I think. Hasn't done his hair properly. He's got helmet hair. But good luck, fellas. Wish you all the best and well done on the last championship. They're running the number 1 on top of the roof, so we're wandering over. We've got a few of the other big guns out here. Greggy Gartner's car, it's been around a little while, running 40-inch tyres on it, which are they needed, Greg? Big suspension, big tyres, big horsepower. What do you think of the Prologue track so far? We ready?
Yeah, we're ready. The Prologue track's very similar to it has been over the years. We don't come at this time of year when it's dry like this.
I was about to say it's a bit drier than normal, but
it's usually pretty slippery, which we don't mind. Well, you know, we don't mind it a bit slippery, but sometimes a bit over the top. But you know, the dry will be good, I reckon, and it's different because it's a different slippery because it's actually quite skatey. So yeah, I think we're ready to go. We haven't raced since the Pines, and we haven't done much of the truck since the Pines either, to be honest.
Change the oil, I presume?
Yeah, actually, we refreshed the engine and only got it back this week. So the boys have done a good job putting the engine in, and that's about all we've done.
Yeah, nice. So any other things you're chasing the championship this year?
Yeah, look, we like the ARB where the rounds are this year, so we'll try and do all the ARB, and we always slot the Think in. I mean, that's something that we like to go up and have a bit of a break, and the Think's just the Think. You race yourself against the Think to try and finish. So we enjoy that. We had some success and a lot of disappointment up there, but no.
I think everyone's had success and disappointment up there.
Plenty of it, and it's a logistical nightmare, to be honest, so when you do break down. But yeah, look, Ben will take the CJM truck up there as well, so we'll take 2 trucks up there this year, and my old truck should have been here this weekend, but the pistons, that we just wanted to refresh that engine too, and unfortunately the parts didn't come for that one, so disappointing.
Yeah, awesome. That's good to see. All right, mate. Good luck for the season. Cheers. Habe, Mr. Habe, we spoke to last night. He's ready to go. Once again, lined up. I see some quick times under the 6-minute bracket that are at the lower end of the 6-minute bracket now. It's going to be a hard push out there. I was watching that Mick Bayer's truck go down there, and man, there's going to be some pushing to get times up like that again.
Oh, definitely. That's a pretty gnarly section through there, but you know, at the end of the day, you got a good car, so we'll see what happens. But to hold down, sir.
Good luck. Have fun. See you at the end. Righto. We'll wander back through the crowd here. We've got several different cars, several different classed cars down here still to run. I see Class 10 car up there, the 1065. We've got Richo down here somewhere. Where is Richo gone? We'll have a quick yap to Richo while we're here. Tell us what happened at Hillston, Richo. Tell us what happened at Hillston.
Yeah.
Mate, you're already dusty. We haven't done anything yet.
Well, that was reconnaissance, mate. Yeah, Hillston was just, drive wherever. Going a little bit hard. But anyway, that happens.
Back with any changes to the car? Tell us about the car.
Not really. Same package. Just had lunch last week, and that's about it. Ready to go.
Nice. I see we're not far off getting the track cleared, I hope. So hopefully we can get back and up and into it. You ready? What do you think of the Prologue track? Bit rough, too rough, not rough enough?
No, it's good. I come down last year and did the short course and the ARB one, and it was good. I enjoyed it. Really good. Don't know about the sand out the back, but anyway, we'll just tack through that, and that's about it. So.
The sand can get quite, as soon as you get into the desert, we were on a corner out the very back at the halfway mark, and as soon as you get into the desert, those ruts, they'll get down to a metre and a half deep, so that starts affecting your car.
Yeah. Last year I just thought, am I the only one out of control through here, bouncing around? But yeah, come back and talk to everyone, everyone's the same, so yeah, it's all good.
All right, mate, good luck for the weekend, good luck for Prologue. You got to go for, someone's got to try and win this trophy too, yeah? So, once again, thanks to the sponsors, as we wanted back, thanks to the sponsors, ARB, 4x4 accessories, they've been on since the inception, like we said, 10 years ago. We've got Raceline Wheels, who's fresh on board this championship for 2023 and hopefully beyond. They're a great mob to have on board. And also Mickey Thompson Tyres, who they've been on board with me personally for a long time. Wrapped with them, I won't run anything else, and they've been on with the championship for a fairly long time. Look at these two smooth cats. Hey mate, how you going?
I'm great, thank you.
Feeling positive about the weekend?
Positive as can be for something unknown, but we'll be right, we'll have a crack.
Previously out of a Class 1 car and now into Ultimate. How are you feeling about that?
It was always going to happen, wasn't it? We've got to remember what the plan was, to get a bit more roll cage, a bit more room around us. It wasn't all about horsepower, it was about outgrowing the old car, and we're going pretty quick now, and going pretty quick in that other car, so we wanted to get something a bit stronger. So yeah, so that was the main move. So it was a bit of a learning exercise today. We'll see what happens.
And trying to take out this boy next to you, Danny Brown, in car 42. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, well, he almost took me out with his little motor, so he doesn't need anything bigger, does he? We're feeling good. It's a bit hot in the sun, but yeah, we'll just wait till we get back going again and circulate and go out this afternoon and have some fun.
Now, I've been asked several times, who's your pick for the weekend, apart from yourselves? Who's your pick for the weekend?
Prologue, I reckon, Aaron James. And probably for the weekend, Habe or Gardner.
Yeah, right. How about you, mate?
I think that Andy Brown is a bloody good qualifier.
That's Danny's dad, yeah?
I've been in the car with him, and he has a way of just switching it on. He's a very good qualifier, so if that thing goes, I think we could be interesting, and hopefully he has a good run. It's been a few years for Andy, so yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. It's good to hear the drivers' thoughts on what's going on. Thanks, boys. Good luck for the weekend. So there you go, Dale Martin and Danny Brown. Dale Martin's come from a Prolight. They've always had spectacularly presented cars and always been at the high end, outright. So they've normally been in a 3.5 litre. Brent's still in his 3.5 litre, but they'll, like I said, it'll be good to see where they go for the weekend. We've sort of run out of cars here for the minute, but we might go and wander up and see if we can have a look at chat to some of the drivers while we wait. Up in the pits, some of the guys that have finished, but even if we can, maybe Wellesley can fill us in on some of the sponsors for a minute while we wait, make our way back up there.
Thanks, Andy. You're doing a great job down there, mate. And
Thank you,
maybe
buddy.
you move up there to Michael Marson sitting in his car up there at the pointy end, mate. I'll make you walk a long way. Good on you. You might have a sweat up when you get back to the box. But I'd also like to say all the people that are sitting out there in the sun, why don't you go up and see the ladies from the Rainbow Rises event tent up here, and they've got nice cool drinks, plenty of food being cooked, egg and bacon, steak sandwiches, the whole lot. And of course, we got to thank the sponsors, don't we, Glenn? So, of course, without sponsors, and I was just looking at the IGA sign on the fence there. They have been long-term sponsors of this event. Of course, IGA in town, they always put their hand in their pocket, and they're the first sign hanging on the fence down there. Great job. And Mickey Thompson Tyres and ARB, and of course Raceline Wheels. Who else have we got? Who are the class sponsors?
Oh, of course, we've got Nutrient AG Rainbow in Class 1. We've got Racer Imports in the ultimate class. Class 2 is also Nutrient AG Nil. Class 4 is Warrigal Machining and Mechanical Repairs, which is Peter Simpson, which is a competitor out here today. Class 6, we've got Promotional Products and Uniforms. Class 66, we've got VORA, Victorian Off-Road Racing Association. Class 7, we've got Mallee Earth Moving. Class 8, we've got Small Air Proprietary Limited. Class 10, we've got Glendarren Auto Panels, little brother here with me. He's chipped in. And in Class 11, we've got Brown's Gypsum. So we've got Best Presented Car, which we'll announce probably tomorrow, judged by the scrutineers on Friday night, which we've got to present, which we don't even know.
And of course, now we've got Sandy. He's up there with Michael Marson.
Yeah,
Have a few words with
down
him.
here, mate. He's suited up. He's probably sweating like nothing else. I've got to say, you guys have just come back from America and run King of the Hammers. How was that over there? And are you looking forward to what you're seeing out there on the pre-run this weekend?
Yeah, g'day, Sandy. Yeah, no, it's really looking forward to this weekend. Believe it or not, it's actually not that hot in here because I come from North Queensland, so it's actually quite nice, mate. I'm just sitting here enjoying the shade. So yeah, we had a good trip over to Hammers, Talbot, Cox and myself, and a bunch of guys from Australia. So it's been a good month and tough month to get everything sort of ready after being away from home for a bit, but really looking forward to it. First time at Rainbow, so you know, amazing effort by Tony and his whole crew, the whole Rainbow Risers organisation, and you know, look, I organise races as well, and when I come into venues, that's what I look at. I go, wow, look what they've done here, and oh, look what they've done there. So
Yeah, definitely. The facilities have come a long way down here. And yeah, running races, I've done a few in the past myself, and it can be a high-stress job. It doesn't go unnoticed. The car, tell me about the car. Tell us any changes to the car, anything else that's come about for this season.
no, not really. Still running the same mild 6-litre Ford Windsor in it. Nothing's really changed in this car in 10 years. Except the driver and the co-driver have got a lot older.
Well, you say that. I reckon my eyesight's starting to go. So travelling at speed, that can be an issue as well. I know old man Brown out there, he has to slip on a set of glasses now. So we've got a lot of new competitors coming through. So hopefully we get a new sets of eyeballs and stuff are coming into the sport as well. But yeah, as we all get older, we take on different jobs to keep the whole off-road game and off-road community going. And I don't know, we're looking forward to seeing some action this weekend. We shouldn't be too far off a start, I would hope. About 5 minutes, Murray's telling me here. We've just been told 5 minutes, so stay cool, stay focused, and good luck.
Yeah, just want to say good luck to the Queenslanders that have come down as well, and bit of a shout out to one of my good mates, John Barbagallo, who pretty much is the only sponsor in the car now, and who does my engine. So, you know, I want to thank him and thank obviously the wife, mate, because she lets me do this. And my best mate sitting next to me comes and helps me with the car. And yeah, so look, you know, we really enjoy travelling, and good luck to everyone else and everyone that's running, mate. And we've got to stay safe out there.
Oh, definitely. All right, thank you, guys. Good luck. Yeah, and as he said, you know, there's a huge amount of energy that goes on. I know. Just with our own team, we're not a big team. We're not billionaires, especially after the last couple of weeks. But you know, we get in the shed. We spend hours upon hours, a group of four or five of us, getting our car prepped. And for us to not make it here this week, it was pretty gutting as well. So, you know, the energy, the camaraderie and the good times that you have in the shed, they can also relate to good times out in the field. So, Simon Tucker. How are you feeling, mate?
Oh, a little bit warm. Yes, you're getting a bit cosy there sitting in the sun, but yeah, the shade's nice. A bit more breeze would be good.
You like the sandy sections out the back?
We didn't last year in a little class 2. It's a real mission. You come out of a real sharp corner and there's a fairly sharp, steep hill to get up once you come out of that corner. That tested us out.
I had 2 attempts at that in my car on the pre-run myself, so...
Yeah, look, anyone that doesn't let their tyres down on the recon, yeah, you're asking for trouble on that one for sure.
Yeah, well, we're only a few minutes coming off the start line. New car to you. Tell me about it. I don't know much about the car, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a new car to us. Look, we got it mid last year, done 3 races in it, just to get a bit of seat time, and Southern Cross Next Gen, Nissan VQ35 with the Album Sequential gearbox. Good little package. Look, to be honest, we're still learning how to drive it. It's got a fair bit to offer, and we're just trying to treat it with a bit of respect for now.
Well, you have to do that, otherwise it can bite you, as we've seen a couple of times out there already. All right, good luck, mate. Have an awesome weekend. Thank you, guys.
Well,
right,
Sandy,
we're probably only 2 or 3 minutes off the start. So yeah, Welsies, the 2 Welsies back in the box up there.
Okay, we just got a report that the truck of Hayden Bentley's just gone back into the back of the pits. So it got driven back in over there. So it's gone through the big hole over the back here, which it's got a couple of big danger signs on it, but race drivers don't seem to acknowledge those. And, of course, Hayden's gone through there with a lot of speed on board. Glenn and I have just looked at a bit of footage of that. And Hayden's navigator was okay, but apparently Hayden's hurt his lower back. So exactly like Daniel Wells did last year. Same hole. And when they put double dangers on a big hole like that, you got to take notice. And I think all these guys that are parked in front of us that are just about to go out there will take notice of that big hole, because it's only 1 second to back off, roll through it and come out the other side. It's a real gotcha. Yes, you might be able to make up a little bit of time, but sore back lasts forever. Anyway, we've got Michael Mars on there. He was on the line. He's parked under the tree. Michael's all the way from Queensland, so he's a cane farmer, I believe, so he's used to a little bit of heat, and he's getting a little bit of shade from that tree that's blocking Glenn and my view to the start line, unfortunately. But anyway, it might grow up a bit by next year when we're here, and we'll get a better view of the start line, or we'll move the start line forward about 6 feet, Glenn. But, and then, of course, we've got car 110, Simon Tucker and Kyle Tucker from South Australia. Beautiful car, one of Bob Strawbridge's, I believe. Southern Cross. Might have even been Bob Strawbridge's last car that he drove, and maybe the Tucker boys have bought it from him. But Bob Strawbridge had been around off-road racing for a lot of years, built a lot of off-road buggies, and Bob was always at the pointy end, fearless driver. And, of course, unfortunately, he gave away off-road racing a number of years ago. Age beat him, I believe, and the age and the body. And that's what happens to us all. But looking across there, 1065, Bowie. Class 10 car, fast car. A Lumacraft out of America. That's the latest beast that Lumacraft build over there. And then we've got the ARB car of Andy Brown's, and then Danny Brown's car. They're both Lumacrafts too. So they're all the same vehicle. The 10 car is just a little bit smaller in all of its size because it runs a 2.5 litre motor. Andy Brown's car is a full-size an American off-road car, Lumacraft car, and so is Danny Brown's. And of course, the Andy Brown's car there, the one with ARB written on the side, has got a Cali Racing V8 Nissan in the back of it. Beautiful engine. If you ever get a chance, walk over. Andy won't mind. Have a look. It is all engine in the back, and it sounds a treat. And, of course, Danny's car, he's got a GDR Skyline twin-turbo motor in the back of that. And I believe it puts out nearly 900 horsepower. So Danny's got lots of horsepower under his foot, but spins the wheels a lot too. But I must admit, there's a little bit of a battle between father and son there. And at Millicent last year, and he took home the chocolates. He won the Prologue, so he was very proud of beating Danny in the Prologue. Didn't have as much horsepower, but certainly outdrove him. So that was a good day at the office for Andy. And then, of course, behind him, I'm looking at Dale Martin in the new Jimco that he bought out of New Zealand. That was what they call an Aussie built. Jimco built a frame called an Aussie built. They're a little bit smaller in size. And that car went to New Zealand. Dale had been driving a Tatum car for about 5 years, 6 years. And he decided that he wanted to step up a class. So he found out that this car was for sale out of New Zealand. He brought it back here to Australia, and he's totally rebuilt it from the ground up. So it runs a Nissan V6 VQ35 twin turbo motor with a Albans 5-speed gearbox. So the Albans 5-speed gearbox, when you're looking at all these buggies, they seem to be the flavour of the month. Most of these cars, and I would say 90% of them, would be running an Albans 5 or 6-speed gearbox. Very, very tough transmission.
Yes, mate. I'm got to tell you, I'm glad to be back in the commentary box because, geez, it was getting warm out there. The only place in the only spot in the field that's got aircon, I think.
Well, I must say, don't stand in front of the air conditioner, Sandy. You're blocking it from me, mate.
We're only a minute or two off. You'll see the car starting to circulate back to the start line. Mick Marson is the first one off after this little hiatus. But they're starting to roll up to the start line now, so we're nearly back into the action. It's good to have a quick chat with some of the drivers down there. You know, Andy Brown, he's a flatliner to me. He doesn't change. He doesn't get excited. He doesn't get scared. He doesn't change his vibe, you know. He's always the same. And also with the Martins sort of, you know, whereas you go and speak to Clayton Chapman, he is always excited. He can't wait to get out. Can't wait to get out. So,
and Stuart Chapman.
Yep.
Look at him. Stuart's got he's got a point to prove in that new Cheneth Millennium car, and he bought that probably 2 years ago now. Stuart's done a few races in it. He's had a few sorting out problems with it. I believe it's got a Mitsubishi Evo motor in the back of it, turbo.
Correct.
And they do a great job. Both the Chapman brothers. I'm sure there's a bit of rivalry there between them. You're going to got brothers, haven't you?
There wouldn't not be.
In the brothers Martin, the two Martins.
Yep.
We've got Brent Martin and Dale Martin. There's rivalry there. We've got rivalry between Andy Brown and Danny Brown.
Yeah.
And of course, Burrows, we've got rivalry between father and son. So there you go. But all the big boys have come out to play, and this will be interesting the next half an hour.
That's an interesting car going past now.
2JZ powered Chapman car.
Absolutely, which is a 6-cylinder. You don't see many straight six cylinders in the back of a buggy. But
Andy Ryan had one a couple of years ago. It's absolute demon.
Yep.
I think that was an alumina car frame, from memory.
Yes, but had a bit of trouble keeping it together. He ran too much boost in it.
Yeah.
And of course, as we all know in this industry, boost kills engines. Gives you plenty of horsepower.
Sometimes for a short period of time.
Sometimes drivers just can't help themselves and turn that knob up and get some extra horsepower at the back wheels for a very short time.
A lot of them turn up just for Prologue. So they'll put on maybe a smaller tyre sometimes for Prologue and wind the boost up just so they can get a bit more speed out of it, and that'll get them up the pointy end so that they've got a cleaner run and they're not getting overtaken or rounded up.
Spare wheels off too, you know, the buggies, a lot of them take the spare wheels off because that's extra weight, you know, low on fuel. So, you know, they look at every alternative to try to get a good time.
I see Brent warming up the brakes over on our left. No spare wheel.
And if you're out the back now, it'd be a good chance to come up and get some good viewing because we've got all the big boys that come out to play, and the next half hour is going to be really interesting to see who takes out the Raceline wheels.
Just goes to show the ones who are serious, Glenn. I see Brent Martin driving past in the Mickey Thompson-sponsored Jimco with the number 1 plate on the roof, spare wheels laying in the pits. And then, of course, Habe car, Aaron Habe's green car just drove past, spare wheels laying in the pits. Now, they do that for a weight factor because I'll
also possibly balance if they're...
I think it's more about weight, mate. If you grabbed hold of that wheel and jogged around the pits, I'm sure it's pretty heavy. Yeah, not happy. I wouldn't be doing
actually,
it.
they're probably 60 or 70 kilos, and if you're running a 39, you're probably up around 80 or 90
Danny
kilos.
Brown in 42, he's left his on the back.
Unfortunately, with Danny Brown and Andy Brown, they normally leave their wheels on, and I know for a fact that the cars are all set up in the suspension components to carry that weight. And they've got plenty of horsepower on board, so they can pull it around.
Here goes Michael Masson. That 6-litre Ford from JB Automotive in Brisbane. It just makes ground. Shifts some dirt.
She's a ground shaker, that's for sure. And Michael Marson's one of the very few that run a Ford V8 engine in the back.
They aren't common at all.
No, not really. I don't know of another buggy that runs a Ford Windsor V8, but it certainly sounds nice. You watch this running along the bottom now on the tree line. Certainly makes time.
Come down from near Townsville, North Queensland. Fast competitor, just come back from the States, but you'll hear that thing just roaring down the back straight. He's never been here before, so this is a bit of a look around for Michael, but I'm sure he can handle it very well.
He definitely knows off-road racing, mate, so even though he hasn't been here before, I'm sure he's going to get the job done just as good as any other out there at the moment.
Got 110 on the start line, Simon Tucker and Cole Tucker from South Australia in the Nissan-powered Southern Cross buggy, which is the
Class 1
car, which is one class down from the Ultimate.
And they just told me they came up from a Class 2 car last year.
Ah, very good.
Okay, good step up. So they just come up a class or 2.
Gee, when you look back through the field here, we've got some guns there, haven't we?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
And away with the Tucker boys. And of course, 1065, next one on the line. Mr. Bowie, all the way from Griffith. And I believe he would be the class champion from last year, I think.
I'm not sure, but...
either him or McGinley from Griffith.
Yeah,
were up the pointy end last year. I know both names very well. And this car here is a very, very good car. He had a little bit of an engine issue when he's had to put a different engine in. But
still a Honda, is it?
Yeah, it's a 2.5 Honda, like something out of an Accord. And they tell me it's a wrecker engine, but I'm struggling to believe that. But anyway,
Class 10.
it certainly goes very well for a standard 2.5 litre Honda engine.
Up to 2.5 litre, so he's right on the limit, normally aspirated, but it's got all the bits, and he drives it very hard, as you're about to see.
Well, this particular class, Class 10, you're not allowed to exceed 2.5 litres.
I just had a quick look at sort of the last 8 or 10 cars. Man, there is some horsepower in amongst that.
Some ground shakers.
There's Stu Chapman, Andy Brown, Dale Martin, Craig Chapman. Some big horsepower cars. And the last couple of cars is Matty Hansen, who's always done extremely well in the prologues. And he's had a couple of little issues, but has always finished at the very pointy end as well.
Really fast prologue, Matty Hansen. Hasn't had a lot of seat time or a lot of luck in the last few years, but when he's on, look out.
Sorry for the break, folks. We're actually ordering lunch for the fellas up here. Man's got to eat. We've got a few left. Still got Mick Mayer up in the top spot. So as we saw that grey TSCO truck come through earlier, absolutely on the hammer, but only like 0.300ths of a second faster than anything else.
So Mick Mayer's on top of our list at the moment. Car number 482. And, of course, Mark Burrows, our 8-time Australian champion, second. And then Craig Grog from Queensland is third.
What time was he, Darren? Because the other two were 6:19. So
6:25.
So there
Not
was
much
6
in it.
seconds there. I think it's about to change in the next few minutes. But
I reckon
17
you're right.
leaves the start line. Stuart Chapman in the Chenoweth Mitsubishi-powered turbo buggy.
Those Chapmans love their Mitsubishis, don't they? You know, Clayton run his...
Yep.
The old man Rob Chapman ran the Pajeros, and even the mum, and Layla, like they've all run Mitsubishis over the years, all red.
Geez,
Very
I've been to
distinctive.
races where the whole family's
Yep.
driving.
There's been 5 cars out there. They've
Yeah.
run Triton Utes
Absolutely.
and...
Just remind me of the Taylors and that from Brisbane. Like they just, the family there from Queensland
Yeah.
too, and they just love their off-road racing. It's always a family concern, and where there's a race, generally they're there.
100%.
On the line.
Danny Brown's dad.
Whose name is Andy, navigated by Daniel Hardman. Expect fireworks here, Danny. Andy's, mid-60s, but he knows what he's doing. And,
Good operator.
Good operator.
Been
Good
doing
gear.
it for a long time, probably back when
Before you were born, mate. Before you were born, he's been around, and he's going to put on a show. Don't worry about that.
I've been fortunate enough to race against Andy, and he's a fearless competitor.
He's going to show this thing no mercy. I hope that crankshaft holds together. Look at that thing shift some dirt. You'll hear it all the way around, folks.
VK56 6 litre out of the new Patrols or the Titans, and what else was it over in the States there? They came out in the Armadas. So
Yeah, I think they're only about 5.6 or 7 or something. There's Michael Marson, big jump through the finish line.
Let's see where we go, whether he goes
Yeah,
to
I
the
reckon
top of the list.
he'll be up there somewhere.
Yeah, Michael Marson will go close. Nick Mayer was certainly moving when he was out there. Gee whiz, he looked fast. So Michael Marson is where?
Car 5, Dale Martin and Adrian Rowan from Victoria. And the start
Michael
line now.
Marson, third, with a 6:25. So he didn't get to the top of the list. Third. So we've got 6:19's the fastest time at the moment, which is shared by Mick Mayer and Mark Burrows is second.
This bloke on the line now, look out. Dale Martin in the Jimco Aussie Special 3.5 litre twin turbo. His first drive in this car, as Darren said earlier, he purchased it from New Zealand and he's totally rebuilt it. And
No
really
second
fast.
places for this bloke, Glenn, and he wouldn't want his brother, who's starting a little bit further back behind him, number 1, to beat him. So Dale is one of those drivers, I'd hate to have him in my rear vision mirrors. Bit like his old man years ago.
Yeah, not good bloke to have behind you because he wouldn't go away.
Like my mother-in-law.
Well, when you're out there, we're all there to win. So when you've got someone on your tail,
Whoa!
Nice.
Big jump by the Tuckers.
that was
Simon
doing
Tucker.
some fair movement. That was moving along.
Yeah,
okay.
that was going all
So-
wrong. He wasn't that far behind Michael. He might
Not at
have.
all. Nearly looks like it might have been a little gap close.
Car 15 on the start line on Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire
Oh,
in the
that-
Chapman's Dyno tuning Mickey Thompson Shod Razorback Toyota.
I'm going to
powered
go out
buggy.
and have a listen to this thing.
Yep. Why
Simon Tucker's up to 5th overall, car number 110, and he did a 6:25. Gee, 6:25's the flavour of the month at the moment. We've got Michael Marson in 3rd with a 6:25, Craig Grog with a 6:25, and Simon Tucker with a 6:25. Of course, at the top of the stack, Mick Mayer.
I have been corrected, mate. It's Mick Ma.
Mick
Ma.
Ma.
Let's
Okay,
all
we'll
correct
call him Mick
ourselves.
Ma today.
Mick Ma. And he's on
Yep.
top of the list.
All depends what school you went to.
There goes Chappie in the 2JZ powered 15 car.
As Bowie
Man.
comes through the finish line.
Here
Look
he
at that
comes.
class
Big
10.
jump from Bowie. Beautiful. That Illumicraft just does a lovely job, doesn't it? Of course, he'll be up there, old Bowie.
Look at Dale Martin through the infield. He's into it.
And we'll see what Bowie did.
Guess what, mate? Have a look at your screen.
Oh, Bowie with the 10 car. Look at this.
Oh,
on
no.
the top.
Surely
2
not.
seconds faster than Mick Ma.
What, a 17 in a 10 car?
Gee, that standard wrecker motor's good, isn't it?
Just happened there.
Yeah.
What just happened there?
What wrecking yard did he buy that engine from? Because I'm
Bowie.
going there tomorrow.
Can we make sure Bowie did the whole course, because that's phenomenal.
No, that is
2
unbelievable.
seconds faster than Mick
And I'm
Ma.
looking at
That's
the screen now.
crazy.
Jeez. Is that Andy Brown on the screen? He's
looks
moving.
like it,
Yeah, absolutely moving. But
We're going to move her on the start line now. 119, Jason Richo Richards and Charlie Richards from New South Wales. This bloke is fast. A Cheneth Millennium powered by a 3.5 litre V6 Nissan. Look out for him. Generally, Prologue's quite quick, but in the race tomorrow, he'll be a real contender. This bloke just puts in hard laps, fast laps
all day. Doesn't give up. Never gives up. And as I said, ladies and gentlemen, we're probably looking at one of the winners now on the starting line for the Prologue Raceline Wheels Australia Prologue Trophy, which will be handed out straight after. Look at this. Big
Backed
jump.
off a little bit, Chapo.
Stu Chapman.
Stuart Chapman.
See Andy Brown, just look at the rally safe here. Andy Brown's coming back around below us down here. He'll probably be going through over where Hayden Bentley had his little mishap earlier.
Right, that's just at the back here. It's not far away. It's about the 6K mark, I believe, of the 8K track.
Oh, Stuart Chapman, a 6:22. He's up to 4th overall. Car number 17.
Oh,
Great
good
drive.
Good drive. Kick the footage now on the big screen of Andy. He's showing that thing, no mercy. There's only one part of the accelerator pedal he's using, Darren. That's the bottom part.
And if you look at the
Absolutely.
rally safe, fellas, car 5, I don't know if it's not updated yet. We have a little bit of issue keeping a clean update going on these cars.
Dale Martin. Yep.
Dale Martin's been fair moving out there too.
Yep. Expect that. Expect that.
Yeah, we're going to see, I reckon, the winner out of these last 10 cars of the Prologue today. We've had Bowie Graham move up.
As our number 1, Australia 1, leaves the start line, the Mickey Thompson
Brent Martin.
Jimco, Brent Martin.
Look at this.
Current
Look at Andy
Australian
Brown.
champion.
Andy Brown, look out.
Oh,
Massive
big jump.
Well, the crank held together. That's good to
So
see.
far, so good. Just got it stopped in time.
Stu Chapman came in with 4th, and Andy Brown
Oh,
On
he's
the top.
Yeah.
the top, the Grand Poobah.
Have a look
on
at this,
top.
a 6:13.
Oh.
Man, that's 4
6:13.
seconds faster than Bowie. These times are getting crazy. Wow.
No one's down in the 5s yet, but we've got Andy Brown at a 6:13.
Look out for this bloke on the start line now. He just knows one speed, and that's flat out. That's Greggy Gartner. He's won this event a couple of times. Greggy Gartner in the big truck.
Listen to it.
410, Craig Carrison race engine. It's a Ford, and it's fast. And it's a Ford 150 in appearance, and it's got a 6-litre Ford in it. And this bloke is fast. He's about to shift a lot of dirt.
We've seen him here before. He's been out here a few times, but he's usually, like we all know, it's been a bit drier this year rather than previous times. So the dust isn't too bad. It's moving away from the track, which is still giving every driver at the moment currently a nice clean run. Look at him. Gartner's off the line.
Going easy on it, is he?
Yeah, looks like it.
I wouldn't like to come back as an engine that Greg Gartner is driving.
Yeah.
Thank-
All right, We're watching
Andy
It's a bit hard
Brown.
on the bloomin'. It's a bit hard on the screen, folks.
You're
Sometimes
never
it's
too old, are you? 65-year-old Andy Brown, bang.
top of the list.
Look at that beautiful engine in the back. It's got that
Nice and shiny.
Kelly Racing motor in the back, 6-litre V8. And of course,
With a cracked crankshaft that he went easy on. Aaron Haby, look out for the Haby. Aaron and Liz Haby in the Element.
They always do well.
Oh, yeah.
certainly
Toyota
do.
twin
South
turbo,
Australian.
3.5 litre.
South Australian.
South Australian light, can drive it. Really fast car.
Good on the sand.
Yep, won the Don River Dash in Queensland last year in September. Went to Millicent and unfortunately didn't go far there. Had engine issues, but rectified all that and he's back out and look out.
and of course you've got to say that this is an Element off-road prodigy, the car which they build themselves. They build them on site at home.
Yep.
So these cars are an Australian-built car. I think they've sold about 20 of them in Australia.
Take a second look at Greg Gardner.
Greg Gardner, look at the pace. There's Aaron Haby leads the start. Greg Gardner, I think he wants a set of Raceline wheels on his truck.
Who have we got coming up over the finishing line? It's
Chappie.
Chapman car.
Ooh,
Lovely
big
big
jump.
jump. Look at that.
He's been young
And
Chappie's been racing for a lot of years as well. Started
Willie
when he was
beat his brother on
in
time.
early teens.
We got Stewart at 5th at the moment. We're waiting for the update on our screen.
I'll tell you what, it gets pretty intense up here just waiting for these times.
Right, 2 to
Oh,
go.
Clayton Chapman, 2nd overall.
He'll be loving that.
Great time, 6:16. Got Andy Brown on top of the list at a 6:13. Clayton Chapman at a 6:16.
So there's still room, mate. There's still room to stick Danny. There's still room to stick Matty Hansen.
Still room to stick Aaron James.
There is still room for these other guys to slot in between there or even possibly
Last 3 cars
jump
are
on
fast.
top.
What about this bloke? What about Danny Brown?
Yeah, this car is seriously fast.
And a seasoned team. These guys have been together for, what, how long?
Oh,
10 or 15,
number of
10
years.
or 12
yeah.
years or something?
Number of years.
And he knows his way
Since he had
around
that
here.
little Chenoweth.
He was second, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he was second outright here last year. But, you know, just enormous horsepower, super fast, over 230 kilometres an hour in a straight line. And look out for Danny.
The Chapman's going through. Clayton Chapman, car number 15. He'd be proud. He's come all the way down from Queensland and he's put her in 2nd spot. So
Current champion on the screen out there.
Aaron Haby's got plenty of pace through the infield too, Darren.
certainly has.
But it's all about smooth and fast without making a mistake, isn't it? You make a mistake in this situation and bang, you've done 10 seconds or more and you're done.
You literally one spin out on the corner. Starting 20th, aren't you?
Half a rotation in the corner and you've dropped 4 seconds, you're back down the stack. So we're looking at Andy Brown. He has not made a mistake out there.
We've got a 50-year-old on the start line now. Matty Hansen just celebrated his 50th birthday, and this bloke is super fast. It's
Smooth
a fast
operator,
car.
very smooth operator.
It's a Shane Wilson built a Ford Echo Boost in the back of it, twin turbo, plenty of power, and this bloke hasn't a lot of luck lately or a lot of seat time, but if he's on, look out.
Very
Look
fast
who's behind
twin
him,
turbo.
Aaron James. Gee whiz.
Look at this Milwaukee.
Look at
bloke
the
there,
Milwaukee
Danny
car.
Brown. My God.
Man, that
Look
is
at front of us.
seriously fast.
There is 3 of the
As-
fastest
here we go.
cars.
Oh,
As
Brent.
Brenton Martin goes through the finish
Brent Martin.
line.
Did Brent Martin beat Andy Brown's time? Let's see. Or Clayton
Wouldn't
Chapman.
surprise me. Would not surprise me in
Yeah,
the
he
least.
got that number 1 on the roof, but Brent's... I don't know whether he's a good prologuer, but by gee, he's good in the race. He'll be there at the end of the day tomorrow. I'll give you the heads up.
no,
Brent
no.
Martin's gone to the top of the stack. You believe
Wow,
that?
Hey,
Brent
where's
Martin with a
where's Dale, mate?
6:05. Gee
Dale's
whiz.
out there.
Dale's out there, is he?
Yeah, Dale's
Brent Martin's just beaten Andy Brown.
What'd he
by
do?
8 seconds.
6:05, mate. We're getting
6:05.
closer to your 5
Yeah,
minutes.
I said a
You said
5:59. A 5:59 will win it. And I'm not far off the mark so far.
Gee.
It just
You know, when we
moving
saw
fast.
that-
And remember, he's in a Class 1 car. It's not an ultimate car.
Oh, yeah,
So
no, Brent
he's only got
Martin is
about
just-
400 odd horsepower under his boot.
Certainly a smooth operator.
But I tell you what, Danny
That's
Brown, he had some momentum through that infield, Sandy.
Yeah, he sure did. We just see him. Where's Dale's
I
on
can
around
hear
the back?
Gardner. I can hear Greg.
Gardner coming around the final corner. This is going to be huge, folks. So keep your eyes peeled to your left. Here he is. Just listen to it.
I think that thing might have a miss at about 11.
Yeah, a little bit of valve bounce, but look at that. Brent Martin's driving through, and he would be smiling like a Cheshire cat.
He's just super fast.
6:05. Gee, where's that fast? In a what's that? 3.5 litre normally aspirated engine car.
So what we're saying to the uninitiated, it's not the big horsepower car, it's the one down. It just shows you that, you know,
Probably
a good
half
driver
the
navigator,
horsepower.
half the horsepower.
Oh, Greggy Gardner's done it. He's on top.
Oh, no, it's just shifting. It's unbelievable.
Look at Greggy Gardner's done a 6:05, and he's beaten
400ths
Brent
of a
Martin
second.
by 4 1,000ths of a second.
Oh, he's going to dust him in this afternoon nicely, isn't he?
Certainly, Greggy Gardner looked fast. Will Danny Brown take the...
Well, we've still got Danny.
Matty
We've still...
Hanson's still out there.
Yeah,
He's still
got
heading
Danny
out,
Brown, Matty Hansen out there.
Aaron
Who'll
Jones.
take the chocolates today?
We've got Havey still out there. So
Hey,
we've still
yep.
got the last four cars on the course for the Prologue.
And they're all fast. So obviously that's why they're fast, because they're in the last 4 cars of the Prologue, because it's...
Who would have thought Greg Gardner on top of the
I
heap?
did say he was be up there. He was one of my picks. Definitely, I'm sticking by
Did
that.
you Sandy?
Yeah, we
Bill?
did. I
Yep.
heard him say that. I did hear him say that, but I thought, no, you know, in my book, 4, 5, 6, something like that, but
Look
no.
at
Here
that
comes
truck
the
going.
green
Oh,
team.
here's
Whoa! Havey gone through.
That truck looks like it hasn't even done anything. I tell you what,
Will
the motor
Aaron
wouldn't be
Havey
telling
move
you that.
up? Let's see. Aaron Havey's got to be faster than the 6:05. Be looking at our times.
That dust is sort of hanging around a little bit now.
Greg
but
jumped that jump out there, that hole. There's no.
couldn't have. Tell you what, out the back to our hard left, you'll see Danny Brown.
Aaron Havey's third.
There you go.
So there you
Couldn't
are.
get Greg.
6:10.
Greg the master.
Still great time.
Looks like Dale Martin's gone missing.
Yeah, Dale Martin didn't come back, so we don't know where he's gone.
I see now Danny Brown's just done his last switch back and he's coming back around behind the pits and he'll be heading back to his last little corner, which you have to button off a little bit for, but literally the last 3 cars on track, and it looks like car 5 hasn't moved for a little bit out there, so
Yeah, it's obviously no issues,
We'll
so
see
they're
if
still
Danny
running.
lives for the
let's
jump.
see what Danny can do, hey?
He'll go for
Oh.
jump of the day. Big jump. Look at this. Oh! Have to be the biggest jump of the day.
That's momentum. I'd expect to see that go to the top,
We look
unless
like-
he's had an incident like a lose. But
Will Danny Brown beat Greg Gardner's time or Brent Martin's time?
We've got only got really Matty Hansen, Dale Martin. We have car 19.
Here we go. First car into the 5s. Danny Brown, a 5:58.
There you go, mate.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. We said it'd get down to the 5s. We're in a 5:58.
58.
Danny Brown.
I don't think they'll beat that, Sandy.
No.
I don't think they'll beat
No.
that. I nominated
Hang
the
on,
first
guess
car,
who's still out there? Matty
Aaron
Hansen.
and Aaron Jones.
Matty Hansen.
Mr. D. Brown and George Apted.
5:58.
Well done, boys.
Look at that. What a
I
what a
nominated
drive.
that the winning car would get a 5:59. I'm pretty close at the moment. You've heard me say that, so
Because it's a 5:58.913.
oh,
so
so it's a 5:59.
let's round it up.
It's a 5:59. You buy the drinks, boys.
Certainly. Now, what about Mr. Hansen? Will he beat a 5:58?
AJ Hanson, and
We've still got some good
and Dale.
good drivers out there at the moment.
Is that Dale stopped there? Is
I
that a
think
white car?
I haven't seen Dale move. It looks like he is stopped.
Obviously
He's not
there's
moving on the rally safe.
Yeah,
So
here comes Hanson. It couldn't be any problems with him because they're still running. So
this thing's a jet, mate.
yeah, this thing's a jet
Beautiful.
too. Here comes Hanson. It's shifting some dirt. Just don't know, yeah, big.
Oh,
probably
as
the
big a
biggest
jump as Danny
again.
Brown. Now, where's he going to end up on the stack?
He'll be up there. Don't worry, unless he's had a little bit of a lose. He hasn't had a lot of driving. Let's call it seat time.
He would be pleased to. No, down to fifth. A 6:10.
A 6:10.
Still a good time.
You'd be happy with that. A 6:10.
He's only 10 seconds off the leader. So at the moment, we've got car number 42, Danny Brown. Second is Greggy Gartner, truck number 410. Car number 1. And then car number 57, Aaron Habe.
But look out, here's my tip.
AJ?
He's coming now. Yep.
He's
A Lumacraft single-seater.
But
Aaron James.
It want to be a quick lap to beat a 5:58.
I don't think so.
Danny Brown will be chewing the nails in the pits.
But Danny Brown's a cool cat. He probably won't be chewing the nails, you know. He's a pretty chillax type of guy. Very down-to-earth family.
Here comes Aaron James.
The final
you
car.
just don't know what he's done out there, but this bloke won this Prologue last year by 9 seconds. So, and look at the pace that car's got. So look out. Nice and smooth.
There you are, folks. The last car over the line. Dale Martin's still out there, but not circulating. The last car over the line for today's Prologue for the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Aaron
First
James.
round.
Well, Matt Hanson just going past the booth there, and he'd be pleased to have finished his Prologue. He's had a bit of trouble with that car recently and hasn't done too much in racing.
No, hasn't had much seat time at all. He's had a lot of bad luck.
Yeah, so he'd be pleased to have finished that, but in 5th place. Good spot to be starting, actually. I think anywhere in the top 10, dust will be minimal.
That makes sense to me, really. Is AJ's time come up as yet?
Not yet.
Interesting when timing take a little bit longer because they keep us in suspense.
He didn't look quite as quick as
No, he looked smooth, but he didn't look as aggressive or as quick.
Sometimes you don't have to be looking fast to go fast.
We all thought Mick Mayer was amazing. He's all of a sudden dropped down to 9th place, hasn't he?
Yes, and he was fast. He looked really
Mick
fast.
Maher. Oh, sorry, Mick Maher.
Mick Maher, yeah. What are you doing?
The 93 car goes past. Still nothing.
Mate, where's AJ's time?
Yeah. Maybe he's still trying to think. No, surely not.
Well, we did say that about that little Class 6 car, didn't we?
Oh. I thought Bowie, he started the rot. Like, he was into it, you know. And then we had Brent Martin, which is no surprise.
Well, they're all rolling back into the pits.
We're still waiting on Aaron James's time.
There'll be some.
It's the last one. It seems to be taking a long time.
Yeah. He might not have had a transponder on there. Well, everyone has a transponder, and that silver beam over the finish line has a signal that has a little transponder on every vehicle, and it'll show you what times are where. That'll come through on the computer. And Aaron James' times just come through, finishing in 4th with a 6:08.164. So we've got Danny Brown taking out the Prologue for this year, Greg Gartner, Brent Martin, Aaron James, Aaron Habe, Matty Hanson, Andy Brown, Clayton Chapman, Steve Bowie, which was a surprise, and then finishing it, rounding out the top 10's Mick Maher. So, mate, I've got to tell you, that's phenomenal finishes. If we can get Danny Brown back up to the box here, we'd like to see his car back up at the start line. For the Raceline Prologue presentation, that'd be grand. please, Danny Brown's crew, if they could let him know. And they've just bought a sandwich, some steak sangers in here. So the fellas here are feeding their faces. They look famished. I've never seen. They looked skinny, so they looked like they needed a feed. But you've probably got a little bit of time before the actual racing gets underway. But we've got a lot of info, things like car information we can let on, and also some event information. If you haven't been out here, you can also get out tomorrow as well.
So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a presentation on the dais here under the ARB and Mickey Thompson and Raceline Wheels flag here. And that'll be Danny Brown. So we need Danny Brown and George Apted up to the start finishing area. And of course we're going to get Chris Hummer from Raceline Wheels. He's got a really big trophy that he's brought in for the winner of the Prologue this year. So normally we don't give trophies out for the Prologue, but Chris was good enough to sponsor he wanted to sponsor the Prologue this year, so he's had a trophy made and for the winner of the Prologue, and of course that's Danny Brown.
Not only the Prologue, mate, the whole championship, which is fantastic. And I see Danny Brown and George walking back up from down in the pits there. I'm tipping their car needs to be prepped and serviced and quick set of eyes run over. They check wheel nut torques. They'll check for any maybe cracked fuel lines, or if they had any issues out there, they might have had a miss. They'll be checking for plugs and leads, and actually he'll run coil packs. So any of that sort of gear, they'll be checking tyre pressures, even checking tyre temperatures. When they come in, to make sure all the tyres are correct temperatures and not got a hot spot somewhere in the car. If they've got a really hot right hand rear tyre, they might have a dragging caliper, or they might have something along those lines. So.
Okay, we've got Sandy Bowman going out. He's going to meet up with Chris Hummer. Of course, the presentation for the Prologue winner.
Thank you, mate. I'm just wandering down here with Chris Hummer from Raceline Wheels, who's been ever so gratefully sponsoring, or is starting and just jumped on board to sponsor the whole ARB championship this year. And the whole family's coming up, by the looks of it, to accept Danny's hard work, Danny and George's hard work. I saw them last night travelling out of scrutiny. They had wedged the whole family in the front of the buggy. Danny's wife, the two kids.
He was fast. He wanted it.
And I reckon I know who wants to take the trophy. Well done, Danny. Good time, mate.
Yeah, it was. We had temp warnings and everything going off. We pushed pretty hard. We turned the boost up on that because we just knew how much we were going to need it this afternoon. The further you can start at the front, the better you're going to be. So, everything was hot when we came across that finish line. So it was pretty tidy. We had one little coming up the chute back up here. I had a temp warning come on, and I was watching the dash and trying to reset it, not where I was going. So the car was bouncing all over the shop. But we had a good run.
Mate, only car under the 5-minute bracket, 5:58.
Yeah, it's good for us. We as I said, felt smooth. We don't think we could have gone much faster. So no, we're happy with it.
That's good. Good position for tomorrow. Anybody likes fresh air. So, all right, hand you over, Chris Hummer.
Thank you, Sandy. Congratulations, Danny. Nice little Raceline trophy there, and this is the inaugural Prologue trophy from Raceline. So well done to you both.
Well done, George. Have an awesome run out there. Hey, quick check over the car, and Probably a quick bite to eat. They'll have a quick bite to eat, a refresh the car, and they'll all start to line up for their first 2 laps, guys, of the ARB Big Desert 480. They've got 2 laps today, and they'll do another, I think it's 4 laps tomorrow with a break in between. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for being on board. And well done to Danny and George in car 42. So there you go, folks. They're your first car off the line this afternoon. In the next hour or so, you'll see all the action happening. So, and the boys are probably feeding their faces back up there, so I'm going to go up and get a bite to eat myself. But we've got a total of 60 cars today, and like we said earlier, you know, the top 10 or 15, although Danny's popped them at the mark here in the prologue, outright, I think you'll see a change in positions. You'll see things like Greggy Gartner's truck, when they get out into that rough stuff, it doesn't muck around when you start thinking about the real rough stuff out there, you know. So maybe for the folks that are here, go grab yourself a drink, something to eat, quick toilet break, and even some sunscreen, because getting down there, it's starting to get quite warm. And we'll be back on board soon with some action. Darren's just here telling me the sandwich is amazing, but I'm yet to have a chew. Get there in a second.
We're back in 5. Oh, well, that's good, mate. So we're going to see you back in an off-road car shortly.
Well, if they allow me to give up this microphone for a minute,
Yep.
we'll be back out there. And we're going to see, once our car's back on the track and sorted, we'll see you maybe even later in the year. I might even take everyone for a live run around the Prologue.
No, it's
I
quite
might
good.
be able to
Quite
double
good
enter.
working behind the microphone because you can always say how fast you were.
And guess
Yeah.
what? I don't have to work on the car right now, do I? So, all right, I'm going to grab another microphone and head down to the pits. I've
Very
got our
good.
cameraman and see if we can't catch up with a couple of guys down there, see what they're doing to prep. So most of our recovery crews will be getting out into position out around the desert, prepping themselves. Some will be camping out overnight. We've got first aid points out around there. We've got recovery guys. We've got guys on motorbikes riding backwards and forwards, just scouting to see if there's anyone broken down or if there's anyone in trouble. But we're not far off now. It's quite breezy up on the hill out here, so it's quite good. But we'll head down to the pits, have a chat with a few of the crews before they get ready for their for section 1, which should be a big blast out to the desert. What we've all been waiting for. Tell you what, this new pit area, second to none really, isn't it? I spent a lot of time and energy and dollars getting this ready. I see Richo car 119 in the back of the truck here. Doesn't look like he's going to be heading back out. Everyone's very relaxed in the pits down here, I've got to tell you. Having a snooze in while they wait. I don't know how far we can reach down here with our pits, but we might as well call into the chappies. The chappies love a chat. Let's get Papa Chapman. Rob. Mate, I've got Rob Chapman here.
That's probably not a good thing.
Is or isn't a good thing, I'm not sure, mate. You've travelled a long way. You put your heart and soul into off-road racing, you and the boys. The boys are doing well. I see Clayton had a really good prologue. Stu's obviously still getting used to the car a little bit in some way, I'll say. But even still up the top end, which is good to see.
Yeah. No, they're happy with where they're at, eh? They've never been here before, so that's just all a bit of a feeling and see how you go and all that sort of stuff. So the first lap will probably be a bit tentative, and then after that, hopefully they'll get into it. It'll be all good.
Oh, bloody oath. I think they will. I think they'll do well. Like the cars, you've prepped off-road cars for a long time. You've done a lot of it yourself over the years. The whole family has. And we've raced side by side with Clayton when I first started as well. And the whole family, really. And it's good to see you back out here, but I think with the experience that you guys have got, I don't see why you wouldn't be popping up the front end. This track, the hard part of this track out there, as in the hard ground part of the track, is very much like Gundy. And then you've got a few sandy sections, as you know, went around the pre-run, but yeah, you did.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Oh, we went, wow, we're on the beach. We're at Fraser Island. This is sweet. And the boys have probably never raced in that stuff before, to be honest. So they're looking forward to it. Those whoops out the back, there might be whoops and you might think of Fink, but they're nothing like it. It's all just a little bit more aggressive and further apart and all sorts of weird stuff. So, no, they're looking forward to it.
And you're probably hitting those whoops a little bit slower speeds than normal.
Yeah.
Well, and definitely than Fink, you know.
Well, yeah, especially in my Pajero we were. But, yeah, and that's what they've got to work out. They've never done it before, so they'll work out what speed they can do them at, and then
Tell me, what the cars sorted with heating issues, like in the sand? Have you dealt with any of that sort of stuff before?
Yeah, the Don River is sort of very similar to that whole boggy, horrible stuff. And the boys all got excited when they come back, and all the temperature under 3 digits. So they get pretty excited. So no, I think the temperatures will be fine down here. So we're used to Queensland stuff, so that everything's always hot up there. So no, I think we'll be right.
Well, we got the right weather on for you guys anyway. Oh, well, good luck. The boys will do well, I'm sure. So cheers, mate. That's the Chapmans. They've got 2 cars down from Queensland, and like I said, they've come from a long line of off-road races. They've run Mitsubishis for a long, long time. They've had Class 7s, Class 8s, all that sort of stuff. Just wanted to pass Steve Barnett's, the crew's all here working on the car, grabbing stuff out of the tractor. I'm not sure if they're fixing little issues. I'm going to haunt them just because I can. What are we looking for, fellas?
6 mil bolt.
6 mil bolt, that's it. Hopefully it's not a big issue.
No, we just cover, we're right.
Righto. Every car's ready to go, felt good?
Yeah, we had no brakes. We blew the slave cylinder on there, front left, straight out. So we went into the third corner with no brakes, but we sawed it.
There you go. Simple issues, simple problems that happen real quick. Third corner in, it's already lost brakes, but they'll be back out there ready to go, yeah?
Yeah, mate, yeah, we're good.
All right, enjoy. Yeah, that's how it happens. It's you never know what's going to happen down there, and literally, it only takes two or three corners to have something go horribly wrong. No brakes. I've done it once before myself back in Mildura. We had a race up there and took off from the start line, and the very first corner lost brakes. So we did 2 laps with 0 brakes. So I know how that is. Down the Forsman camp, these guys have got 4 cars here this weekend. You've probably seen them out there. You've probably seen them on the feed already. I'm going to come out here, using in the back down here. Look at the camp, boys. Lying down, having a nap, recharging. This is the most relaxed camp I've seen. Either had a massive night, or are just here on holidays. Either that, or all the cars are broken and they're ready to pack up and go home. I'm not sure, but they're all good to go. All right, awesome. No problems. No problems apparently. There you go. I've just been told they all have a clean run. All the vehicles are still in good shape. So we it seems that we can't go much further out than this because of the range. But all the Forsman, the 4 cars, Ian Terry's car, they're ready to go back out. Everyone's fueled. Just having a bit of a wind down time before start time. And I haven't been officially told what time we're back out there, but it shouldn't be too long. I'm not sure if you guys up there can hear me, but it'd be nice to find out when we're ready to fire off. Like I said, we can't get too much further out from here, but we'll come in and have a quick chat. I saw Craig Krog out there before. I don't know if he's napping under here or actually checking stuff, these folks. We caught him. We did catch him napping. Nice and relaxed, I take it, ready for the start of the first round. How'd you go in Prologue?
Yeah, we did pretty well. Relatively new to it, so we just be there at the end of the weekend and playing it safe, Yep.
Car feels good, no problems?
Yeah, car's good. Got a good little team with us here, putting it together. Great Navi, giving me a tap on the shoulder every now and then. So yeah, great to be here.
All right, awesome. Yeah, we're running out of range down here, but I might throw back to you guys up there if you can hear me, and if not, we'll be back on deck in a few minutes. But the crews all look super relaxed down here, and I think they're ready to get going. I hear a couple of cars starting up out there, so be interesting to see how they all fare out. I'll just get our official timer on the line. She might be able to let us know. So I have been told it's a 1:30 lineup for all those guys in the pits. If you didn't know, all the competitors, it's a 1:30 lineup for a 1:40 start, and that'll mean Big Dog Brown, you're up first, mate. So get all your gear ready. We're not too far off, folks, for those who are sitting up on the hill. Grab a drink, go for a quick toilet break, and get ready for the action that's about to start within about 13 or 14 minutes. We should see the first of the cars away for the long course of the ARB Big Desert 480. Even the crowd up here looks super relaxed. Tell you what, it's warm out here. It'd be good to have a bit more aircon going. I hear some of the cars, see Aaron James backing out, ready to come over for the lineup. And one of the brown cars reversing out. So yeah, we're about 10 minutes off start, folks, and we've got the first of the cars starting to work their way up now to the start line. Here they are, folks. Starting to roll into the start-finish holding area. Getting ready to line up in order for our takeoff, which should happen within 10 minutes. We should see the first of the cars storming out to the desert. And I say storming out to the desert because these guys are going to be reaching well over 200k an hour, these top punters.
Every 30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds. Hot in that office.
Yep. It'll be hot to trot. There'll be a lot of dust early too. I reckon we'll be dusted in here within the next 15 minutes.
Who will be the first car back after lap 1? Danny Brown, Greg Gartner, Brent Martin, Aaron James. So I presume, what intervals are we starting at here,
30
Glenn?
seconds. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Ooh,
That's
you're right
thick
on
and
the
fast.
dust drop.
Yeah, right on the dust drop. Yeah, 30 seconds.
So in off-road terminology, we always work on about a 30-second dust drop. So that's to the car in front. And when you're following somebody, you hope that the dust drops down so you can get up onto the back of them. And in the situation when you're chasing someone down a road or down a fence line, you hope the little bit of breeze that we have blows the dust away from the back of the car and in front, and you can get up and go round them. But I don't think there's too many people looking at that list. We'll be passing Danny Brown while he's going. What do you think, Sandy?
Definitely not in the first little section, mate. I think you'll find maybe a little bit further on you might see some overtaking, but it's surprising on how fast they'll wind up behind you. And, you know, we know Greg Gartner's been out here a few times and pulled some good results in the past as well. So,
yeah, he certainly. While we're looking at our big screen over there, I'd like to thank the people from Screenshot Big Screens that supplied that screen for the weekend. They've done a fantastic job setting it up, and of course, Sandy with the roving microphone, and it's coming up and it's going live to Facebook. What a great job this weekend, Sandy. It brings off-road racing into the lounge rooms, doesn't it?
yeah, and we've got a lot of competitors that can't make it this weekend for whatever reason, and a lot of followers. The industry's quite big in Australia and growing, and a lot of people like to sit at home and at least know what's going on minute by minute. So I'm sure in the next few minutes they're going to know what's going on, mate, because there's some big blooming cars lining up there.
Well, they're certainly the best cars in Australia. We've got probably 90% of the best cars in Australia at this off-road race. And of course, as we all know, it's a 4-round championship race, and this is the first round, the Big Desert 480, and then of course we move on to the next one, which is at a place called Hillston in New South Wales, the second round, and then from then on we move up to Gundawindi up in Queensland, which is the home of the Gundawindi Grey, and then back down for the last round of the championship, which is over at Millicent in South Australia, which of course we have the race, and then we have the big season presentation evening also there, and the big trophy presentation at the end of it all, and we crown the Australian off-road champion for the year. So it's a great season, isn't it, Sandy?
Looking forward to it, mate. I can't wait. Can't wait. It'd be good to even just see this race come to an end, as far as seeing these guys come across the line and seeing the results. And these guys are they're ready for a whole season, not just a day of this, not just a weekend of this, but the preparation that goes into the cars is phenomenal. And to have the same engine for the whole 4 races, sitting on 5 and 6 and 7,000 RPM for hours on end, the energy that goes into getting these cars to last all that distance, not just one race, but the whole season's going to be quite the challenge.
Well, the best part about this, Sandy, is in this sport, to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Correct.
And this is where the best is. And we've certainly got 90% of the best in Australia here. And, of course, at the end of the season, we'll crown the Australian champion.
Without a doubt. I'm sure there's a little bit of angst going on down in that lineup. everybody's geared up, and it's quite warm out there, you know, sitting in the cars. So there's a lot of guys and girls out there in those cars that are, I'm tipping they've got their camelbacks there and some rehydration.
Well, to be honest with you, Sandy, I'm glad I'm up in the commentary box today because we've got the beautiful,
delivered.
well, you know, the Rainbow Risers events. People have put a lovely air conditioner in the box, and you'd come back again here, wouldn't you?
Mate, I had to come back from the pits because it was too hot down there. So, yeah, I'm back up here out of the sun. But without a doubt, probably very, very high up on the list of as far as an event organisation and layout goes.
Have we lost many cars since the prologue? I know we've had a couple of cars pull out.
Look, I couldn't go too far down into the pits just because of the range, but I did see there Richo's...
Big hole ventilated the block.
Well, I see that Richo's up in the trailer, and I couldn't really see too many others down there. They were very relaxed down there when I went down there, mate. There was people snoozing under cars.
Well, I was just talking to Jason Richo Richards at the back of the commentary box there before, and he told me that he ventilated the block in the VQ35, the motor. And who else? Dale Martin also ventilated the block in his VQ35. So not a good day for the Nissan VQ35 engines.
Ejecto, Cedoed a couple of pistons or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Big holes and in the side of both of them. So an expensive little effort, but I'm sure they'll be at the next meeting. And, of course, Richo's from up there at Griffith or Hillston Way, and he told me that he's got a couple of motors in the shed. He'll certainly be there in flying colours and back up to the pointy end again. And he's a fierce competitor. So it's good to see Jason Richards up there.
Well, it was probably me that he can blame because I really talked him up, didn't I, at the start of the prologue, and the old commentator's curse didn't work well. The big boys have come out to play.
There's Pup going by.
See, we've got Danny Brown, Greg Gartner, last year's champion, rolling past. Brent Martin. Gee, that's a good-looking car
Some
too,
of these
isn't it?
cars, beautiful cars, aren't they? Very well prepared over the break.
I don't know if Hanson's polished his car in the last 10 minutes, but it looks like it, doesn't it?
Certainly does. That fluorescent car certainly stands out, doesn't
Phenomenal. Gee, these boys, they put, teams, not boys, but boys and girls.
it? And I
Teams put a lot of
really
effort
hope
in.
he has a better run this time too, Sandy. He's had a couple of bad races, hasn't he?
He has indeed. I knew he had fuel pump issues there for a while back. Probably even 12 or 18 months ago on that car.
We got the ARB boss there, Andy Brown, starting right behind Mr. Hanson. Gee, that'll be on out in the circuit, won't it?
Well, you look at that top 10 here, Max. The Burrows car. Gee, look at these top 12, 13 cars. That's anybody's race. You know, look at what they've done in the past. Some of these competitors.
Mick Maher, gee, that was showing some speed.
Yeah.
Mick's just gone by there, and he's got Mark Burrows right behind him. So,
yeah, I mean, and Burrows is no slouch. So.
No. And I got a text before, I must say. We talked about the best presented team was chosen last night in town. Guess who? The Burrows team. Yep. Both got best presented cars, so the Burrowses tomorrow afternoon will get the prize for the best presented team for the weekend. So that was put up last night and judged by the scrutineers on Friday night by Bellevue Machinery.
Good to see Shawnee Ratcliffe out here too after his rollover in the prologue earlier.
Not too much damage there. I think it just, as we said, it just tripped up and fell over and damaged his ego more than the car.
Yeah, it was good to see him out running. Just had the helicopter pilot here from Ultimate Helicopters, and remember, out the back here, short flights, long flights, nice and cheap. So if you want to fly in a helicopter, I tell you what, it's a good time to go out now because with all these boys starting, you'll get a great view from there.
What about Peter and Dee Simpson? Gee whiz, that truck looks a treat. And that was going. It was
moving.
Showing, it was showing some time there earlier in the prologue.
And when we saw father and son burrows come over in next to each other, and then there has been a couple of cars slot in between them.
There has, hasn't there?
3 or 4 cars in between those two.
Yep.
So
You said that. You said there was a few
there's
seconds
a bit
there.
of room. But look at the calibre of the cars that are lined up there right now.
Yep.
Mate.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Plenty of experience there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is going to be...
And the good part about it, boys, too, is when they come through, which, what do you reckon, take 40-odd minutes to do a lap,
yeah,
roughly?
I would say roughly 40.
Roughly
If they get
40
it
minutes. And when they come through, knowing that they left at 30-second intervals and knowing we've got a start position list here, we can kind of help you out as far as, you know, who's made up or who's passed or whatever's happened out there. I can't see there be much passing, but there's a lot, you know, you only got to miss a corner or something and the car shoots through, so it doesn't take much.
Danny Brown moving up to the starting line. Now,
I see Murray's hand in the air out there.
Yep, he's
Giving
given us...
maybe a 1 minute interval, but look, 1 minute to go.
He's even,
So-
yeah, he's given us a 1 or 2. He's a long way away, but it's not long anyway, whatever it is. Either that or he's telling us to nick off.
If I went to an off-road race, that's the spot where I'd want to be starting.
Yeah.
Number 1, off that position. No dust. You are the leader of your own destiny there.
Definitely,
Yep,
mate.
you set your own pace. Yep, exactly right.
You can control
Mate,
the
hey,
whole
you're
field
not-
behind you there.
You're not setting your own pace when you've got Greg Gartner behind you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be in a buggy. You don't want to be looking in the mirror and
No,
seeing a big
no,
blue
you see that
trophy
thing
truck.
coming at ya.
Yeah, especially
Tell you
with
what.
Greg
Yeah.
Gartner there because...
Especially when he get out like, hey up,
And we're away.
Danny Brown, he's off the mark. Bit of a slow start there.
Whoop.
He's had something go wrong, I
Missed,
reckon, fellas.
missed the gear or something there, has he?
Well, not sure, but
Well, that's not
it was a
good.
very-
Did he-
getting going. Very slow start, but he's
Yeah.
actually on the way, and I reckon not too long.
I reckon he's
we'll
got
see,
issues.
Yep, I reckon he's not moving with great speed, but I think Greg
Oh,
Gartner
he's
will be
picked
off.
up a bit
There we
now.
go. I reckon Greg will pull that time. Greg got a lot better start off the line, didn't
Let's see how quick young Danny is across that bottom fence line.
he? 'Cause,
Oh, yeah,
he's
looks like it's
starting to get
picked up
moving
now.
He might have had an issue. He did have an issue, remember, last Prologue at the Pines last year, snapping a cram on the
Yeah.
spider gears or something
Spider
in the
gears,
diff.
yeah. No, he's got the momentum up now.
Yeah, he's
I
on the
reckon
way
he's
now.
just missed a gear or maybe he
Possibly.
lost... Yeah, he didn't find one. That's what it looked like to me. But he's heading out now to the road jump.
Your current or last year's champion off the mark. Brent Martin's on his way. Look at Gartner off in the distance there, folks, down your left.
Oh.
My goodness.
Look at that.
That's phenomenal. It is it is the horniest sounding car in the field. It's that for me, that and Molsey's car. I still love Molsey's car. It's phenomenal. The AJ's
Oh, his
off the
AJ's
line.
away and that's...
Car 93.
He's into it. The trouble is, though, with these guys, like you can make up... Oh, look at the speed of Danny Brown now. Oh, man. That is really shifting some dirt. 30 seconds. It's thick and fast now, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we could do our own little time comparo here if we're smart, but it looks like Geggy Gartner's already made up.
Well, Danny would have lost 10 seconds there with that gear, well, what I'm calling a gear selection issue.
I've just started a stopwatch as Danny went back past us, but he is fair hooking over on the left. First car in the field, and the good thing for he's got clear path, no dust. So, and Greg Gartner has already made up about 7 seconds. There you go. Greg Gartner's already made up around 7 seconds from Danny Brown. So that's just my dodgy timing calculations up here. That dust needs to get away, doesn't it? So the first guy's got a nice clean clear run, but once you get out there and that dust starts hanging in the corners and you're 10th or 11th car out, you can't always hit the corners just in case somebody's stopped or something's going on in there. There goes Andy. off the mark. Gee, that sounds phenomenal. What a beautiful sounding engine. With his VK fit. Clayton Chappie, which will be another one that sounds phenomenal. 2JZ, Toyota 3-litre.
Wouldn't Clayton love to catch Andy Brown out there?
Oh, well, we might just see that, mate. Got a fair lineup of cars in front of us. Some of these Class 2s down the back end here. Oh, yeah. Bowie Graham there's got that TSCO truck of Mick Mars behind him, so well, he might do all right until he gets out there, but once he gets into that big rough stuff, that truck's going to stomp up his bum end real quick.
Oh, he'll be all over him like a bad suit.
And he's no slouch either, as we saw earlier in the prologue.
No, he gets into it. Of course, and right behind Mick Maher, we've got Mark Burrows. And then we've got Stuart Chapman.
We say that about Mick Maher up the back end of Bowie, but look who is behind him as well, you know. So they might see a fair few changes in that first lap, hey?
Yeah, I don't know whether the dust is going to slow us up as far as passing goes. I think, you know, hold back a bit of passing opportunities.
Looks like Hanson's got issues in the infield. He's slowed right up. He's only just idling.
Really?
It is too.
Yep. Yeah, one's gone past him already. No, he's
Andy, looks like Andy might have gone around.
Yeah, Andy's gone around him. He's got issues.
It's no good because he's.
Oh, that's a shame. He's been plagued with car issues for a while now, and of course, it looks like they've come back to haunt him. And you know the best part about this, Andy Brown will be going, "Wow, I've got a minute in front of me now."
Clear sky.
Yeah, so he'll be the man that'll make up the time.
You're right.
Yeah.
Especially on the way out to the desert.
So it looks like Matt Hanson's cruising back to the pits. Unfortunately, the gremlins have come back to get him.
He had a few wiring issues he said he was sorting out over the...
It's no good really. He went to Fink last year and had a lot of gremlins with the car and thought he'd got over all those. He'd been on the dyno for about a week trying to sort all that out, and he said, yeah, we're on top of it all, but now he's idling back. So there's obviously issues there.
See the second of the Chapman cars off, Stu. Single-seater.
Stewie goes good too. Yeah, I'm very, very impressed with Stewie in that single-seater. The Millennium car, it's a good car.
Well,
Evo motor in the back, puts in, and look at that.
Have a look at look at Michael Maher out there in that truck. My goodness.
Could be worse. We could be in that thing.
Yeah, you're right.
That is certainly shifting some soil.
Have a look at the suspension travel as it comes back across the front of us.
See the wheels drop when it's in the air.
And that's carrying 300 litres of fuel, by the way.
Yeah, it certainly is. And
I'm tipping that's closing in on nearly 3 tonne of car out there, or somewhere around the 3 tonne mark.
Look at the speed
it
of
certainly
Burrows.
would be.
Burrows have got some speed going through that infield too.
Yeah, we're looking at 60 of the best off-roaders in the country. And we've got a race happening. We've got 2 70k laps in front of us now. So she's 70 kilometres straight through the finishing line and then another 70 continuous today.
Sebo's up at the start line. Husband and wife team. They're they've always been a fairly successful contender.
Yeah,
Usually
pretty
finish
consistent.
quite well.
Been around a long time and he knows all the tricks and very consistent.
That dust is lingering this afternoon a bit, but
See the 30 seconds, bit different to the minute and a half, the 90 seconds earlier. So but a little bit of breeze there, but a little bit more would be nice.
I think, you know, once you get out on those roads on the way out, you get onto those hard roads, the dust will move off the road fairly quickly, so you should have a little bit more of a gap once you get out of the stadium here. Yeah, any of the spectators out there can visit the live streaming. Just been reminded of that ourselves. Excuse me. There is a QR code in your booklet that you can download to follow the online, the live streaming, also rally safe, everything like that. So if you go and open up your program, you'll see the offroadracing.com.au live timing, should I say, not live timing, and that will tell you when everybody comes across the line, etc. So there's just a QR code there. Click on that, and you'll be able to see more about what's going on yourselves. Cannot even see what car that is.
That's Steve Kilby, I believe.
Oh, is it? Yep.
In the Can-Am X3. This was the guy that was leading the Prologue up until the big boys went out this morning.
Yeah. But
And of course,
he's off the mark quick.
very impressive time this morning. Jake Freckleton's the next one off, and then Andrew Miles all the way from Alice Springs.
Well, Miles, off next, mate.
Yeah, Freckleton's disappeared. He's the guy that lost the front wheel, so I don't think he's able to repair it. If Freckleton lost the wheel. No, doesn't look like he had a spare stuff.
There's Moldy, a little BMW V8. There's 11,000 RPM.
Rod Visser in the new Illumicraft from America. He got this in a couple of years ago. Got a 2.5 litre Honda in the back of it with a AGB Albans gearbox and his son on board, Cody Visser. They're out there working together as a family, having a bit of fun for the weekend. Love their off-road racing, Rod does.
Now, mate, I've just had a quick refresh of the live stream here. Looks like 410 is way up the front. But guess who in front? Brent Martin. So it looks like maybe Brent has overtaken, unless this feed needs a refresh every now and then, just from where we are. But Brent Martin has overtaken, from the looks of it, Greggy Gartner. What a demon. And Danny Brown seems to have stopped, so he did have a bit of a troubled start, so it might have been pulled over for the same issue further along. Currently out there, you've got your last year's championship leader, or winner, Brent Martin, out in front of Greg Gartner. Then you've got AJ in 93, and then the Havies in the 57 car, followed by, rounding out the top 5, Andy Brown. So
Was that the commentator's curse, was it, this morning when I said I think Danny Brown damaged an engine in the Prologue when he had all those alarms going off?
Say that, yes, mate.
Yeah, so anyway.
But that top five's pretty good, and these guys are already well. Like Brent Martin, if you're looking at the rally safe there, Brent Martin's nearly halfway around the Fleming course already.
Well, we know Brent Martin is just fearless as far as a competitor goes. Last year he's how many races did he win there last year? Was it 2 rounds?
He
Two
won
out of the 4.
Gundawindi and
of course, why has he got that number 1 on the roof there, Sandy?
That's when you get all the points, mate.
Well, he won 2 out of the 4, and correct me if you're wrong, I think he was 2nd or 3rd in the other 2.
Hansen coming back out onto the circuit. So obviously there was a minor issue with that vehicle. He can actually drive straight out past all the cars and take off.
He's got to enter. Does he have to enter from where he left the circuit, or does he have to take off from the start line again?
He will probably take off from the start line again, mate.
Look at that Mickelfab truck.
You can tell when these guys take off that they're heavy in the back with fuel. They're a lot more.
Certainly
back out
right
of the
there.
back end. So some of these guys just leaving the stadium. I see Rod Visser over on our left.
I don't know why Matt Hansen stopped up. Like it was me, I'd be darting down the inside and getting to that start line as quick as possible.
Well, unfortunately, look who he's going to pull in front of. So it's not going to be nice for Trevor Chandler, because Hanson's going to go straight out. They won't hold Hanson up. They'll just wave him by, and he'll pull out straight in front of Trevor Chandler.
Don't know what he's waiting for. Just go.
Yep.
Go.
There's only a single width through that.
Well, he's lost time now, so he might sit in behind Trevor, but he might just take off right behind him as well.
It won't take Matty Hanson long to get around that thing.
No. No,
if he can see it.
Yeah, well.
And of course, James Tyrrell's up on the line, and of course, he's 30th off. Done a great job, and he's sponsored by Dean Williams and Property Maintenance, PFS Property Maintenance. And we all know him as Pup. Loves his off-road racing. Just purchased this car last year, rebuilt it, doing a great job out there.
He came from winch challenge too, mate.
Certainly did, and he's out there doing it, and you're talking about it.
Yeah, well, I've been there, done that, you know. Brent Martin's well, he's on his way around the track. It looks like, I'm not sure if the rally safe's just the computer here is being.
Well, Jeff Newick was just saying it's those good Mickey Thompson tyres, giving him all that grip.
But what I'm seeing here, I don't actually know who of the two is in front between Gartner and Brent, because 1 minute the rally safe showing me one's in front, but it sometimes does take a minute.
Yeah, we noticed that last year too. It
great dates. Yeah.
It kind of it was all over the place as far as but for Brett Martin to get around Greg, that'd be nearly impossible if Greg was going.
Jamie Knight, all the way down from Gundawindi, and Jamie Knight's the president of the Gundawindi Off-Road Car Club, and he does a fantastic job, and he's sponsored by Yokohama, as you can see on the side of it, truck number 439, and Jamie is a great driver. He always up the pointy end, he drives to finish.
Yeah, Matty Hanson's on the move again, fellas, straight in front of us. So he's
Did he
wound it back up again?
Still hasn't caught Chandler,
No,
though.
he hasn't.
No.
That'll be the dust.
Yeah, because he'd have the grunt to get around him, but you got to
get close to
got to
him.
get close enough, mate.
What about Glenn Pike gone and Dean Miller? Truck 408 on the line now, and then right behind him's Mark Foster.
Just looking at the rally safe, those first of those couple of cars, our leaders, have just hit the edge of the desert and are just gone into the sand. It still looks like Brent's the front car from what we can see. So it's he'll be the first car past the halfway mark, and we have Brent Martin, Greg Gartner, and Andy Brown is still third position with a big gap between, from what we can see, a big gap between Greg Gartner and Andy Brown. So a lot of cars are still circulating. There's a couple there that haven't moved for a little while, and one of those is Danny Brown, unfortunately, by the looks of it. Car 42 has got an orange thing. It's got an orange, sorry, a yellow line around his number, so he might be, a caution on your screen for those that are the navigators. So, car one, Brent Martin is just well on his way through the desert. Greg Gartner is either stopped moving, hasn't quite made the edge of the desert yet. So we've got car 1, 410, 1065, car 21s. That's a Burrows car, still behind Bowie by the looks of it on the screen. And then 482, which is the Michael Marr truck, that grey truck. And car 32. I didn't see on my lineup here. Michael Marson, yes. I didn't see on my lineup here where the Habies are, because they're... Oh yeah, the Habies, sorry. Greg Gardner is in amongst the desert. The Habies are not far off launching into the edge of the desert. So we've got a lot of those big guys have already left, well on their way. We've got some of the smaller class cars, you know, some of the class 2 cars, like that 201 car just leaving the line now. 35-year-old beam car. Now it's pretty impressive to see a car still circulating and doing well and pulling the goods after 35 years. That's pretty phenomenal to see, and still out having a go. So.
Yeah, certainly good to see that, Sandy. There, I wonder if some of these front runners are going to might almost catch, but probably halfway around lap 2 are going to catch some of these rear of the field contenders, which makes it real interesting.
Yeah, and especially when you're in a slower car. I know I've been in both situations. I've been in the slow car and I've been in the faster car, and I've experienced it myself where, you know, in the dust, you'll be catching one of these slow cars and you might be doing over 100k an hour faster than these guys as you catch them in the dust. So it'd be quite scary in that situation.
It is, and vision's always a problem too. We always taught, you know, you can't see, don't go.
Yeah.
And didn't always work because the brain didn't even function to that. But
I see
it can get quite dangerous if you get dusted in and you don't back off.
Look, is that a chappie getting towed in over the back there? I see a red buggy. I can't quite focus on it. Getting towed in over the back. No, it looks like possibly one of the Chapmans. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to put wind up anybody.
It's certainly a buggy.
And it's
certainly reddish.
Just going past the Wells Lake sign down there.
Yeah.
But no, that's not good to be on a tow rope. At least you've got this afternoon to fix it for tomorrow, Sandy.
You can, and you can get. You've got to have a 75% finishing
to get points.
To get any points for this championship. So, if these guys don't do 75% of the course, then they don't get any points towards the championship. So, if you've only got 1 or 2 cars in your class and you finish 75%, you might get a second place, which still might also put you in the contention for overall points at the end of the year. And the way the point system's structured in the ARB Championship is that anybody has the ability to get up and win the overall spot.
Yeah, sometimes there's not much in it, for sure. It's pretty tight.
It's all about finishing.
And it's always good to get a good start at the first round, isn't it, being this weekend?
Definitely.
So it's always good to get points on the board early.
What's that saying they say for years? You must first finish to finish first. So, and it always comes to fruit at the end of the year. The person that's finished 4 events and got some points, and look at that, and he takes home the bacon, walks away with the trophies. The end of the year we have some beautiful trophies too.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Best
1082 off the line. We're down in the some of the class 10 cars. 684 by the looks of it lining up over there.
Some of those class 10 cars are very nimble and light, aren't they?
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Very fast. Power to weight ratio.
Power to
That's what
weight,
it's
yeah.
that's what it's all about.
When you see things like even, you know, when you look at Brent up the front there, power to weight, he hasn't got, he's probably 350 horsepower out of that.
Yep, that's right, but he uses every part of it.
And good package. It definitely looks like a Chapman car. I'm going to say it. I'm not too sure, but it definitely
We're
looks
trying to
like
work out who's on the back of that tow rope over to the right, or our right.
So
it's a red buggy.
I ran a class 7 for a few years, and I'm just looking at the last 5 cars. There's 4 class 7s. I know how they're feeling. I know how they're going to finish.
But you never started back there, did you, Sandy?
Oh, no, not really.
And there's a buggy.
Usually,
there's a buggy tucked in there between them too.
Yeah. They've got a tough day, these folks. These folks that are in front of you, they've got a tough day still out there. But especially by the time they get onto their second lap, the big boys will be home.
Yeah.
They'll be washing their faces off, and these guys will still be circulating. They'll probably do it. You know, some of their laps might be near on 2 hours, a solid hour and a half. Anyway.
Yeah, Darren and I would be in the local pub having a couple of beers and a can of tea at that stage. Sandy, you'll be able to stay and see your mates in the Class 7 cars come in. You'll be able to look after the last hour or two, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure. I do see it is Clayton Chapman getting towed back in, which is really disappointing for the Chapman family. They've travelled all the way down from Queensland. They do a massive amount of prep for these races. So the 2JZ obviously didn't hold up, so we're not too sure what's going on.
Clayton Chapman in Class 15. He was 8th off the line this afternoon.
That's a bloody good starting spot. But I see...
Whatever makes it propel forward isn't working.
No. And I see that Danny Brown is also out.
Cooked a converter, I believe.
Super disappointing, mate. Super disappointing. He was right up the pointing end, and he didn't have a good start off the line, so he might have heard it then, and it's given up. Not far into the event either.
He's certainly right there. He puts a lot of horsepower through that little converter.
And it certainly opened it up for Greg Gardner too in the trophy truck. Like he must have thought when he pulled over, must have thought, how good's this? Like I'm
clean air.
Clean air.
And Greg Gardner still
will
in
make
front.
a lot. Yeah, he make a lot of use out of clean air.
What I'm seeing, Greg Gardner's still in front, but I can't see where our number one guy is. Where is he? Where's Brent? It's not showing up at the moment, but we've still got out there. Oh, there he is. We've still got Greg Gardner, then Brent, then Carl Havey, then
Aaron
Bowie. Oh, sorry, Aaron Havey. Sorry. And Bowie sitting in 4th in front of the Burrows car. How's that happening?
He's on dust.
Dust?
You got to think about the dust factors.
What about the skill
Bowie
factor?
took off 9th.
No, it's risk takers. Risk takers. You know, do you take risks on Saturday or do you take risks on the last lap Sunday?
Yeah.
You know, I'm a great believer in you got to be there Sunday afternoon to win the race.
But Bowie was 2 cars in front of Mark Burrows when they left the start line. That's a minute.
I'll just tell both of you that Mark Burrows has not got 8 Australian championships under his belt because he's there on the Sunday afternoon.
And Mick Maher looks like he's dropped back about 3 or 4 places. So that's even interesting to see. Michael Marson has come up through the field.
Yep. Well, we predicted that. Michael Marson
and
would move
young
up.
Stu Chapman's hanging on out there too, I've got to say. He looks like he's doing all right too. He's just sitting there at the same sort of position he started in. So can't see any more other cars out there. You know, usually you'll see a couple of cars stopped early.
Well, I had a couple of drivers ask me, what would you do out there, Wells? I said, just shift gears and be there tomorrow afternoon, Sandy. And
Totally agree with that.
Yeah, you just got to shift gears, put up with the dust. Don't do anything stupid. Be there tomorrow afternoon. And then have a crack on the last lap.
And it's funny you say that because, you know, sometimes when you look at the lap times from now and the lap times till... when you look at the lap times now and you look at the lap times on the final lap, you'll be surprised some of the final lap times are actually faster than their first lap times on a cut-up track.
And the track is just a mess.
Lot rougher, yeah.
So I've just got a message in from Benny, who's out at the halfway mark. Who was meant to be driving my car this weekend. They're doing a recovery out there, and Havey looks like he's possibly got some engine issues going on out there. So he's still travelling through, but.
Right, Havey, car 57.
Those turbo cars don't like heat and don't like boost. You normally see them, they heat them up in that big heavy sandy parts.
Well, Benny's parked out at the halfway mark at the very start where they enter the hard stuff on the desert, you know, before those couple of hill climbs. I did the pre-run out there yesterday and there's some fairly soft loamy sand going up some of those climbs. You've got a hard right-hander before one of them. So you're already pushing big temps before you even get to that point too.
That's right. And you start putting big temperatures through the turbocharged engines. They don't like it. That's why they run big intercoolers. It still doesn't cool it down.
And big temps in the converters, as Danny Brown found out.
Yep.
They don't like big temps either.
Nope.
Now we've got the last of our cars off the line. We can see a couple of these Class 7s. Heath Whedon in that aqua-coloured 4.8 power Patrol. He's on his way out. We'll probably have, we've got the Tilson boys in the silver GQ there with the green NGK sponsorship up the side. The last car out there is that blue car, Connor Cooper's, the Bogan boys out there. And also, I can see Hank in front of us there. But you'll probably have a break of about 10 or 15, 10 so minutes before you see these big boys starting to swing back into the arena.
What time did the first car leave there, Sandy?
1:30 the first car was off. Oh no, it's 1:40, sorry, 1:40. 1:30 was the lineup. So 1:40 or just past maybe 1:40 the first car was on its way.
37 minutes.
Yeah, so we probably might see 45-minute laps.
Yep, I'm thinking it would be 45 to 50-minute laps. So not far away.
Not at all.
Of course, as we predicted earlier on, that Danny Brown had a dream run out in front, but then cooked the converter. Got Greg Gartner pushing up the pointy end now, and of course the amount of dust coming off the back of Greg Gartner, I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that Brent Martin would have not a chance getting around him because, for one, Greg doesn't muck around, and two, the amount of dust that comes off the back of that trophy truck is horrendous. But Brent will just hang in there and he'll just gnaw at him just slowly all day today and all day tomorrow. And that's what Brent does. He's like a bad mother-in-law, just never goes away.
Connor's on his way out of the stadium, and these guys are going to be wrecked by the end of it. Couple of happy fellas, these guys. They're new into the sport. They only bought this car late last year. They did, I think, one small short round at Mumbana. Then they did the Pines, had a go, and now they're back out here for this round. I reckon they want to chase the whole championship, but they're going to do it. It's hard work. I did in the same Class 7 as that. I did the Pines a few years ago, a very similar Class 7 car, and we worked hard. We came in, I don't even know if I was last car on track, mate, but it felt like I was last car on track, but it was down the bottom end. Still finished though, and that's all we needed to do, and I think we got it secured us first in the championship as our other car was broken. So
the off-roader's friend has picked up. Look at those flags.
Oh, yes, I see that. And look at the dust. As you see the cars down on your right-hand side, I don't know if people down there can see, down on the hard right-hand side, you'll see the cars disappearing over the road, jumping out to the right. That Class 7 76 Series Toyota Parker's car, that's on its way out there.
And the wind blowing that dust away, which is why I say it's the off-roader's friend. When you come up to pass another car, if you can get it with a cross breeze, it blows the dust away from the back of the car and you can drive right up on the back of them.
And then you've got an opportunity to get round.
Certainly have. But when it's still, it's a nightmare. But I still say I'd sooner have a little bit of dust and mud. Of course, over the years here, we've seen muddy weekends and it's been atrocious. But today, perfect conditions. All the cars have been out, done their prologue, come back in. They all still look nice and shiny. And gone back out again. You've done a race at Rainbow. You've gone home after this race. You just give them a light wash and ready for the next one. Doesn't work that easy though, does it, Sam?
It would be nice if it worked that easy. That's for sure. I know the amount of hours, like I said, even the amount of hours we put into prep, and we didn't even make it here with our car. So it's not just about looking good, but having everything underneath tuned in, dialed in, tested.
Yep. And
we'll see one of the SSXs go through.
You got to have a little bit of luck on your side too, don't you?
Oh, mate, you've got to have a lot of luck on your side out here because only one bounce and you're in a tree, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
We've
tear an
seen that
arm
over
off.
the years.
Well, we saw that over the finish line this morning.
Yep.
With that wheel departing out onto the road. Well, didn't quite make
Well,
the
that's
road,
why we
luckily.
put the catch fence down the bottom down
Very-
there, Sandy, to catch all the wheels that come off. But no, certainly there's a lot of gotchas out there on an off-road track. It's not like a bitumen circuit track. You're racing at 230k in some of these sections with trees about 1 metre away from you. So it's not an easy ride in that left-hand seat.
Not at all. Yeah, I struggle to sit in the left-hand side, that's for sure. Well, we've got a couple of cameras out on the track. Waiting for the computer in here is not reloading quite how we like to. So I can't quite see all of their information, but
Before the cars start coming back, Sandy, let's mention this ultimate helicopter rides.
mate, flights.
I tell you what, if I wasn't up here spruiking in the commentary box, I'd be first into one of those helicopters.
You could get a microphone and go for a ride.
Oh, but that won't be far away. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll hang out of the door of the helicopter and have a bit of fun. But no, certainly, ladies and gentlemen, get up. See the boys up here next to the food tent. Grab yourself a helicopter ride. Exciting fun out there today in that.
Follow your favourite car. You can follow your team. You can follow whoever you like, really.
Oh, yeah. You can just ask the pilot to follow your favourite car around and he'll do it for you.
We've done it before ourselves out at some of the other events.
And, of course, we've got to thank all the sponsors of the weekend. And, of course, the event host that hosts this weekend is the Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, which is called VORA. And, they're a well-oiled team that puts on this event in conjunction with the people of the Rainbow Risers Event Association, and they do a great job. And, of course, they're the ones that are responsible for our new pit area and all our new viewing areas. They've all put in the hard yards. And, of course, our major sponsor, ARB Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres, and Raceline Wheels Australia.
I can see the helicopter coming back in front of us here. I don't know if that means there's cars on their way back in. But I just see on the screen they've got that. There's a hard left-hander out there, a little bit of a channel that the cars are coming around. Some of the SSXs and the lower, slower cars. But see them coming up on your screen there. So
Just here, the event headquarters have asked for the pit crew car 37 to go to the headquarters, so that's not good. That's Trevor Chandler in the King Chrome car. Sounds like it's got issues by the sound of it.
So while we're waiting a little bit longer, I can mention our class sponsors. And with our class sponsors, they're the one that put the money up for each class. We've got Racer Imports for the ultimate class, Class 1, Nutrien AG Rainbow, Nutrien AG Nil for Class 2, Class 4, Warrigal Machining. That's Peter Simpson. He's one of our competitors here today.
him and D have been there for a while.
Yep. And Class 6, Promotional Products and Uniforms. Class 66 is VORA, the Victorian Off-Road Racing Association. Class 7, Mallee Earth Moving. Class 8, Small Air Proprietary Limited. Class 10, here's a big sponsor, Glendarren Auto Panels. And Class 11, Brown Gibson. So we got a lot of sponsors, but we need them. And also, I'm looking over at the fence, IGA. They always put a few bob in each year, and of course everybody that's camping here over the weekend always visits IGA. And of course they're up in the main street.
McGregor Portables down there. There's a sign for McGregor Portables, so that's good.
And what about the people that have done the sound the weekend? McLean Sound. And they've given us a whole new sound system for Rainbow, and I believe they did not charge us one Zach. Isn't that a great donation?
That's fantastic. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear all these beautiful voices, would they?
No, McLean Sound, I've got to thank them very, very much for that. They've done a great job, and of course it's probably been, over the years we've struggled a little bit with the audio, but this year they've done a great job. And of course, as we saw earlier there, Sandy was walking around out in the middle, a long way away from the comm box, and everything was working beautifully, and he's been down in the pits interviewing a few drivers, which will happen a bit later on again today and tomorrow, so stay tuned.
Once they come in from their second lap today, we'll go and have a chat. We'll see if anyone... not sure if anyone want to pit this afternoon, but I don't know if any... I think everybody's got enough fuel capacity out there. Maybe some of those the SSXs and stuff might need to come in for a quick dash of fuel, 10 or 20 litres or something, just to get them through, but...
Well, we know someone who's got plenty of spare fuel, don't we?
We don't.
Yeah,
Well,
Danny Brown.
oh, but he's got plenty of fuel, yeah.
He won't be using it, so...
And if you're looking for the front runners, if you look over to the left, that's when the front runners will come inside, and they couldn't be too far away. But if it's Greg Gartner, you'll hear him before you see him.
It looks like a very light-coloured car, or am I just seeing a dash? Yeah, I see the dust over on your left there, folks, along that front of that tree line. Tell you what, he's fair moving, because that looks like Greg Gartner.
Yeah, it's Greg Gartner. Look at the dust line behind it.
And
right on.
It certainly is. We've seen Greg Gartner in front here before, Glenn, and that truck makes some time.
He's leaving a trail of dust. That dust isn't disappearing, boys.
Well, how would you be following him in that, honestly? Brent Martin would be doing a terrific job to even drive up within 30 seconds of him in that dust.
Yeah, I think you'd struggle, because that hasn't moved one little bit. So.
And he's opened up a bit of a lead. I can't see dust.
And not only
Hold
that,
on, here comes a buggy.
What?
Looks like there's a buggy here.
That's Brent.
It's Brent Martin, is it? It's certainly.
Let's get the binoculars out, ladies and gentlemen. There's a buggy in front.
If it's anybody, it's going to be Brent.
It's
I
got to
can
be Brent
guarantee
Martin. That's unbelievable.
It did show us earlier.
No, hold on. No, hold on. No, it's a truck.
You guys need glasses.
Yeah. We'd make good commentators. I thought I was seeing things. No, it's Gartner. We can't hear anything in here, so go easy on us, ladies and gentlemen.
There's Brent coming into that dusty corner. So he's actually not too far behind.
He's actually not
I
too
don't
far
reckon he'd be
behind.
30 seconds behind him.
Now, what they take off, what difference they take off? 30 seconds. So,
Yeah, they were directly
Greg
behind
was
each
second,
other.
Brent was third. We're going real well. How can you... Surely we can spot the difference between a trophy truck and a buggy.
We should have bought a pair. Actually, I have a pair of binoculars in my car, which is out there doing recovery somewhere with the guys that are in our crew. So I might try and snaffle them for tomorrow. So that's not much of a break, though, between the last... Connor Cooper was the last car on the field. He's going to get rounded up within probably the next 5 or 10 minutes, maybe, as Greg crosses the line. 1 second. Yeah, there you go. So, if Brent finishes right behind Greg over the finish line of the second lap today, then he'll start in first position tomorrow. So they did start 30 seconds apart, and if you see Greg come over, and then if Brent starts anywhere between 1 second.
Well,
29 seconds behind him, he starts 1 second in front. So
Now, getting back to that, we saw Andy Brown had a car drop out in front of him, which was Matt Hansen. So Andy had a full 1 minute gap in front of him.
That's right. So if he catches whoever is in front of him,
and
might
he
jump
makes up
3
a
or
lot
4
of time.
spots for tomorrow's start position.
Have a listen to that thing of Gartner's. We're in a soundproof commentary area here, and I can still hear it barking.
Maybe we need to take a moment and just take in the
There's
sounds.
Brett. There's the difference.
Yep.
There's the difference.
Brent not
Gartner
too
was
far
at the top of
behind
the
him.
straight, and Brent was at the.
How big's
other
this
side.
jump going to be? Whoa, big air.
There we are. that'll tell us in not too long. We surely will get a time up here that'll tell us how fast the
What?
first lap has been.
I'd say about 42 minutes.
Got our rally safe sorted again. See, the guys are out of control in here, who I'm trying to work with.
Just make a mess.
And I'll tell you what, I clicked the stopwatch.
Well, there's 30 seconds now.
Seconds. I clicked the stopwatch as he went over, so he's
dropped
actually
back,
lost
but he's
time.
He's done well. Like he's lost 10.
40 seconds, so he's actually lost 10 seconds, hasn't he?
Yeah, but that's not a bad effort because you imagine the dust that Gartner's kicking up and he's not playing around. So
No.
to get within, well, basically 10 seconds.
Now we've got a bit of downtime. Now that I've got
So
my-
what we got 40-second gap and he took off 30 seconds after him. So he's only 10 seconds slower for that lap.
I see Andy Brown heading back in. And I also see Bowie. The rest of the field seems to be going strong there, but Andy Brown's out on his own by the looks of what we can see here.
Well, he had that minute.
Even Bowie behind him though. Oh, sorry, yes, Clayton was behind him. So Andy's on his own. He had Hanson break down in front of him, and he had Chappie break down behind him. So
37. 37's the event headquarters.
he's had no one around him to annoy him. He should be out there doing his own thing, which sometimes can be an issue because I know back when you do events like Fink or any event really, sometimes you can get a bit complacent out there and just sort of go to sleep for a bit.
Exactly right. Gartner showing that trophy truck no mercy. He loves this place. Every time I come here, he just
dominates.
excels. He dominates, whether it's dry or wet.
Then again, there's not many places he doesn't sort of dominate, is there?
No, exactly. He's fast.
We're
He
now
knows those trucks.
about two and a half minutes nearly since Greg came through on his first lap.
So who are we looking for?
He did 42 minutes and 20 seconds on his first lap to do 72 kilometres.
Did a 42.30.
10 seconds difference.
Yep. You're right.
Which
you're
is
all
we're
over
right.
it.
Yeah,
You're
we're all
over
over
it,
it.
mate.
Phenomenal.
10 seconds is not much. Pick up 10 seconds pretty
Well,
quick.
I've got to say, it was a lot when we were looking at those prologue times, though, wasn't it?
Certainly was.
The
Well,
Dusters.
who are we looking for next?
Andy Brown and Bowie.
So no Aaron James, no Aaron Habe.
Well, we did get a report that Aaron Habe was limping a little bit.
Possibly having engine issues.
So we won't bank on that. But
93, Aaron James has gone missing too, has he?
I saw Aaron James, by the looks of this, Aaron James looks to be stopped. Playing around with here. Aaron James, if you can see up around this spot on the screen, my screen's just gone dead again, but Aaron James looks like he stopped early on. Just cut to a different camera.
There goes Greggy Gartner over the road jump. Out to the right in the distance. Look at the dust trail behind that vehicle.
So it seems like the 42-minute lap seems to be the marker. Dust-free run.
Yeah, that's right, mate. And we've got a couple of... I can see Andy Brown over on the left, so he's probably about 4 or 5 minutes behind these top two.
Well, we'll
two
soon
guys.
see when they come through. But Andy's he's got a dream run, hasn't he?
Oh.
No dust at all. He'd be
Couldn't
like
get
sitting
it
out,
better.
like Greggy Gartner, sitting out in front there.
And
just
he's got
getting it.
no one pushing him, which might either help or hinder his cause.
And listening to the way he's revving that engine, he's taking it nice and easy with that, like, as he said, that crack in the crankshaft. Yes.
Remember, he took off 7th, so it was 2 minutes behind Brent Martin. So, there was 2 minutes before you even start.
There you go, folks. There's actually a few people that are already dropped well down the line, isn't there? Taking off 7th, and he's about to come over the line 3rd. So see how quickly it can change. And we're only 1 lap in. Here he comes.
Here he comes. Look at it, making time too. Beautiful jump. And Andy's taking it nice and easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't look like he was struggling too much. Did it?
So who we got after Andy Brown? So we've had Matt Hansen dropped out and went into the pits, rectified a problem. He's back out in the circuit. Aaron Haby's gone missing. We predicted that we had a bit of a call up in the booth that he had engine issues. Aaron James gone missing. Brent Martin's gone through. Greggy Gartner's gone through. So Andy Brown's time was a 44.47.
2 minutes behind, two and a bit minutes
Two,
behind.
2 and a bit minutes behind the leader. Yes, so 2 minutes 20 seconds behind the leader. But I'm sure Andy's just warming up. So Andy Brown, Daniel Hardman in the jockey seat there with him today.
I see that AJ is stopped out there, so Aaron James has stopped early on, so he's out. Danny Brown's out. Don't know how Matty Hansen's going, whether he's climbed his way back out there.
Well, we saw Clayton Chapman come in on a rope. We haven't heard what happened to him. What about Stephen Bowie Graham? He should be the next one along.
He should.
Yep, here he comes now,
And
up to
then
the
Mick-
top gate.
Mick Maher.
Speak of the devil, look.
Certainly right
Bowie, fourth outright in the Class 10, guys. at
Yeah,
Rainbow.
great effort.
After one lap. Look at the speed of Andy Brown in the middle there. No.
And that thing's smooth.
That is.
Sticking to the ground good too, huh?
Yep.
Very
Double
good.
Bouncing.
Very good. So, yeah, Bowie is doing really well. But he's always done well over the last year too. In the series last year, he did extremely well.
There you go. There you go, folks. We've just been told Clayton Chapman's 2JZ's broken a crankshaft. And never ideal.
So we got Mick Maher, should be next along. We got Stephen Bowie Graham went through on a 45.25. So that's about just under 38 seconds off Andy Brown, which that's not too bad.
That isn't too bad at all. Little
Gee
2.4
whiz.
litre.
But he must think it's Christmas too, because he hasn't got much dust in front of him either.
Which will give him a chance to catch up to Andy Brown.
Certainly will. Andy's got to be on the...
And Bowie's only got to finish right behind Andy and will start in front of Andy.
him. Absolutely.
So there's a bit of not logistics, but
Well, here's our next car. It's mighty Mick Maher.
Mick Maher, and then we've got Mark Burrows. So has Mark Burrows passed Mick Maher? No.
Answer that question, no.
Got a strong engine in that Tesco truck. Sounds really
Strong truck. Strong truck too. Very impressive.
Yeah. So with Ray Farrell strapped up there in the left-hand seat, and of course Mark Burrows and Tom Burrows should be next one along.
Yeah, here they are through the
Shouldn't
top
be
gate
far
now.
along. Mark would be just loving chewing all the dust off the back of that truck.
I think you'll find he's just hovering in the 30-second dust line.
Brand new car right there in front
Yep.
of you, folks. So he's probably actually taking a bit to get used to this under race conditions. He's obviously driven it at home, testing, etc. But
Oh yeah, he's
first
done a lot of
time,
miles at home, he said,
yeah.
but he's really happy with the Monks Fab MF101, which means obviously it's the first one.
And then we've got Stuart Chapman, should be next.
Michael Marson over
Michael
the line.
Marson.
Oh, Michael Marson's moved up past
He has.
Stuart Chapman.
And
So
he's
he's
right
one
in
of the big movers and shakers in the field.
And he's in behind Mark Burrows. He's held his own. Well,
So-
he's picked up time because he was a minute behind Mark, and now he's only approximately 30 seconds. So
Hopefully we see Stuart Chapman come through with the Evo engine in the back. The four-cylinder turbocharged Mitsubishi Evo engine in the single-seater. The
sure.
Cheneth.
Sorry, mate. Not sure who's coming in over our left here.
Then
It
Craig
looks
Grogg.
like
probably Craig and Tony Floban, 23.
Yellow.
Or was it Southern Cross of Tucker?
That's Southern Cross. That's the car I'm thinking of.
Yep, 110, Simon Tucker and Kyle Tucker.
That's who he looks like. Yep.
Blue and white, or is it blue and
Or
white?
green and white.
Green and white car of Simon Tucker's.
They've got a clean run too, and that makes all the difference.
You can be lucky,
Definitely.
can't you?
Yeah, you can be lucky. Somebody can be unlucky, which makes you
Yep.
climb the board.
Mar going through the infield there, very fast. handles well. It's quite rough through the infield there.
Comes the Southern Cross.
The Tucker boys have moved up.
So where's Craig Krog and Tony Falaba in 23? Oh, big jump. Gee, that's going strong too.
Yeah, so Simon Tucker and Kyle Tucker have moved up. They've Craig Grog and Stuart Chapman hasn't come through.
And the last time I saw Stu was circulating, so we've got maybe Craig Krog. He's got a darker coloured buggy, which there's there's another one coming on over the left.
Probably Simpson.
Yeah,
Simpson's
Peter
due.
Simpson and D. Simpson. And then Brett Rogers. And then Matty Burrows after that.
We've got the air conditioner on flat out. Here's the 23 car, Craig Krog and Tony Falaba. They've obviously had a little bit of a...
They might have held a puncher, you don't know.
No.
They dropped back just a little bit, one little issue.
Because they took off behind Michael Marson, and now they're in... and Tucker was behind them. He's passed them, so he's dropped down in between them and should be Pete Simpson. No, here we are. There's another buggy. So who we got?
Yeah,
we've got Matthew
Burrows.
Burrows. 123. Matthew and Jay Mitchell.
Doing a great job.
Well, he's passed Simpson and Brett Rogers.
Certainly have, and we're missing Stuart Chapman. Hasn't come through at all. We'll have a look at the rally safe and see if he stopped.
Here comes a Nickel, Damien Nickel, which he started off behind Matt Burrows, so he's in order.
He had a fairly good prologue also. Looks like.
So where's Pete Simpson? He's dropped back.
Habees across the
There's
line.
Habees. It's going again, strong. 57, lost a lot of time, but seems strong again now.
Just never know. That sort of time tells me punches. I think when you've lost 8 or so minutes, it could be a puncher change on that.
Makes sense, doesn't it? It's normally 8 or 10 minutes.
We get the odd.
So I'll give you some times there. The fastest man out in the circuit at the moment is Greggy Gartner with a 42.20. Then Brent Martin with a 42.30. Andy Brown a 44.47. Stephen Bowie Graham with a 45.25. Michael Marson a 45.39. Simon Tucker a 46.01. Then Mick Mayer a 46.15. Mark Burrows a 46.16. They're right behind each other. And then Matthew Burrows a 46.19. So Matthew's not far behind his dad with a normally aspirated vehicle.
It's not a bad effort.
No, absolutely.
Look at the pace. Look at the pace of him through the infield. He's flying.
He's really, really going well. And of course, and then we've got Craig Grog from Queensland on a 47.50. So it's all action up the pointy end.
I see on the rally safe there, we've got Molesy. Looks like he's coming in over the back somewhere. And Craig Barnett was still circulating. You see the brown car 45 getting on his way back out on the screen. And I think we've got 3 or 4 cameras circulating today.
Well, I'm just looking at the times here, and Stuart Chapman's gone through. I must have missed him. He's done a 48.24.
I didn't see him either.
No, I didn't see Stuart go through, unfortunately, and probably had my head in the computer. And Aaron Haby's gone through with a 53.43. Now, that does tell me I think
he's had an issue.
He's had an issue, and I believe it'll be a puncher or something like that.
I did get a message from the boys out there saying it sounded like he had engine issues. So you never know. He might have struggled for a little bit or had to stop and put a hose back on or pipe back on or something. You never know.
Just don't know. So
lose 10 minutes pretty quick.
But yeah, that's a shame. I didn't see Stuart Chapman come through, so we all missed it.
him.
Yet we've got a time on him up here in the box, so somewhere along the line he snuck through on us.
Here comes Molesy around the last corner for his end of his first lap.
Be quite interesting what sort of time Molesy's done. And we'll be able to tell you that very shortly.
Yeah, about 11,000 revs. That's the norm.
Certainly is.
See a couple of cars coming back in. Dean Carter, followed by Matty Hansen in that 7 SE.
Shouldn't be too far away.
And the Barnett 68 car. Also 10:36, so there's still a fair few circulating. Doesn't look to be many stopped out on the track from what the numbers we're seeing.
Andrew Moles did a 48.51. And of course Aaron Haby a 53.43, so he's dropped back a little bit. But Molesy and Stuart Chapman very close on time between both of them. So
not too sure what's happened to AJ out there because he started 4th, and he's off the
is he still parked on the rally safe?
He's parked. He's on one of the roads back out. So I'm hoping that means he's on a trailer.
Yep.
And coming back into the pits.
He disappeared early.
He did disappear early. He didn't even make a third of a lap, really, by the looks of it.
Well, a bit of a low in proceedings. It's good to see that wind come up, guys.
Get rid of the dust.
It's making it a little bit better.
Out the back, all those Class 7 cars, they're well into the desert. They'll be getting shaken around like being in a tin can.
Hope there's a good dentist in town because they'll be shaking the fillings out
mate,
of their
there's
teeth.
Class 7.
Rod Vizza.
701 out in the desert, 671 out in the desert, 779, I can't see, there's 798, 729, so there's a fair few still out in the desert.
So Rod Vizza just gone through in car number 1057, and Cody Vizza, his son, the Confab Access Panel Engineering sponsored a Lumacraft on a 49.57. Any time I think under a 50 is a very good time.
These cars are starting to be getting a little bit lighter on fuel too. They'll be down to sort of, they've probably shaken off some of them 100 kilos or even 150 kilos in weight of fuel, which will definitely help the balance, etc. of the cars.
Certainly right there, Sandy. When they get lighter on fuel, they go faster. It's like getting rid of a passenger, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
So use that up. So while we've got a couple of minutes in time here, I'd like to thank the people from Screenshot Big Screens for the LED that's putting us out there to the public and bringing it into people's lounge rooms through Facebook. Also the event host, Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, and of course our 3 major sponsors, ARB, Mickey Thompson and Raceline Wheels. And not to mention, go and jump on a helicopter, have a ride out the back. The boys are sitting out the back there. They've been given plenty of rides today, and it's good fun. I had someone say before it was the best excitement they've had all weekend. So jump out there, get them to follow a car.
Dean Carter.
They're 18.
First lap.
Nice, strong sounding buggy.
Sounds very LS-ish.
It is. 6 litres of it.
Dean Carter on a 51.14. So
a few cars coming in here. Looks like Matty Hansen back in the dust, but there's another one. Looks like a 10 car about to come across the line.
well, Dean Carter, navigator is Brad Jacob. Who we got there?
43, Glenn McIntyre.
Not much much about Glenn McIntyre.
It's powered by a 3-litre Nissan twin turbo. Car 43.
Glenn McIntyre with a 50.42. Great time. Of course, we don't know who's in with Glenn this weekend. It could be Lachlan McIntyre or Pauline McIntyre. So they're obviously sharing the navigation duties over the weekend.
Barnett's across the line, followed by Matty Hansen. He's looking a
Matt
little loose
Hansen
there.
driving in some dust there.
He's looking a little loose. Well, I know Matty can look a little loose out on the track anyway, can't he? But he's still hasn't pulled any good places up in there, hasn't he?
No, not really. I think he's driving with issues by the look of him.
Yeah,
he looks wounded to me.
We would normally be a little further up the rankings.
Yeah, certainly would
Yeah,
be.
but this
You
dust
know,
is
the
pretty
car-
horrendous. It's
Can't-
dangerous trying to do anything. Sign in that dust. Come to a stop real quick if you hit one of those big eucalyptus out there. They don't move.
So just had a little note come in there, folks. We've got our local constabulary out there with his radar gun and giving us a few car speeds, which is just a little bit interesting. I don't exactly know where they are on the track, but we've got Reggie Gardner with his 202 kilometres an hour. Brent Martin 179 kilometres an hour. Car 45 213 kilometres an hour. Andy Brown 1065 179 kilometres an hour. That's not bad in a little class 10 car. Mick Mayer has come past at 185. The Burrows car at 220 kilometres an hour. 220 kilometres an hour. Wow, some of these times are just phenomenal. And we've gone down the list a little bit then. Car 32, 157. Car 110, 182k an hour. Car 17, 186 kilometres an hour. So that's up. That's still nothing to be ashamed of. Car 23, 190 kilometres an hour. Car 123, 175. Car 430, 177. So the Habe's in 57, and that was 143 kilometres an hour. So that tells me definitely they've had some issues out there not reaching top speeds. Car 35, 135, which is Molesey, 187 k an hour out of that little BMW engine. And then 1057 at 165 k an hour. So that's not bad. That's pretty good. But you see that Burrows car at 220 k an hour.
Yeah, he told me he was going to take it easy, Mark. He's got his son in with him. But, yeah, we've just had David Middlemiss go through on a 52.14.
And then
Pup Tyrrell.
Yeah.
Still
And
sounding strong.
James Tyrrell on a 51.59. And Glenn Spizzo from New South Wales on a 51 flat. Dean Carter on a 51.14. Craig Barnett on a 51.50. Got the two trucks together there. Jamie Knight.
Looks like there's another couple of trucks heading in too. 433, the Transvent truck, which we can't even see them out there. Have a look at the dust. So I don't know how they're going out there on their own.
Dean Miller in the 408 truck on a 50.31. Didn't get a time on Jamie Knight as yet. Jamie Knight, 51.23.
Car 2 over the line.
That's one of our Class 11 cars. Car 2, Glenn Pike on a 51.41. I'd nearly reckon that car of Glenn Pike's would be the first Can-Am in the field across the line. All the rest are buggies and trucks.
Just looking out around the out on the rally safe, mate. There's a couple of cars. They're still moving along quite nicely. Can't see speeds here, but Fosters are still travelling. Standing that 1092 Class 10 car still motoring around. These guys, that little Holt car, that's still motoring around.
Ken
they're
Holt.
still, yeah, Kenny Holt. That's still going around. Another little Can-Am, that 1110, they're motoring around. So they're still circulating. Pendlebury's in his 210 car. Oh, sorry, he's in 201 still going. And the 210 car, Girardi's still moving around as well. Looks like there's a little group of these guys out in the desert. There's like 4 of them, nice and close together, look. You got 1007, 1082, 210 and 1122. So a couple of Class 10 cars seem like they're almost holding up proceedings for a couple of these other fellas down the back.
I noticed that Matt Hansen's time was a 1 hour 1, but then I realised that he did go back into the pits. So he's had a 1 hour 1, and he probably lost about 5 or 10 minutes going back into pits to rectify an issue.
Yeah, even more, mate. I thought, and by the time you get back up to race speed, you take off, you're at race speed. By the time you come down from race speed and get back up, even that on its own can lose you 10 or 12 seconds quite easily. Yeah. Car 133 still going. 456 of Ian Terry still motoring around out there. 701 still motoring around. Car 1 has overtaken that car 1 of Brent Martin and Brad Gallard. They've both overtaken some of the guys at the bottom end of the field.
In the 7 vehicles.
In those Class 7 cars, and they're actually back on their way back in. So they're out of the desert already. You can see on the screen there up here on this left-hand side, that there is around the edge of the desert. So these cars, there's Greggy Gartner back down here. So he's got to fight his way now back through some of these slower class cars to get back into the pits. And not only that, he's probably doing it at a bad time, isn't he? Catching those guys through the desert where he's got lots of suspension compared to those other guys, good time to go around them. But when you're trying to come back in the dust, it's not really an ideal time to be trying to get around the slower class cars.
Meantime, you've got Brent Martin right in the back there, just keeping him honest.
But Simon Gubbins and Ben Lugg gone through on a 52.50. And of course, Michael Denham went through in the Mickle Fab truck on a 56.45. Anything under an hour.
They're doing good.
Oh, very well. Very well. Yeah, another truck coming up now.
Foster team.
Foster.
Still motoring along quite nicely. Out on their own too, so they've probably got, when you're out on your own, you're not getting bothered by anyone. You're not trying to push yourself to stay in front of them. Although if somebody does catch you, you do have to pull over and let them pass, but you can't always see them in this dust. You've got there's a few different features in the car. Rally safe. You've got comms there for push to pass. You've got sirens, which you very rarely hear if the guy behind you has got these sirens or his horn going. But there's a few different things there to help the safety and make sure that people get around you cleanly.
Mark Foster with a 54.41. So
he's not too far behind Liz and...
Well, he's running about 26th outright, which isn't a bad effort.
So we've had half the field back through already. And I reckon before too long, seeing as Gartner and Brent are on their way back in, they still have a little bit of work to get around Ian Terry and car 614 of Steve Chilby, who we noticed prologued really well earlier. But they've still got a little bit of work to get around him before they start heading back in. They've still got one little part of the flora and fauna reserve to go through around the edge of. And then they've got a couple of big long blasts back into the stadium area. Foster's car out in front of us, and I see Chappie. Oh no, sorry, that's car 43 out there. Still blasting around, we just saw on the screen. And that's Glenn McIntyre. So he's still circulating well. Remembering all these classes, these guys aren't just competing for class points or championships, they're competing for overall, but all the classes, each class is different. There's different engine sizes, different suspensions, different bodies. You know, there's a big mix of cars out here this weekend. So
there certainly is, but any number of those classes can be our overall champion for the year.
Correct.
Yeah, on points. So we all run on points, as we know, and if the points all, like if all the stars line up at the end of the year, you walk away with the big trophies. So doesn't matter what class you're in. We've had last year our class champion was Brent Martin, of course, and he runs a 3.5 litre normally aspirated vehicle, and he was the Australian champion because he had the most points.
yeah, Rod Steber just crossed the finish line, so he's probably about a 55.
Dale Stanton, 55.04.
So there you go. We've got 55s, 56s. Some of these slower cars, they're probably going to be an hour and a half for their first lap. So that's going to be a 3-hour day in a Class 7 down there. That's hard work.
Oh, absolutely, but we haven't seen the Class 7 or vehicles come through yet. That'd be over, well, an hour and 6 or an hour and 10 to do a lap, I would have thought.
You see there on the rally safe, you've got Greg Gartner just coming up on behind 614. And then in front of them, they have Clean Air.
All the way.
All the way, and I'm tipping by the time they get all the way back in, there's still going to be no one in front of them. So as soon as Greg Gartner and Brent Martin can get around this 614 car out in the desert of Steve Chilby's, they will have Clean Air all the way back in. And
I bet you Brent Martin hopes that he gets held up.
I tell you what, Brent Martin will want to be getting around Greg very soon, or at least cross the finish line right up his tail.
That's right, yeah. He's got to start in front tomorrow.
Yeah, 29 seconds or better.
He needs to be better on time today to start first tomorrow.
And I've got to tell you, I wouldn't want to be 29 seconds because that means you're only 1 second in front of Greg tomorrow. I don't want to
Well, they wouldn't start it at. They'd still start you at 30-second intervals, I would have thought.
You see on the screen, we're back out. There's a little bit of a windy section as they come around up through a little chute out there. There's a couple of nice areas out on this track of, there's a lot of sandy sections out in the desert, a couple of good little hill climbs that you'd want to be on gas going up them, otherwise you're having a second or third attempt. And there's also, you come back out of the desert, you've got a little weave in and out of the, bloomin' trees out of the river. I see on the screen there, Ian Terry in car 456, looks like he's bogged on one of the sandy corners out there. So that's how easy it is. I mean, if he's got a flat tyre, he's going to struggle in the sand, but yeah, I'm sure there'll be a caution flag out for him. So the guys behind him can slow down. If my screen reads correctly, I'm going to attempt to hit the refresh button, but if my screen reads correctly, it shows me, if my screen reads correctly, it shows me that Brent is in front of Gardner, but let's just wait a few minutes for another update and see what that does for us.
I don't think I could believe that screen.
The Transvet car's just gone back out. I don't know whether he's come in for a fuel, a little bit of a splash and dash, as we say.
Mightn't have had a big enough fuel tank to do 2 laps.
Might have needed just to put, 10 or 20, 30 litres in to get him around.
Yep.
So
Pendlebury, a 58.41.
Like we
Just
said
gone
earlier,
through.
that 35 years of racing that car.
Yep.
Still going strong, still competing in Australia's best championship.
Of course, his dad, Nigel Pendlebury, used to drive it for years. And then Brock's taken over the driving issues now. He's got Ty Girardi in with him, Alan Girardi's son.
11 car, 11.10 over. I think it's the first of our 11 cars. We only got a couple here this weekend.
Darren Franklin, car number 110110, and of course he's done a 57.23. And on our computer, he's 29th overall.
I can't see Andy. Oh, Andy Brown's still going out here. These guys are coming up. These guys are coming up on Ian Terry, who was currently brogged, as we saw on the screen a minute ago. But these guys are coming up on Ian Terry now. They're going to obviously get a caution flag, but if they're all in soft sand, you might end up with 2 or 3 cars bogged on the one corner. You know, I know what happens on places like the Pines. Those corners chop out pretty bad, and we're only on the first lap, but 3 or 4 laps in, those ruts come up to, they'll be up to a metre deep in areas in the sandy section. And yeah, it doesn't take long to create a little bit of backlog if you've all got to start stopping out there. So,
of course, I've just seen the helicopter go by. What a great ride out there with Ultimate Helicopters up here next to the food tent. When you come up to grab a meal, grab a steak sandwich or a drink from the ladies there, you can also book yourself a helicopter ride. So don't forget to come up and see the ladies at the Rainbow Rises event tent and get a coffee, a nice cold drink, steak sandwich, something to eat, some nice sandwiches.
I'm not too sure who's coming in over the back here, but we've got a couple more coming in over the back. Looks like another SSX, little, I call them golf carts. They're not, that's a bit of a cop-out, I know, but I just don't know enough about the classes personally. Like I said, I'm from a tin top Class 7 and Class 8 background. There's 2 young gentlemen that are out here talking with us. They're from the buggy background more than anything. Another Class 11 car over the line. The second of our Class 11's 1122. And he's got a little bit, Pete Makem, he's got a little bit to catch up on Darren Franklin. But I don't reckon we'll be, probably another 5 or 10 minutes, I nearly reckon we'll see the big bangers coming through on our left and along that tree line. And we haven't seen a stupid amount of dust out there yet, but I reckon we're getting there. On our left, can't quite see who that is coming in on our left, but they are due in any minute. They are due in the next 4 or 5 minutes. I'm sure we're going to see some of the big guys come in, our race leaders. I'm kind of glad the breeze has picked up out here today, clearing the way. And I think tomorrow's meant to be about 5 degrees cooler, which might help the guys out there so that are sweating in those triple layers suits and undergarments, etc.
The wind has made a big difference. It's certainly blown up. But unfortunately, it's turned around and it's coming our way now.
Yeah.
It's amazing how it does that here, but, you know, it makes it a bit more difficult for us, but makes it better for the competitors, I can assure you.
There, folks, the 1082 car, the Stuyber car is just across the finish line. We now have got Class 2 car, 210 or 218, 210 I think it was. Brad Girardi across the line. And I reckon I can see a big cloud of dust coming in that far tree line. Can you see that? Right here.
Yep, see. That'll be our front runner up there in the distance. Looks blue. And it's super fast. There's Gardner. Gardner's on his way home.
A couple of cars going around there for their second lap, their last lap for today. But I'll tell you what, how enjoyable is it to see the start of the season well underway?
Oh, it's certainly good to be out here. Good racing too.
Conditions are pretty much optimal.
The big trophy trucker, Greg Garton and Jamie Jennings, are on their way home at the completion of lap 2. Here he is, his topsoil on a couple of paddocks there in the distance.
Looks like your race leader over on the left, folks, coming back in. Through parts of the desert. You see Max on the screen there, but about to head up in Jersey. Looks like he's getting pushed along by somebody.
He's got out of his situation.
At least he's moving again. That's one of the battles out there, is staying moving. So interesting to see how much of a gap Brent's made up.
I haven't seen Brent as yet. Oh yes, I think he is out there.
Just having a quick look here. AJ's DNF'd with an engine. Chappie's DNF'd with an engine. Poor Sibos. Sibos are out with an engine. Brett Rogers is out with an engine. Trevor Chandler's out with a supercharger car, by the looks of it. Kenny Holt's a
got
DNF.
one on the Jag, so that makes sense.
Kenny Holt's out with a DNF. Scott Coulston in 671's out. He's done a belt, or should I say he's stopped with a belt issue. And Connor Cooper's also stopped with a mechanical issue. So there's a fair few stopped. I'll tell you what, Connor won't want to hang around for too long because he started last today and he's got a fair job just to get around here. Unlike this fella coming in on our left, folks. Greg Gartney, I know you can hear it. So yes, there's a few out, but our top guys, Bradley's about to come around the last corner for his end of his second lap. And we're going to just see here within that third lap. I haven't actually focused on Brent.
That looks like Brent
yet,
now.
but Brent looks like he's coming in now, yeah. Here he is, man of the hour, Greg Gartner.
Going easy on it as normal.
And as smooth as can be. Just like he's going to pick up some milk, really.
Just loves this place, doesn't he? Greg Garton and Jamie Jennings first in.
Greggy Gartner's second lap was a 43.37, giving him a total time of 1:25.57.
Just over a minute slower than his first lap.
Oh, that's to be expected, though, when you're out in front cruising along.
Taking it easy.
And, of course, as you said earlier there, that he caught a couple of slower cars, so he would have lost a bit of time there.
Stuck in a bit of dust until he got right up behind enough.
So we have Brent Martin and Andre De Simone.
Yeah, I think they've lost a bit of time because when you start catching cars, sometimes, the first car can get through quickly and the second car has more trouble because you're in a difficult area, a treat area, or it's not as windy there.
Skinny track, yep.
Yeah, but here he is now, safely home, Brent Martin. But he's dropped a bit of time, but not much. He's still well and truly in the equation. Great effort, car number 1.
Nice jump too.
Brent Martin and Andrea De Simone. Andre De Simone.
So we looked at both his times. His second time was a 44.06. So Brent Martin just backed off just a little bit there in that lap. His total time is 1 hour 26:37. And of course, Greg Gartner's done a 1 hour 25:57. So there's about 39 seconds between them both after 2 laps today, ladies and gentlemen. So we've had 2 cars finish, done all the prologue, finished 2 laps today.
They'll be back in the pits, straight in there, straight ready, prep for tomorrow.
Yep, fueling them up for tomorrow, servicing the wheel bearings, checking all the tyres, make sure they've got no stakes in them anywhere.
Checking CVs on the buggies.
Yep, like it's surprising how much effort you have to put into a car after it's done 2 laps. Might have a CV boot issue or something. Takes quite a while to fix. You've got to let the whole car cool down before you can touch it. These cars will be stinking hot.
There he is, Brent Martin.
Well done. Mickey Thompson sponsored.
Certainly Mickey Thompson this year have jumped on board with Brent and got some more sponsorship out on the car number 1. Certainly proving to be the place to be.
Just continuing his good form, isn't he? Brent Martin and Andre.
Well, it was about consistency last year, Glenn, and if he goes all day tomorrow and finishes second, doesn't matter. Second overall and win the class, that'd be just lovely for him.
Yeah,
and try and keep that number 1 on the roof.
Well, now we're looking for the ARB car of Andy Brown and Daniel Hardman.
Oh, I hope
They are on
Sandy
their way
Bowman haven't mozzed him.
Well, they are on their way back in, mate. They've only got, looks like, Have a Chat Steve-O is out there somewhere in front of them by the looks of the rally safe. So they're on that big long blast back in along that tree line. That might be them at the end and the left of the tree line.
I can see some dust over there.
They might be the car that's in the middle of that dust, in the middle of that tree line, straight out to the left. So there's a couple of cars out there. Car 779, which is Heath Wheaton, and these guys are still. Some of these guys are still on their first lap, by the way. So they've still got another hour in the office.
Absolutely. We've got 2 cars done 2 laps. Greg Gartner, Brent Martin. We're looking for Andy Brown.
2 down and 4 to go.
Yeah, Andy Brown's going to catch Steve-O just as he comes in here somewhere on our left. That's Heath Wheaton coming in on your far left out on that tree line, that big aqua car. And that looks like Steve-O closest to us in the
Yes,
yellow
it does
car.
in the yellow car.
buggy, yes.
Not long after Steve-O, we should see Andy Brown as they all... Oh no, maybe Andy Brown's coming in. It's Andy Brown coming in the back of that tree line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
He's right behind the
Right
Class
behind
7 car.
That Heath Wheaton car.
And that's
So-
what's probably holding him up, actually.
Yeah. But once he gets, I think you should be able to get around him in here.
But he had a dust-free run for a lot of the first
Yes,
laps.
he did, yeah.
Well, heading back across there, I'm looking at the wind, so the wind will be blowing the dust off the back of that car.
You can see Andy's sitting right in that dust.
Yeah, the wind will be, the dust will be
There he is
blowing.
with the lights on.
Comes around
Lights
the last
on.
corner.
And he's moved over. I think he is moving over.
I think he's seen him or he's backing
No, he
off.
probably pushed the pass button.
Yep.
He has
Oh,
moved
well
over.
done. Good move. Well done.
Yep.
And now Andy
That's what
should
you
be
like to
able
see.
to have a free run because I reckon Steve-O would nearly be at the finish line by the time Andy catches him. So if somebody does catch you out there, you do have to pull over. Obviously, if they've caught you, they're
Yep,
faster.
they're
than
faster.
You.
That's
Get out of the way.
correct. Yep. Get out of the way. Let me go.
Makes it a safer environment too, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't updating it. It looked just long out. It has been, yeah. You can't see the dust of Steve-O around behind the pits here, but
Just far over to our left, we see Windsock, and it's an airport over there. So the Rainbow Airport. and you run along the base of the, round the back of the airport, and of course you come up a very fast fence line. That fence line's really quick. She's probably 180k up there.
There's not much movement in that little area where we're waiting for Andy to come back in.
No, they seem to have disappeared.
Seem to have all disappeared there.
There's Andy. I can see the red. Where's Steve-O gone?
Steve-O's disappeared.
Someone's going slow there. Look.
Well, maybe that's what's happened. Maybe.
Someone's going slow in the trees over there. See the tree? You just saw a flash of
Yeah.
red. Look, straight across.
Oh no, there's Steve-O. No, he's obviously backed off with the.
Maybe let Andy around him.
Who's
Yeah.
in the red car there going slow?
That's Andy.
There's Andy here.
On the left. So
Yeah.
Andy must be back out in front of Steve-O. So maybe Steve-O's pulled over.
Yeah.
And so Andy's now got a clean run to the finish. Steve-O's out there. Looks like he's still going around. Then we've got the 1065 car.
There's
motoring
Steve-O.
around of Bowie. Still circulating.
And here's a gaggle of cars too. There's Bowie and I see the red buggy just past that.
Bowie's still motoring. So yeah, there we see Bowie. He's getting close to coming back in. There's a couple of cars out
Here's
there.
the ARB Illumicraft of Andy Brown coming up over the finishing line.
Yep. Mate, there's still a couple of fast cars out there. Still the.
Look at this lovely big jump. Listen to that V8 singing.
Tell you what's still out there. Mick Maher's truck. Burrow's new buggy. 110 car. The 32 car of Mick. Mick Marson.
Mick Marson.
So there's still a few quick cars out there, but the gap's quite large now. When you look at, we've probably got in areas a 15-minute gap's going to be.
Andy Brown's second lap was 2 seconds slower than his first, so he did a 44.47. He's done a 46.50. Total time of 1:31.37.
Here's Steve-O now.
Here's Steve-O finishing one lap.
One lap.
And we've got Bowie right behind him.
Bowie, yeah. So Bowie's finishing. He's just done his 2 laps.
So Stephen Bowie Graham across the line. Fourth one to finish 2 laps of the circuit.
Good effort in a 10 car. Certainly a quick competitor, isn't he? In a 10 car.
Oh yeah, that's a phenomenal effort in a 10 car. A few more speeds in from those earlier. Car 2 was doing 150k an hour. 408 at 138k an hour. So we watch Andy Brown roll back in with his broken crank. I don't know how you do that with a broken crank, but hey, who am I to?
I think he needs a sack to crack tester.
Heath Whedon's back on his second lap. He's heading out again. So there are a couple of these other cars. Car 439, 152.
Oh, here comes Steve-O in for a splash of fuel, I'd say.
Well, they did checkered flag, Steve-O, from what I saw, but I don't know if they were meant to.
Oh, he wouldn't be on his second lap.
Well, I've just learned here that Stephen Bowie Graham was faster than Andy Brown.
Wow.
So, yeah, by 7 seconds.
What about overall?
That's overall.
Is that overall?
Yeah, overall.
Oh, wow.
So it's not much in it, but it's pushed Andy back to 4th. So we've got Greg Gartner 1st, Brent Martin 2nd, Stephen Bowie Graham 3rd, Andy Brown 4th.
Will they leave on corrected time tomorrow morning, or will they leave in the
I believe
positions
that they'll corrected time back to this, and they'll probably start at 30-second intervals in the morning. Give everybody a chance with the dust factor, but the dust factor doesn't look too bad from up here in the commentary box.
No, it's quite no dust in here.
So, Sandy, how many cars would we still have on the first lap?
Well, it
Was
looks
Whedon the last?
like we've only got a handful of Class 7s on the first lap. Maybe Connor, I don't know if he's still circulating. Ian Terry, who got bogged out there earlier. It's a bit hard to tell now because they're a bit jumbled up and I have no exact.
So there'll still be half a dozen or so
Yeah,
cars.
there'll still be half a dozen on their first lap, but they should be getting close. And I reckon, you know, poor old Connor in that GQ, he's obviously stopped out there with a couple of issues. Whether he's gotten going again, if he's gotten going again, he's still got, you know, another hour and a half to get around. Heath Whedon. Another Class 6 car over the line. They are. That's interesting. We're just doing a little bit of a comparo here. Michael Marson is over the finish line, but Heath Whedon did a 1 hour 11. So just a comparison to these top runners doing, you know, Gartner's in at a 42 and a 43 minute lap. And some of these Class 7s are down to the 110, 113 minute laps.
Mick Mayer did a 47.52, total time of 1 hour 34.07.
There's still a few minutes over.
Oh, blocked up, is it?
No, it's broken a bottom ball joint or something by the looks of that.
There's Mark Burrows. So Mark's obviously been following him in the dust. The Tuckers, is it?
Yeah.
Mark will probably need made up time on him, so he'll start in front of the Tuckers tomorrow if they go on corrected time.
Michael Marr wandering back into the pits. Michael Marson wandering back into the pits.
So Mark Burrows, a 48.24, 134.
I'm sure these guys will be praying for a little bit of rain tonight. I don't think it's
Good
due
luck
to
with
rain,
that.
though. From what I can see,
I
it's
think
not
rain's a
doing
long
rain.
way away from here.
Yeah.
Geez, I don't know. The Tuckers have done a good, consistent, the 46.01 and a 46.31.
You can see here there's still a few cars circulating down the back. Ian Terry's on his way back in and 123 is on his way back in. Car 23 is also getting close to the finish line here. Habies are up near the finish line. 10:58, 135, which I think is Molesy, yeah? He's still a little way out. He's only just come out of that flora and fauna reserve edge out there. Car 10:57. So Barnett's still out there. You know, there's still car 408. There's still a fair few to come in. Nickel car coming in. Nickel, sorry.
Car number 430 and Cameron Percy.
Screen here.
Of course, their first lap was Damien Nichols moved up a bit, up to fifth. He's done a 46.20 and a 45.44. Impressive second lap.
Aby's over the finish line.
Aby had a bit of a slower first lap, but I think his second lap's on the money.
Steve-O's just headed back out, so whether he came in for a dash of fuel, I'm tipping that little buggy hasn't got a lot of capacity for 70 kilometres and with a sand section as well. So I'm tipping he just grabbed 20 litres of fuel. Yeah. But we've got 4, 5, 6 Ian Terry must be coming in over on our left. Car 123, car 23. And if we look further out into the desert on the rally safe here, there's a bit of a long gap there with no one. Just zoom out slightly so you can
Aaron Habe, a 45.46. So it just shows you the first lap was a 53.43. So he's obviously had some issue.
Yeah, 10 minutes. It's a flat tyre.
Yeah, I think it'd be a flat tyre.
You can see how there's a lot still out on the edge of the desert there.
We'll soon know.
Haven't even come back in. Barnett's are out there. Car 17.
So when Habe drives past, we'll look at the spare up on the back. See if the spare's been changed.
Yeah, we've got some lap 2 radar speeds.
Looks okay.
Gartner
It might have been an engine issue.
Gartner came past at 195 on the second lap. Brent at 176. There's not a big difference in top end speed with those two coming past that radar. Only, 20 kilometres an hour, I know it's a lot, but not when you think about 350, 400 horsepower right through to 700 or 800, you know, that's interesting. Habees came past at 180k an hour. Car 430, class 4 car, 183k an hour. 482, which is the TSCO truck, that came through at 168k an hour, you know, so he's slower than Brent's. Yeah. So there you go. There's the second of the Burrows car through. Class 1, 3.5 litre.
Matty came through in a 48.56.
Yeah, respectable times too.
Certainly is. Right behind his dad. So Mark Burrows is 9th outright, and of course Matt Burrows is 10th.
And Craig Krog just crossed the finish line, which may even jump. He's obviously caught Matt, so you might see him jump into 10th here if he's caught him so closely.
Would it split them?
Ian Terry.
Isn't it funny? There's
after
some.
his first lap from being bogged, which I'm sure he's not happy with. That's devastating. Doesn't take much when you get into those big soft corners. Some of these cars, the buggies now, they're only spinning one wheel, aren't they?
He was sitting up there. He looked pretty fit. He'd been on the shovel for an hour.
Yeah,
So Craig Krog
Krog
from Queensland, a 49.54, right behind Matt Burrows and Mark Burrows.
That's just spat Habees down a little bit.
Yeah, Habees, that's that 10 minutes he lost earlier there in the first lap, so it's sort of set him back a little bit. Same as Matt Hansen, as we saw. He's dropped about 10 or 15 minutes on the first lap. That'll put them back a little bit for their starting time tomorrow.
What? Matty Hansen looks like he's currently stationary. I actually can't tell here, but he's out on his own and hasn't made it back out to the desert yet, so he should be well and truly into the desert. I would have thought he'd been way out of the edge of the desert by now. But, oh, it does say Stuart Chappie stopped out there. That's no good to see. He had a ripper first lap.
Yeah, so now we've got both the Chapman boys. A long trip down from Queensland and have them both parked.
Heartbreaking.
One's got a broken crank. We don't know about the other one. But, yeah, disappointing there for the Chapman crew. Andrew Moles shouldn't be far away.
Ian Terry looks on the screen there like he's motoring along quite nicely. So, obviously he didn't have a problem. Just probably picked the wrong line out there earlier and got bogged. Molesy coming in on our left. So he's only got a few Ks to go before he hits the finish line. Followed by the 1057 car, which you'll probably see way over on the tree line coming down, creating some dust.
Which are the Vizzers, Rod Vizzer and Cody Vizzer.
And then it looks like, who's stopped there? Stu, looks like Stu is stopped at the same spot as Ian Terry got stuck earlier. So it's good they've got the recovery out there giving him a little tug out. You see on the screen with one of our cameras there, out in the field. Yep. So there's still a fair few circulating, coming back in out of the desert now. We've got 1058. We've got the 1058 car, 68 car still going, 117, 408, all still circulating. followed by the 1036, 439, 133, the 690 of the Gubbins car. They're not far behind Kurt Steffen, who still looks like he's moving along. Car 17 still moving along. Car 1071, the Forceman single-seater still moving along. Also, the Foster's purple deluxe ride still motoring not far behind that Forceman car, so they might be struggling to get around him with a little bit of dust. But Chappie looks like he's backed in off the road, in off the trees. So whatever's wrong with him, we're not too sure yet. We've got the Standen 1092 car still circulating. The Tilson's GQ. The Transvent car looks like they're both still circulating as well. That Transvent car of the Denims, that looks like it's catching up onto the Tilson Silver GQ Patrol. So as long as they don't suck some dust, I'm sure they'll rip around those guys. And we've got 992 Spizzo's car, which I didn't get a chance to speak to last night, but I might try and round him up at some stage. There's the last of those cars you see along here coming out. This is the back of the desert here, and up in this corner here is where they drop into the harder stuff in the desert. From about this spot here, all the way along the edge of the desert here, all the way up to about where car 1122 is. These guys, this is about where you start coming back out of the desert there. You start just drop over that track. And
here we go, Molesy. Molesy, Andrew Moles, Tegan Moles, all the way from Alice Springs. With the Razorback with the big BMW in the back of it, and certainly uses the bottom half of the throttle on that. It was doing about 11,000 revs when it went past us just then. But we'll have a time up very shortly. So Molesy's first lap was a 48.51. We'll see whether he's very consistent or he's lost a little bit of time passing people in that lap. But I'm sure he's better off coming here to Rainbow than where he was heading in the first place, up the top end of Queensland where it was muddy and horrible. And we've got the same weather here as Alice Springs here today, haven't we?
Mate, I don't know about you, but I'm in here in the aircon and I'm not feeling as bad as I was when I was out there.
Certainly a beautiful day, and here's our time. Andrew Moles, a 50.53. So a total time of 1 hour 39, which makes him 13th overall on the road.
Fosters look like they haven't...
Rod Visser in the confab car.
Screen there, Fosters look like they're having a bit of fun out in the desert.
So we've got Rod Visser and Cody Visser, confab access panel engineering at Illumicraft. 2.4 Honda in the back of it. His first lap was a 49.57. The second lap, a 50.32. Very consistent. Not even a minute between those laps. He's 14 seconds actually between his first lap and second lap. That's consistent driving.
Yeah, it is. You don't get that very often.
No.
So, got a couple more coming in over the back. You see the screen has still a fairly scattered amount of numbers. I haven't seen Connor Cooper come through in that 729. I think it was 729 car. It looks like he must be either stationary or struggling out there on the, and he's virtually on the edge of the desert about to come back out. So he hasn't been through on his first run. So I'm tipping he's not going to have enough time. You only get allocated a certain amount of time to finish your laps today, which I think was about 3 hours total run time today. But you know, we've got, this was Heath Whedon up here in the top of your screen. He's still motoring along. That was Steve-O in that little yellow beam car, who had to come in for a splash of fuel. Then Ian Terry back here. And these are probably the last of our cars on there that I'm tipping will get a chance to finish their laps today.
Well, we're looking for car number 408, Dean Miller. He should be next on the road, I presume.
Well, we've got Dean Carter. We've got Carter and Barnett out there. They're on their way back in on our left somewhere. We've got Glenn McIntyre in on our left somewhere, who should be probably next car in.
And Glenn Pizzo.
Pizzo, can't see Pizzo's on here. Then 408, 117 and 1036, which will all be coming back down that tree line in the distance.
Yeah, so Dean Miller is 408. Glenn McIntyre is car number 43. Glenn Pizzo is 922. They both completed one lap, so they're on their second lap now.
And all that car 43, 68, 18 are all. Must say, Dean Carter looks like he's been up Craig Barnett's back end for probably 20 kilometres from what I saw earlier and just now. So those guys must be coming into our eye shot over on the left. A big dust line in the distance on the trees. That would be 117 or 408 coming in over there. There you go, 43. Lee sent them to me. Some car speeds.
So Glenn McIntyre, a 51.29. First lap was a 50.42. Not a lot in that. 16.4 seconds between two laps. I think the best off-road driver is a consistent one. And when you go out there and the track gets rougher and your times are very similar, you're doing a great job.
Here we go. Is that Dean now? There you go. Dean Carter over the line. Home safely for his first two laps, which is always good to see. And I think Barnett should be very close to behind him, and then followed up by the 408 Class 4 car. We've got, just having a look here, that's Dean Miller, that 408 car. So, bit of dust over on our left. They're starting to thin out, aren't they? Starting to thin out, but
Starting to thin out. It'd be interesting to see how many we lose today, but doesn't mean that we lose them if they haven't finished today, because a lot of them can rectify their problems overnight.
Well, we've had, what have we got? 16 cars now done two laps.
That
makes 17.
Alison Dave Middlemas.
Certainly is.
not see them get a checkered flag. So I presume they're on their second lap, but
yeah, they didn't. They went into the pits, or they're coming into the pits.
I tell you what, there's still a few out there on their first lap. Yeah, we get a checkered flag for the Barnett team. They've done a stellar job out there today. It's good to see. I don't think I saw the Middle Mrs. car do 2 laps. I swear it was its first car. They didn't get a checkered flag when they stopped, when they came over the start-finish gate, so I can only presume.
And he hasn't continued on.
No, they have done 2 laps. We must have missed them on the first one. Hey, Wellesley, they did 2 minutes quicker on their second lap, a 50-minute 35 on their second lap, which was not bad. Barnett's dropped a couple of minutes and they gained a couple of minutes. Middle Misses did 52 on their first and 50 on their second. Barnett's done 51.50 on his first and 53.02 on the second. So he's a solid minute and 12 seconds slower on his second lap, and that's a lot. You can get a lot of cars in between that.
Yeah.
They've been
Well
in the
driven.
game. They've been in the game for a long time too, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Big family affair.
Tell you what, some of these cars that coming in, it look like they've done nothing.
I know.
Haven't they?
Including
Just look at that.
Including the 408
408.
408 car. It is. Well, we've got about 20 cars finished. 18, but 18, 19. 19, 20 pups over
20
the
with
line.
Pup.
So
And Pup just come through.
Yep.
James
Give you their
Tyrrell.
times in a second, but that means we've got a few out. Chappie looks like he's DNF'd with the second of the Chappie cars, which is Stuart, who's riding on his own. So I'm tipping we've probably got about 10 or 12 cars out by now. Steve Chilby is in the pits. Peter Stevo's DNF with a flat tyre. 1, 2, 3, 20 out already. And there's a few engines in amongst that. There's a few did not starts in amongst that. Jamie Knight's just coming over the line, but seems like there was a rollover out there at some stage as well.
James Tyrrell through. Very consistent time for Pup, who did a 51.59, which is nearly a 52, and his second lap was a 52.08. So very good. Jamie Knight on a 51.23 and a 52.38. Not much in all those.
Pup's car looks like it's just come off the trailer.
Doesn't
It's
it
done it
work?
easy.
That's the difference between mud and dust, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Certainly is.
The lesson of the day is just go out there and shift gears, be there for tomorrow. We've got 20 people that haven't learnt that one.
The Forceman looks like he's stuck on that corner. Another one getting towed out of that same corner, and I'm tipping that's the corner that is that hard right-hander and up the hill. You can see one of the Can-Ams.
They look like they go into it and then they back off, or it's a bit of an S.
It's a fair climb.
It's up the hill too, yeah.
And what happens is you turn the corner, you've got a hard right, and you just don't have the run-up. So
And if you get a bit of push or understeer, it's just going to, yeah.
So I'm tipping that recovery crew's working hard.
Jamie Knight's car going through.
Look at that incline out of that sandy corner. No
Pleasure
wonder-
to drive it back into the pits and just wipe a bit of dust off it and put some fuel in it.
There's a Pendlebury car going up that same hill.
So Jamie Knight's 19th on our screen overall.
So that's 20 cars over the finish line.
21.
21.
21 cars.
So we must have around 20 cars still out on the.
Well, we had
still
60
circulating.
start this morning, so we've got 40 cars somewhere.
Somewhere. Look at the
Well, as we said
screen.
before, we got 20 broken down.
The screen, you just see a bit of a
roof,
a roof number and a spray of sand.
Yep.
And I'm tipping it's reversing back down the hill for another go. Matty Hansen doesn't look like he's moving out there. He's stopped. Yeah. So I don't know what's happened. I have no report on Matty Hansen's car number 7. Stopped. Ian Terry doesn't tell me it's still moving. Doesn't tell me it's stationary. So I couldn't tell you there. Heath Whedon looks like he's just hit the edge of the desert. So he's nearly at his halfway mark on his second lap. And there wasn't many that's restarted after him. Ian Terry was, and he's a fair way behind there. Brett Tilson's still out there. So we've still got a fair few cars sitting out on the track. Yeah, car 690 over the finish line, ready for his second lap. Heading out again.
It's Simon Gubbins and Ben Lugg from Victoria, and the Can-Am Maverick.
What a great day it's been at Rainbow today. Winds up, which we all love, a little bit of breeze. It's been a beautiful sunny day. I'd like to know what temperature got to today.
What, outside of your air-conditioned pod here?
Certainly beautiful in the box here. But tomorrow's another day, another big day at the office for these guys.
Looks like they're unhooking the Forsman car on that hill, mate. So I don't know whether he's good to go again. They're obviously pulling them backwards out of the way on that hill, out in the desert. That's sucked up about 5 cars, 6 cars that I've seen so far. And if he gets another blast, he needs a fair run up, because otherwise the cars coming up behind them, they don't get a run up either. End up with 3 or 4 stacked in the one corner.
We've counted on our timing screen. It seems to be about 20 cars at the moment that are out through different issues.
Few engine failures, a couple of gearboxes.
So certainly hard on equipment, but we got Trevor Chandler, DNF SC belt.
That's supercharger belt on the Jaguar powered 37. Car.
Simon Gubbins and Ben Lugg, a 52.50 on the first lap and a 52.40 on the second lap. Very good. Very good, consistent laps. Peter Stevens had a flat tyre. He's still out racing, I presume. No, he had a flat tyre, so he would have been changing the spare. We got Peter Simpson, DNF engine. Clayton Chapman, DNF engine. Aaron James, DNF engine. Gee whiz. Kenny Holt, DNF. Kurt Stefan, DNF. Scott Colson, DNF belt. Brett Tilson, stopped. Connor Cooper, stopped, mechanical. The track has certainly taken its toll, Glenn. Always does here, over the back. That sandy stuff's pretty tough on equipment.
Yeah, it's always been tough. Tough around this place. Like, we lost half the field and we're not even into 2 laps.
Not quite half the field, but
we're not even
20 out of 60. It's a fair bit. We haven't even done 2 laps. So imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow afternoon. I reckon we might get 10 home or maybe 15 home in total. So it just goes to show you the track has beaten the cars. So whoever finishes this race tomorrow will certainly deserve a beer at the end of the day and a trophy. But some of these guys are driving some fairly consistent times out there.
No, we went out to the road jump and then we went out to the crossing here.
Road jump is there.
Yeah, we're out here to this road. Yeah. That road jump there, and then we went down that road and then down here to this road crossing here.
Oh, right.
And then did Sandy get all the speed?
Yeah, we've been reading about 220.
So we're waiting on Glenn Pike, Mark Foster, Dale Stanton, Michael Denham. Of course, the Denham truck looked a picture earlier on, that blue truck. Always, the presentation of that truck is first class. Jamie Knight is still on track. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one there. Jamie Knight's in the pits. Going to get Sandy Bowman to get down the pits very shortly after the last car comes in. Maybe have a few words with some of the competitors. See if we can get a word with Greggy Gartner or Brent Martin. Even Stephen Bowie Graham, Andy Brown, Damien Nickel, Simon Tucker, Michael Marson, Mick Mayer. So Mark Burrows and Matt Burrows, they're our top 10. Great job out of those guys today. And of course you can see the smart people. They followed in the dust. And we've just had Mark Foster across the line. And Mark Foster's done a 57.59. And first lap was a 54.41. So a total time of 1:52.41. Great job, Mark. That car of Mark Foster's done a lot of Ks last year, the last couple of years. He's sponsored by M. Foster Earth Moving, which I presume is himself. Phoenix Lubricants, Evans Petroleum. It's a Toyota Tacoma, but it's got a Chev LS2 V8 6-litre in it. Loves his off-road racing, Mark Foster. Last year, I think he was the most travelled guy in the off-road scene. I think he won that award because he went to every event last year, Mark. Did a great job.
I'll tell you what, I need his budget then.
Certainly, I was just looking there at Mark Foster Earth Moving. Is he sponsor? I don't think I'd be getting him doing any earth moving for me.
No, he's always on holidays.
Always away racing.
Still a fair few cars out there. Obviously, these last couple on the screen have stopped. I did have had speeds up here, but I can't see that at the moment. So it does look like Ian Terry's still motoring along, and I would say he is the last one on the field that's still circulating by the looks of it.
What gets me is the difference in speeds. When you're running out the speed variation from before, I think the fastest speed we had was Mark Burrows, is that right?
220k an hour?
Yeah, 223 Ks or something.
Yeah, phenomenal.
And that's amazing. Must be a nice big long straight out there somewhere, but 223 Ks, very quick out of the Commodore twin turbo car that he's built, the brand new one, the Monk Fab car. But of course, looking at his son Matthew,
not far off,
right behind him. He's in the mirror.
Oh, he's literally right behind him.
He is. Right in the mirror, mate. So if he looks in the mirror, he'll look at his son's face.
That's why he took the turbos off.
Yep, that's right.
Because guess where he'd be if he didn't? He'd be in front of the old boy.
No. But of course, we said at the scrutineering last night, they had best presented car, the Bellevue Machinery judged by the scrutineers, and the Burrows team won the best presented team. Both those white cars with Max Burrows haulage on the side. Very, very nicely presented team.
Looks like car 433 is nearly coming around. Has he been in? No, he's on his last
Is that the sweep car going around?
Yep, sweep car's on his way out, but the 433 should nearly be coming around onto the finish line over on our left somewhere. That Transvent blue Mickle Fab truck. And then we've got another little bit of a gap. He's travelled on his own for a little while as well, so dust free.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, that's him. Then followed by our second of our Class 11 cars, 1122. So Pete Makeham's coming in on the tree line in the distance. Oh, actually, he's just rounded the last corner over in the far left there.
Yep.
That's Pete Makeham. And we're about to see the Transvent Class 4 come around over the finish line, end of his second lap. Go in for a rest. Well, there's still half a dozen cars out there still motoring along. Here comes the Denham's car. They'll be wrapped to finish today. As would anyone by the looks of the amount of cars that have dropped out. There's about 20.
He's done a 1 hour and 4:51.
8 minutes slower than his first.
Yeah, could be a puncher involved there somewhere, I might think. First lap was a 56.45 and the second lap was a 1 hour 4:51. Very, very nice presented truck. The Mickle Fab truck, the blue one. I had a look at it scrutineering last night.
Very clean, well presented.
Yep, certainly was.
They do know what they're doing though.
Gavin, I think I'm hearing that's what he's doing.
So we've still got Shawnee Radcliffe out there somewhere.
Well, mate, we've got
car 1007, of course, Brock Pendlebury, and car number 201.
car number 201 should be literally on that tree line in the distance, which might be the dust you're seeing. And in front of him is the 1110 car. So which should be the next one we see over the line, which is our Class 11 Darren Franklin. He should be our next one in, followed by the 201 car. Few cars getting very spaced out towards the end here. I'm going to bring my binoculars tomorrow. Beauty. If I can find them. They usually live in the car, so that looks like a little. Yeah, well, they just told me my car's out there in the field somewhere and left the windows down, so.
I reckon we might have about 30 people starting tomorrow. By the look of it, we might have lost about 30 today in 2 laps. How are we going to go with 4 laps tomorrow? Be a tough day, but I think if you get through the first day, normally you get through the second one. That's what we've seen over the years. Of course, we've got one of the Can-Ams. Yep. 1122, which is Pete Makeham. And Pete Makeham and Michael Hackney. And the Can-Am, Rotax 900cc, a 57.25, and they bettered that with their second lap, a 56.07. A great drive. So we're still looking for Glenn Pizzo, hasn't come in, or Glenn Pike. Now, Glenn Pike this morning was very quick in the prologue.
We can see some of these numbers on the rally safe on the screen there. So we've got a couple of cars about to head back down that big long straight. 1092 car, 1092 car of Dale Standen, 210 car of Brad Girardi, and the 1058 car. So
The 201 car of Brock Pendlebury got Ty Girardi in with him. They've been doing very well today.
there's a few Class 10 cars sort of spaced out, but they're out there. Kurt.
What
is
about
still
the
out there.
1007 car? Is that out there somewhere?
That is
Shawnee Radcliffe, the one that rolled over this morning in the prologue.
Seeing Heath Whedon out there. Last of them. The last car that was in was 456. Was the last one moving. So maybe these last couple of cars here have actually stopped. 274, car 2, 671 possibly has stopped. I'm not saying they have because I just can't see that rolling info. But 456 was basically the last car that left.
That was the white.
That was the white truck of Ian Terry.
Yep.
And it seems like it's still moving. He's about to go around Connor Cooper, which looks like he's been stopped for a while. That other Class 798 car, that was Hank Parker's 76 Series Toyota. That should still be circulating because I think that was still in front of Ian Terry's car and still moving. So 474 looks like it may be stopped. 1082 still going. 17 still going.
Car number 1110, Darren Franklin. And Brock Pendlebury.
Superb.
Over the line.
Mate, that's a hard day.
So Brock Pendlebury's car number 201 with Ty Girardi in with him, navigating. All the old Class 2 cars. Haven't got the wheel travel as some of these bigger cars have got, so it's a tough day at the office in these cars.
Out in that sand will be chopped up like crazy, and by tomorrow afternoon they'll really be struggling.
Yeah, certainly will be. But Brock Pendlebury did a 58.41, and then on that lap he did a 102.43.
So that's not too bad considering how chopped up it would be already by now.
Yeah, and underpowered.
Darren Franklin in the 1110, 57.23, and then a 101.18. So that's not too bad. We've got 27 cars home. 27. I would think that we'll have
half of the field.
Yeah, half of the field had started, but we're going to get a few more yet.
There looks like there's still around about maybe 10 or 15 still circling, 13 maybe. 210 cars still moving. The 1092 cars still moving. 1058, 1071, 6684. So these guys have still got a little bit of time to get over the line before they're timed out. So you do only get a certain amount of hours out there.
Sorry, that's Mark and that's Matt.
Yeah.
And then here on here is 482, 28, currently 218.
We've just been handed a little bit of useless information, maybe useless, from Murray, from the timing caravan. Some of the fastest times on lap 1 and lap 2. Mark Burrows reached 222.5, and that was located off the rally safe. So there's some pretty fast speeds out there.
Don't read those times out too loud, Sandy, because Sharon, Mum's in the pits, and young Tom, the youngest boy of Mark's, is sitting in the left-hand seat with him.
You're right.
So
And what's Matt's number again?
7.
Matt's number. No, other Matt. Sorry. Young Burrows.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Sorry. He was doing 183.8 kilometres an hour, Mum. Just so you know. So that was on his first. There you go. Andy Brown, 218. Sorry, Andy Brown was 221. Habees were 218. Barnett's in the 68 car. Is that Barnett's in the 68 car? 190k an hour. So that's fair hooting. You know, 110 car, 188. Molsey down at 195.5 for a little 3.5 litre.
Beautiful.
Andy Brown won basically
221. And same with Mark Burrows, 222. So that's about topped out at about that. We also saw the 482 truck, that TSCO truck of Mick Maher, 208 kilometres an hour on 40-inch tyres.
And it's about as aerodynamic as a brick.
Yeah. So they're quite big. So the air coefficient on these cars has got to be terrible. The actual figure.
Yep.
So I don't know who I'm hearing out there, but they're coming in on our left. Little red. Is that car 43 or no? It's got to be a 10 car. Who's that, boys?
Here we go. Another one across the line.
I know, 1650. 210. Brad Girardi, and then 1082 car. There you go. We've got a couple over the line. Rob Staber.
Brad Girardi did first lap was a 103. The second lap was a 102. So he's done really well. He's bettered his time. Second lap.
I'm currently going off the computer here, and I knew Ian Terry was our last car out. He's still moving, but it means, from what I'm seeing here, car 274 looks like it's out and stopped. We know Matty Hansen and Little Have a Chat's buggy, the 248, Steve-O's car's out. Car 2's out. 671 doesn't look like it's circulating. 922's out. Connor Cooper and 701, the Tilson GQ, both stopped right near each other. Probably having a good chat about life and patrols. And then moving up a bit further, 474, 798 and 779. I don't know if those couple of Class 7s there are moving, but Heath was moving okay this morning. And then I go back here, and Ian Terry is down here. So that, I don't think car 17, because that car 17, that's Stu Chapman, and he was pulled back into the there with a bit of a broken wheel. So I'm tipping Ian Terry's the last. Kurt Stiffens from the Teagle excavation car, he's still circulating from what I can tell. Actually hasn't moved very much on that. So we must only have a handful of cars left out there. 1082 car, 1058, 1071. We'll just keep an eye on whether those guys are
1092 across the line, Dale Stanton and Craig Bale.
So our next car will probably be a few minutes away. Over in the distance, you'll start to see the dust line appear in the trees over in our far left. And that might be the 6684 entry of Matt Lavis from New South Wales. And I'll tell you what, these guys travel a long distance. I've done it myself in the past. Well, we've all done it. All just to win a trophy and brag to our mates. But yeah, $5 trophy, but gee, I spent a lot of money to get there and I beat you. So, yeah, we can see dust over in the distance, which looks like it is the 6684 entry, Matt Lavis. And then followed by the 1071 of Thomas Forsman, which is a single-seater. And 1058. 1058 doesn't look like it's moving. The 1082 car's still moving. I just saw an update there on the screen of it moving. So we must be down to the last. I'm tipping the last 5 cars are out there that are circulating. Yep, I'm tipping that'll be Matt Lavis that you see just disappearing or just coming along our far left on the tree line there. And we need to... Not sure if... I think Ken Holt might be out. I did see on this... Yeah, I think Ken Holt's out. That's the 1058 car. We did see him on the screen earlier there. I don't know. I honestly think that we've just got four or so cars left out there that are still motoring.
Doesn't say what, he just DNF'd.
Brendan Forsman with a gearbox. Connor Cooper with a mechanical issue. Tilson's DNF. Coulston's DNF in the 671 car. 1071, another Forsman car, is way down the line. It looks like it's not mobile. No words on that. Kurt Steffen's a DNF. So there you go. That's Kenny Holt, Jason Forsman. The Forsmans have not had good luck this weekend. Neither of the chappies, have they?
No, all the family cars are
And
out.
Sibbo's out. Brett Rogers out. AJ, yeah, Sibbo's done an engine, and they had a fire there was it that last year or the year before maybe? But we've got about a solid 15 or 20 cars out. Ian Terry is about the last car out there, currently sitting in 40th position. And it doesn't, I don't even know if he's moving. He's just gone, yeah, Ian Terry's still moving. So there you go. To finish means something, because he's already finished further ahead than another 20 cars, hasn't he?
Well, it's not too late to get up to the Rainbow Rises event headquarters up here, up to the big tent. Grab yourself a drink. And I believe they've still got some food there, all cooked up. So come up there and see the ladies and grab something, just even if you want something to take home in the car. But we've got a little bit left here today. Of course, up here in the box, we'd like to thank all the sponsors. Without the sponsors, we don't have a race. The ARB Big Desert 480. And, of course, we'd like to thank the people from Screenshot Big Screens for bringing that big screen up today and sending a signal all the way back on Facebook, back into the lounge rooms of people's homes so they can hear the commentary and what's going on here out at the race at Rainbow. And, of course, we'd like to thank the Victorian Off-Road Racing Association for the host the event, and also Rainbow Rises Event Association that's done all the work up here on the infrastructure over the past few months. And then, of course, our major sponsors, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Raceline Wheels Australia. And don't forget the helicopter rides, ladies and gentlemen. Dream Multimedia on cameras and production. And what about the guy that's given us all the McLean sound? That's given us all the sound, all the audio gear here. Sandy, what a great job.
Yep, fantastic job.
Yep.
We've had some really good footage from out on the desert. There's a couple of spots out there. We've had 3 or 4 cameras out there today. We've got one based here in the pits, near the commentary there, perched up high, overlooking back towards the roads that are coming back in and out of the stadium area. Which I've got to tell you, it's a massive job to line that up. I've done a lot of that sort of stuff in the past. And to set up those cameras and to get the footage back here, big job, big job.
Well, I reckon they've done a big job, the people from Dream Multimedia, on the cameras today. I was talking to the guy and he said it's really hard to make you look good on camera, mate.
Oh, they usually just put some...
the smoky lens. The smoky lens, yeah. You did look all right, mate, I must admit.
They are. Lavis is over the line.
Gee.
Second lap. Here we are. Absolutely wrapped. Matt Lavis from New South Wales on his second lap, car 6684, which means we've probably only got, from what I can tell, around 3 cars to go that are still running. And those would be car 1071, maybe 1082, and 456. I haven't seen any of the others move too far for a bit. But that's good to see.
And Mac Lavis
I see who's breaking speed limits in the pits. Look at him. Down there, little Brown.
Brown, yeah.
And slow down in the pits.
Danny Brown, slow down, please. And we've got Matt Lavis with a 103 and a 106.
Well done.
Yeah, great job. It would be a long day in that, wouldn't it?
Mate. And I can't see. I think Spizzo's broken down or stopped way out on the edge of the desert early on, or halfway around. So I don't think we're going to see him come in. Car 2's out there somewhere as well, Glenn Pike. So I'm not sure we're going to see him come in either. We have got some dust over there, so that'll be 1082 or maybe 1071. So a couple of 10 cars still out there. 1082. Rod Steiber from Queensland. Gee, these guys travel, don't they?
Certainly right there. But if you got to, if you want to win the championship, you got to travel.
Do.
It's all over Australia, mate. We've moved from Queensland over to South Australia, to New South Wales, and down to beautiful Rainbow.
Correct. Is Forsman 1071 still travelling? Because down the bottom there somewhere. I swear I saw the Forsman's 1071 car had stopped, but
he's not on there. He's not on there, mate. 1071.
1071, Thomas Forsman.
Not on there.
1071, Thomas Forsman.
Where
I
have
can
you got
see him. You see him, and he should be coming along this dust over on our left, and I'm hoping that's him.
Really? Why isn't he on our screen?
Well, that's what I'm saying. 1071's down there, and unless he's hidden down the bottom somewhere. There's so many Forsmans on here.
Yeah, there we are there.
No, he's still, maybe he is still circulating.
He's obviously repaired it, but he hasn't done a lap.
There you go. So
That's the problem. He hasn't, and
might have had
he's
some
run out
trouble.
of late running time now,
Yeah.
Sandy, I would think. Because what we do is we have a regulation on late running time of about 40 minutes or something. So I think he's run out of that.
Ian Terry's about to come in on that, in that far, which you should see a white streak with a cloud of dust coming in, over on your left, and he looks like, I think from what I can tell, he might be the last car on course. That's still, oh no, Kurt Steffen's just moved as well, so he may be still circulating, unless he's possibly on the back of a trailer, because it did say he had a problem down the bottom of there. Scroll down, Kurt Steffen 133. Yeah, Kurt Steffen's out with a DNF, so he must be coming back in on a trailer. He just moved on the rally safe, and I thought maybe he's gotten going again. But
so what happens after the day's activities here? After the day's activities, we send around a sweep vehicle, and the sweep vehicle picks up any paraphernalia that's come off cars and fallen on the track, might become dangerous. Also, might pick up a couple of stragglers with a tow rope, pull them in, and get them back to the pits. If they can fix their problems or their cars from what happened today, they are allowed to start tomorrow. So we might have more than what we think tomorrow on the line.
that would be great. It's always good to have more competition out there. See one of the Forsman cars just getting pulled off the track out on that, what looked like that same corner where Chappie has sucked up about 5 or 6 or 7 cars now. So I'd say that's our 1071 car over on the left. Thomas Forsman coming in on the far left, and we did see him get pulled back off that corner earlier as well, so that's why we might have thought he was out.
So he's completed one lap.
And he's coming in on his second. And Ian Terry will be the next cloud of dust over in the tree line on the far left. No sign of him yet. But we've got 1082 right behind us over near the airfield somewhere. Just about to come around the last corner. Good to see these last couple of cars still pushing through, because I've got to tell you, they'll be bloody hot in those cars by now.
And isn't it great to see some of the spectators staying behind to see the race finish, Sandy?
Fantastic.
Yeah, there they all are. Put the hands up, yep.
They look sunburned.
They're diehards. They love it, don't they?
Lovely. Bloody awesome. Rob Steiber, all the way from Queensland, just finished his first lap of the first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship here in Rainbow, the Big Desert 480. 480. And they're not even halfway through the race. They've still got another 4 laps tomorrow.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you're coming out tomorrow, bring that block out or 35 plus with you. It's going to be a bit of a warm day. I don't know whether it's going to be hotter or colder tomorrow, but
about 5 degrees cooler from what I saw.
Beautiful.
We yet to see Ian Terry coming back in, but he'll
beautiful.
be coming in. 1071's on the end of the long straight, so he should be in here on the left. I do see a little bit of dust out in the distance, so that's possible that that's Ian Terry. From what I can tell, is the last car on the track. From what I can tell. Sean Ratcliffe's back in on a trailer. I see our local constabulary coming back in.
Sean's been having a little bit of motor issues, so if it's come in on a trailer, obviously that thing, the engine propels it forward, so he's got some bulletproof running gear in it.
Yeah, Kurt Steffen might be on the track. It does say on the screen that he had a DNF, but it didn't say what for, so we don't know if he's been able to repair and get going again. It's highly likely. He hasn't been timed out. And the recovery crews, if there's a time limit out there and they reach the time, they'll probably be stopped by a recovery crew and told to come back in under. Steve-O's dropped out early on, mate. If you have a look on the screen. Yeah, but if you have a look at Steve-O, he was stopped up the top end here somewhere. There's Steve-O. They are Ian Terry. It is the white truck coming in on the far left. That's awesome to see. He got stuck on that soft corner earlier. So he was the last car that we saw come through here on their second lap. So, yeah. There might be 1 or 2 still coming. That's Ian Terry. And then down here should be 1071 car, which is Thomas Forsman's his single-seater. We did see him get pulled out of that boggy corner earlier also. That's caught a few people out. It's caught these 2 out, and that might be why they're... There is another car still coming out there. 779 Heath Whedon. There is a couple of cars that must have gotten going again. They might have just had flat tyres. It does say on a screen they've been out, but cars 779 of Heath Whedon, this looks like Ian Terry's in front of him, which you can see coming in on the left of us there, into screen in the white trophy truck. So the white class 4. And then 798 is Heath Whedon. 133 is Kurt Steffen from the Teagles excavation crew. So there is still a few out there. There was what looked to only be 3 or 4 still going. It's turned into 5 or 6 still going, hasn't it? I did see Matty Hansen's rolled out there on our list. Crew is okay, but no other information. Yeah. Mate, that's a class 7. Is that Henk? Parker? 798. It is. It's the Parker 76 Toyota, still motoring. See, those class 7s, don't underestimate those guys. They don't give up. And they've come in fairly close to each other. Oh, here's this is why Forsman's been so slow. I tell you what, that back right-hand wheel is going to be absolutely cooking. Absolutely cooking, but who cares? Because guess what? That's all he needed. Right there to get over the finish line.
He needs to
That's
go over.
Effort, mate. Well done. He's got it.
He needs to whip over and see Chris Hummer at Raceline Wheels, grab a new wheel. Jeff Newick from
a couple of Mickey Thompson tyres.
Mickey Thompson, yep. That's a
Wow.
big effort. That gearbox would be looking a bit sad.
Oh, I tell you what, the spider gears in that gearbox, one would be going backwards at a million mile an hour, and the other one forward at a million mile an hour. So they probably welded themselves together. Anyway,
Certainly heats them up.
Ian Terry's here, over on the left, going down to do his last switchback, and then the Parker's Class 7 Toyota 4.5 litre turbo diesel still motoring around. Standard class, they're allowed to wind the boost up and add a bit of fuel, so they can do pretty freely what they want to the engine without, you know, doing anything outside factory specs. Look at Forsman's. Forsman's had a couple of tyre issues by the looks. He's on his own, so he's probably gone, bugger this, I'm not getting out to change the tyre. Let's just drive it home anyway. That's sort of the thing I'd do. I'm too lazy to get out and change a tyre. Yeah.
So Thomas Forsman.
Ian Terry, then Heath Whedon's coming in, so there you are, a couple of Class 7s. Good to see this car coming over, saw him stuck on the same corner.
Wouldn't you believe that? Thomas Forsman, listen to this one. He ran out of time, so he didn't get a time.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, his first lap was a 2 hour 19, and he DNF'd out of time.
That's,
so the
that's
poor
very
bugger, he's
heartbreaking.
driven in on that flat tyre, and he...
Well, he was the last car to leave, but he's had a better run than the others, so... Yeah.
Gee whiz.
And then we've got Heath Whedon coming around the back near the airport as well, so... I don't know how many others, apart from Kurt Steffen, that are actually circulating. So that's probably only 3.
Ian Terry's just come in, first lap at a 1 hour 20, second lap at a 59.37. Good time.
There you go.
Yep.
Well, he did get bogged on that first lap.
That's right,
on that
yeah. So
corner,
certainly he's had a lot of issues that first lap.
And not only that, if he had
Whoa.
somebody else get bogged near him... he
She's
might
a
have
buck
been
and bronco down here.
I know what that's like. I know exactly what that's like. Yeah, get me out of here. That's what they've said. Well done, well done. Ian Terry, it is a good looking truck. Heath Whedon's. And then here's Hank. Hank is over the line. Sorry, I keep saying Hank. I think he's got a mate named Hank. Kurt must be the last car out there. There can't be many more. These guys haven't moved. Steve-O hasn't moved. Hanson's went over. 10:58 car. There's a few on trailers by the looks coming through in the middle of the road. So I've seen is our
Going
local
by the computer here,
policeman
Sandy,
here.
I don't believe that Glenn Pizzo's out, Glenn Pike's out, Sean Radcliffe's in the pits. So all the others are all stopped.
Yep, I think we'll see.
So I think maybe if there's one out there, it'll be a straggler.
And that's Kurt. Kurt Steffen from Teagle Excavations. Little Class 1 car. He had a few problems at the starting of the Pines to get going last year, I remember. And then once he got going, I think he ended up doing a reasonable weekend. He did.
So at this point in time, we've got 34 competitors completed 2 laps.
And the last one, I believe, coming over the line right now, from what I can tell, and I will stand corrected, we'll get confirmation on that, is Kurt Steffen in the 133 Class 1 car. We've got
Kirk Steffen, Teagle Excavations,
There you
Martin Racing, Truggy.
I can't see any more movement out there apart from on the main roads. So, like I
It's
said,
taken him all day to complete 1 lap.
some days are
Because
hard
he had
days, mate.
no time at all until just then. So I don't know how long that's taken him, but yeah, he's certainly been out there all afternoon to do 1 lap.
So 671's coming back in a trailer, 274, car 17. All these crews would have been contacted already. Car 701, which is the Tilson entry.
So Kirk Steffen's time for lap 1 was 2 hours and 26 minutes. That's all we've got in, unfortunately.
Well, he did more laps than us, boys.
Yep.
Well done, mate. Well done to Kurt coming across the front of our screen here. Yeah, and he's...
Might have had an issue, could have got
issues.
bogged. As we saw, a few people got bogged out there.
It doesn't take much to slow you down or stop you for half an hour, you know.
No, that's
Even
right.
a flat tyre, you can get out, lose the wheel nuts, can't touch the tyre because it's that hot. So
There's a lot of good cars parked in the pits that won't be there tomorrow. Of course, Jason Richards is one of them with a big hole in his block. Jake Freckleton. Hayden Bentley is in the hospital. Danny Brown, converter. Aaron James, motor. Clayton Chapman, motor. Peter Simpson, motor. Brett Rogers, Trevor Chandler, Kenny Holt, Jason Forsman, Scott Colson, Brett Tilson, Brendan Forsman and Connor Cooper. Unfortunately, we've lost those. And we've got, I believe we're going to have about 43 starters tomorrow in the morning.
that's fantastic, eh?
Yes.
So we're probably, we're going to do a little wrap up of the live feed. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hope you all come back tomorrow. Those that are online, you can get us at the same avenues you found us today. Like I said, I knew that there was about 14 pages the live feed link went out onto. We're here at the ARB Big Desert 480 at the first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. And the boys here are going to continue on to finish off, but we'll have them back on tomorrow with myself, be out in the field a little bit. We'll have the cameras out in the field, and we'll see you in the morning, bright and early tomorrow. We've still got 4 laps to go in the morning, so.
Well, we expect you to be down in those pits nice and early in the morning. Few interviews, Sandy.
Yeah, and we'll be an early. I'd like to get out there early, maybe get a couple of interviews of the guys that are starting off first, or even the last guys, whatever, and see how we go tomorrow. So thank you very much for listening, and we'll see you in the morning on the live feed. Cheers, folks.
Well, there you are. Thanks, Sandy. Great job today, mate. And it's been a great day's racing, hasn't it, Glenn? You and I both enjoy coming to Rainbow every year. We've had a lot of spectators here today. It's been a beautiful day for it. Right, it normally attracts a lot of people from the surrounding areas. We've had the mayor up in the booth, came up earlier, stood up here. He was very pleased. He said it's great. This sport's great for the area, brings a lot of money into the town. And he said he hadn't been to an off-road race before, and he really enjoyed it. So that's great. But certainly the Rainbow Risers Event Association and VORA, the Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, together with them working together, has put in a huge effort here. I mean, to have a circuit, not many races we go to now, where the whole 8 kilometres of the Prologue track's in front of you like it is. And it's a great day's entertainment. Bring the family out. So if you're going home now, we hope to see you tomorrow. I think we'll sign off for the day. We've had the last car come across the line. This is from Glenn and Darren Wells. We'll see you in the morning. Thank you.